like to call to order the special meeting of the Avalon City Council, February 5th. Roll call, please, Denise.
Councilmember Cassidy?
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Here.
Councilmember Sampson?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Olson?
Here.
And Mayor Marshall.
Here. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Put your hand over your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And Denise, do you want to make the announcement? Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Council will be meeting in closed session. There's 2 items: conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to subdivision D2 of section 54956.9. Number of cases is 2. The second item is public employee discipline, dismissal, and release.
I have to see the wizard.
And we are back from closed session. Any reportable action?
This is Jeff Sheldon from Lieber Cassidy Whitmore, Special Counsel to the City Council for this proceeding. There is no reportable action. We're just covering up the ground rules of the proceeding here today.
Excellent. Oral communication. This is an opportunity for people from the community to speak on an item that is not on the agenda, and you will be limited to 3 minutes and no action will be taken. Consent calendar?
There is none.
Okay. And general business. Sorry for the delay.
Good morning. The council met in closed session to go over the ground rules, and I will just reiterate the ground rules of this proceeding here today so the representatives and the parties are clear on what is expected today. This is an administrative hearing concerning an administrative appeal of a termination of a public employee. And as such, the ground rules are constrained and governed by due process principles in the United States and the California constitutions, as well as Chapter 8 of the city's personnel rules. Today, there will be oral openings from each side, unless either side wants to waive an opening statement. There will be presentation of evidence. The city, the appointing authority for the city manager's office will have the burden of proof in this proceeding. The standard of proof is the preponderance of the evidence standard. Each side will be permitted to present witnesses and evidence into evidence. The city will go first. Ms. Cook and her team will go second. There will be an opportunity for closing arguments as well. Those can be done either orally or through written briefing. And I would ask the parties if they've discussed how they would like to deal with closing arguments. I understand that the council need to speak directly into the microphone, so if they don't stand today, council, just understand it's no disrespect to you. They need to speak directly into the microphone. So I will start with Ms. Germano for the city manager's office. What is your preference on closings?
I would prefer to submit closing briefs.
Okay. Ms. Marsh?
I'd prefer to do oral.
Okay. I would recommend, since one party has expressed the desire to do closing argument by brief, I would recommend that you do it by briefs, but council, it is up to you.
By brief?
Yep.
By brief?
Brief.
Okay, so closings will be done by briefing, written briefs. We will set a deadline at the end of the proceeding as far as when those will be due. The evidence presented here today will be using the standards in administrative hearings like this. Relevance is the key here. Hearsay evidence is admissible in these proceedings. However, hearsay evidence alone cannot be used to sustain a finding by the council, but hearsay will be admitted. Either side will be given the opportunity to object during these proceedings. Those will be ruled upon by the council. I am here to assist them with those objections and assist them in making rulings. Prior to today, we asked that the parties consult with one another about stipulations of fact, documents, and consult with each other regarding witnesses that they intend to offer today, and I understand that has occurred. I've been presented a joint witness list, an exhibit list, and stipulations as to facts. And I'd like to announce the facts that have been stipulated to by the parties already. These are facts that you can assume have been established by the preponderance of the evidence standard. Number one, the Catalina Island Museum proposed to build a new museum known as the Ada Blanche Wrigley Shriner Building, also known as the ABWS building. Number two, the site plan for the ABWS building was submitted to the City of Avalon Planning Commission on April 3, 2012. Number three, the Planning Commission approved the site plan unanimously. Number four, following the approval of the site plan by the Planning Commission, the museum's architect, Marengo Morton Architects, provided construction plans to the City of Avalon in order to obtain a building permit. Number five, the construction plans went through plan check and were eventually approved by the city. Number six, based on the approved construction plans, the building permit for the ABWS building was issued on May 13, 2014, and construction began thereafter. Number seven, in April 2015, the city told the museum that it had to submit a revised site plan to the Planning Commission based on the city's contention that certain dimensions were different. Number eight, the museum submitted a revised site plan application dated April 24, 2015 to the Planning Commission. And number nine, on July 10, 2015, the museum, through Mr. DeMarche, filed a complaint with the city. Those, thus far, are the only facts that have been established in this proceeding. Council, did you provide a copy of these stipulated facts to the individual council members?
I did not, but we could certainly have one copied and distributed
Okay.
in short notice.
Next, there is an exhibit list that's been presented by both council. And these are, as I understand it, are exhibits that you've both stipulated to and you agree can come into evidence today.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. Exhibit A, and we will call these, I would recommend that we call these joint exhibits, and we'll identify it as joint exhibit A, is an October 21, 2015 notice of intent to terminate with exhibits from Ben Harvey to Amanda Cook. The next exhibit that's been stipulated to, and we will identify it for the record as joint exhibit B, is an October 26, 2015 response to notice of proposed termination dated October 21, 2015 with exhibits from Amanda Cook to city manager. The next exhibit that's been stipulated to, we will identify it as joint exhibit C, is a November 13, 2015 notice of termination from Ben Harvey to Amanda Cook. That's been stipulated to and is part of the evidentiary record. The next exhibit we will identify as joint exhibit D, as in David, a November 17, 2015 appeal of termination from Amanda Cook to Amy Marshall, Mayor, Annie Marshall, mayor. Next exhibit that's been stipulated to will be identified as Joint Exhibit E, is a July 13, 2015 memorandum from Ben Harvey to Amanda Cook, Ray, paid administrative leave. The next exhibit stipulated to is Joint Exhibit F, City of Avalon Personnel Rules and Regulations. The next exhibit stipulated to is Joint Exhibit G, City of Avalon Municipal Code, Title I, Chapter 4, Sections 1-4.01 through 1-4.03. And finally, we will identify the next one as Joint Exhibit H, City of Avalon Municipal Code, Title IX, Chapter 3, Section 9-3.606. Council, do you accept these exhibits into evidence?
Yes.
Okay. These exhibits, Joint Exhibits A through H, have been entered into the record in this case. Next, I have been presented with a joint witness list from each side. Understand that these are the witnesses that have been disclosed thus far. This does not foreclose the possibility of other witnesses who may be called to testify today. The city has identified Amanda Cook, Dr. Michael DeMarsh, Michael Flynn, Ben Harvey, Claude Anthony Marengo, David Thompson, and Sherry Vander Dusen as their witnesses. Ms. Cook has identified Tiffany Bose and James Poindexter as her witnesses.
Excuse me, did you say David or Devin?
I don't have my glasses on, so.
I think it's
James-
Devin.
Devin.
Devin Thompson, yes, thank you. Okay. And with that, those witnesses may or may not be called. They've just been identified at this point in time. It's up to the parties and their counsel as to whether they actually call those individuals. And with that, I would recommend that we proceed with the opening statements of each side.
Mr. Sheldon, before we do that, can I pass out, we made notebooks containing all of the exhibits for every council member. So if we could break for just a second, I could pass those out.
Yes, please do.
Thank you.
And counsel, you have a copy of the binder for the witness table as well? You have a copy of the binder for the witness table?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Germano, are you ready?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. The city manager's office and their opening statement, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Sheldon. Good morning, Madam Mayor, honorable council people. First off, thank you so much for your time today. I understand this is a special meeting, but it's a very important issue for both the city and Ms. Cook, so we appreciate all the time that you are devoting to this. Today you are going to be hearing the termination appeal hearing of Ms. Amanda Cook, who served as the planning director for the city. We are going to endeavor to keep the facts as simple as possible because they are quite simple. But the simplicity of the facts should not take away from the seriousness, the gravity of what happened here, which is what led to the decision to terminate in this instance. Let me summarize the facts that you're going to hear today. Everybody on the island is familiar with the museum, of course. The building of the new museum is going to be a centerpiece for the city, a very important development. So way back in April 2012, the Planning Commission unanimously approved the conceptual site plan for the museum. In May of 2014, a building permit was issued for the museum and construction began thereafter. So between May of 2014, construction continued, and we'll fast forward to April of 2015, which is when we get to the relevant time period that's going to be discussed today. In April of 2015, we have almost a year has passed while construction on the building has occurred. And at that point in time, Ms. Cook, as the planning director for the city, made the decision that the museum needed to submit a revised site plan application to the Planning Commission. And that decision was Ms. Cook's and Ms. Cook's alone. So at the museum, she's working with Ms. Devin Thompson and Dr. Michael DeMarche. And so she contacts the museum, Ms. Cook does, and tells them you need to submit a revised site plan application. Now you're going to see the evidence. The revised site plan application was submitted by the museum, and it basically consists of two documents. The first document is a typewritten page where the applicant fills in the name of the owner, the address of the building, and it's signed by the owner. And that signature by the owner at the bottom of the form is essentially the owner's stamp of approval. It's the owner saying the information I am submitting to you, City and Planning Commission, is true and correct. I stand by this information. The second page of the revised site plan application are the meat of the application, basically why the application has to be submitted. Ms. Cook had informed the city, as we've heard in the stipulated facts, that she believed, had informed the museum that she believed that they were building something different than what their plans stated. Now, the museum wholeheartedly disagreed with this, but the city is the city and they need to work with the city. So they went ahead and submitted this revised site plan application. And in the second page of the application, the numbers that the museum inserted, based on the numbers that their architect calculated, indicated that there was a total decrease in square footage of over 1,200 square feet. Now, as a side note, this is important because as Ms. Cook had informed the museum, anytime there was an increase in square feet over a certain amount, sometimes it's been said to be 70 and sometimes 76, then a new application has to go to, or a revised application has to go to the Planning Commission. The museum contended that their square footage had decreased by over 1,200 square feet, which would mean that there was no reason to go to the Planning Commission. But nonetheless, they went along with what Ms. Cook told them to do, and they submitted this application. Once they submitted the application, this was in late April of 2015, there was a little bit of back and forth, and Ms. Cook said, well, I'm not sure about your numbers, museum. I need some more information. And there were emails that were exchanged, and the museum consulted its architect again. Because everything that the museum, every time the museum was asked to supply information as to the numbers or the plans, it went to its architect, who of course has all the fancy architect software, etc., and calculates all of the information for them. So there's this back and forth between Ms. Cook, representing the city, and Ms. Thompson, primarily representing the museum. And Ms. Thompson was consulting with the architect about exactly what the square footage was that we were talking about. And the emails that went back and forth were clear. The museum continued to assert and believe that there was a decrease in square footage of over 1,200 square feet. And the museum provided some drawings attached to an email, which the museum believed exhibited that there was a decrease in square footage of 1,200 square feet. So the email stopped. Museum believed, okay, we're good to go. Our site plan application has been submitted. There was nothing further. So that was May 1st. On May 18th, Devin Thompson went to speak to Ms. Cook about the site plan application. At that point in time, for the first time ever, what the museum learned was that Ms. Cook had changed their site plan application. So we're talking about this 2-page document, the first page of which was certified by Dr. DeMarsh's signature, and the second page of which contains the calculations. What the museum found out that day, which was May 18th, before the Planning Commission meeting on May 20th, so the packets had already gone out to all the planning commissioners, is that the staff report prepared by Ms. Cook, sent to the Planning Commission, indicated that the museum was increasing the square footage by 421 square feet. Not only did Ms. Cook represent in the site plan application that the museum was increasing the square feet, but the site plan, in the staff report read as if this was being proposed by the museum, because that's what happens. Staff says in a staff report, applicant is proposing this, and here is staff's thoughts on it. So the staff report said museum has increased, they've built more than they were supposed to build by 421 square feet, and here is staff's thoughts on it. So it was the staff report that was presented to the Planning Commission that said that the museum was proposing or had overbuilt by 421 feet. Not only that, but the site plan application, again, the one that I referenced that had been submitted originally by the museum, had been altered. The second page, which included typewritten numbers originally that had been submitted by the museum, generated from the museum's architect, that indicated an overall square footage decrease of over 1,200 square feet, had been changed. The new second page attached to the application was all in Ms. Cook's handwriting. Everything that the museum had basically submitted in their application had either been whited out or somehow gotten rid of. Ms. Cook instead submitted her own numbers, and her numbers indicated that there was a 421 square foot increase. The problem with this, and we're going to go back and forth about the numbers, and in the end, I submit the numbers I'm not sure really matter. They matter to the extent that the museum should have never been before the Planning Commission to begin with, if the museum's numbers are correct. But the fact of the matter is, Ms. Cook submitted that application, changed the application, submitted the staff report with new numbers without ever getting the museum's permission. At no point in time did she notify the museum that she was changing its application. At no point in time did she notify the museum's architect that she was changing its application. At no point in time did she say, Mr. DeMarsh, I understand that you signed this application certifying the truth of it, but I am changing it and attaching your signature to it. So on May 18th, what the museum found out is that, I don't want to use the word forged, but a different document, a whole new document was submitted, attached to the their revised site plan application that was not theirs. Yet it was represented to the Planning Commission that it was theirs. So as of this point in time, it's late in the game. The museum has been delayed by various other issues. They've been in construction for almost a year, and the museum's goal is to get this building done. Every day that the building is not done is thousands of dollars. It's the museum's reputation. It's everything on the line. So at the 11th hour, the museum says, okay, we have to go forward with the Planning Commission meeting, because if we don't go forward, we're just going to get further delay and further damage. So they go forward with the Planning Commission meeting, and luckily, the Planning Commissioners approved the revised site plan application. Now, what the museum was likely expecting is that during the meeting, as Ms. Cook was preparing or reporting on her staff report, that she would tell the commissioners, by the way, this 421 number is mine, it's not the museum's. We disagree on it. Not one point in time did Ms. Cook ever inform the commissioners that the information she had submitted to them that purported to be from the museum was not really from the museum. Not one point in time did she tell the commissioners that she had revised the numbers on her own, done her own separate calculations, and come up with this figure. And again, up to this time, still till today, actually, Ms. Cook never told the museum or asked for the museum's permission to change their numbers. So luckily, the matter passes the Planning Commission, and the museum does not stand up and object at this point in time because, again, they have to work with the city. They don't want to call the city out and say, hey, by the way, you're telling an untruth. This is not my application. That would only delay the process. An appeal was filed, however. An appeal was filed of the Planning Commission decision, so then it had to come before you, the Honorable City Council, at some point in time. And when it came before the City Council, which was July 7th, there were some issues about the museum even getting notice of it because Ms. Cook had originally told them that she didn't expect it to go forward till the 21st. And then on the morning of the 7th, the museum happens to find out that it's on the City Council agenda for that night. So they rally themselves together and come to the City Council meeting. And once again, what is presented to the City Council? The exact same staff report that was presented to the Planning Commissioners. The one that has the untrue numbers in it. The staff report that says the museum has built more than it was supposed to build by 421 square feet. And not one time during the City Council meeting did Ms. Cook stand up and say, Honorable City Council, this 421 is not really the number of the museum. We have a fundamental disagreement on it, but this is what I think, this is what the city thinks. She let the City Council believe that that application had been submitted by the museum. She again presented the revised site plan application with the first page signed by Mr. DeMarche, but the second page was all in her handwriting with her numbers and not the museum's. Presented that to the City Council as if it was from the museum. So the City Council was, as the Planning Commission was, operating under a falsehood that the museum was contending and asking permission to overbuild by 421 square feet. When in reality, the museum all along said they had decreased their building by 1,200 square feet. After the matter luckily passed the City Council, the museum had enough. The museum did not want to stand up in the middle of a public arena, such as this one, was hoping to avoid something like this, and say, City Council, City Planning Commissioners, your planning director is doing something inappropriate. Your planning director is changing the numbers on people's applications. The museum was hoping to avoid that. And you can understand, the museum has to work with the city. The museum wants to be the city's partner. The museum doesn't want to have to stand up and embarrass anybody. But after the falsehood had gone on so long, the museum had had enough. And so on July 8th, Mr. DeMarche, on behalf of the museum, sought out then City Manager Ben Harvey and complained to Mr. Harvey. And he complained about the fact that the museum's application had been altered without its permission, without its authorization, and without its knowledge, and that same application, that altered application, had then been submitted to both the Planning Commission and the City Council. Now, Mr. Harvey at that point in time obviously found this to be a very serious allegation. And with the state of the world as it was, Mr. Harvey decided that rather than conduct an internal investigation based on the severity of the charges and the fact that this was one of his department directors, that it warranted the retention of outside investigators. And I apologize, the sun is blinding me. I'm going to move just a little bit. I can't see anybody anymore.
It does look painful.
I'm not sure that's better.
Maybe over, oh, there we go. Nope, that's worse. I think more over this way.
I think if I hold my head in one position. Thank you. So I apologize. So Mr. Harvey decided that the city needed to retain some outside investigators, and that's what was done. We retained an independent third party to investigate the situation, and that was an attorney by the name of Jeff Morris. And Jeff Morris conducted an investigation. He interviewed Mr. DeMarche, Ms. Thompson, of course, Ms. Cook, Mr. Flynn, Mr. Marengo, and came to some conclusions. And the primary conclusion that he came to, which is the reason we're here today, and you'll hear this later, Ms. Cook admitted that she altered the Planning Commission application of the museum. She admitted that those were not the museum's numbers. She admitted that the numbers on the second page of that planning revised site plan application were hers and hers alone, and she knew that the museum didn't agree with them. And so once that investigation was done, Mr. Harvey determined that we needed an expert in the field of planning to take a look at it. So we hired an expert, a firm by the name of Kimley Horn, who's not done work for the city, and an individual from that firm who you'll hear from today, Sherry Vanderdusen, reviewed it. Now, she has an extensive background in planning, and she reviewed the investigation that had been prepared by Mr. Morris. And by the way, you have all these documents, and they're going to be admitted as exhibits. And her conclusion was that in no city that she has ever worked for before has she had seen an occasion where a planning director or a member of the planning department wholesale changed the application that had been submitted by an applicant or owner. Now, what she talked about in her report and what she'll talk about today is that, sure, there's sometimes when site plan applications or other planning applications or documents are submitted and there's errors in them. But there are ways for a planning director or a planning staff member to fix those errors. You call the owner or applicant and say, I noticed these errors. Please resubmit. You have a paper trail saying the owner or applicant authorized me to make changes. You have to, though, have some record of authorization before you make changes. You cannot simply make changes on your own and then submit them to the Planning Commission and the City Council without the approval or authorization of the applicant or owner. And so it was a breach of what Ms. Vanderdusen found is it was a breach of the standard of care. So Mr. Harvey was then presented with this information. And by the way, Mr. Harvey was not involved in the investigation at all. He didn't speak to the investigators except when Mr. Morris actually interviewed him. He never went to Mr. DeMarsh and said, hey, Mr. DeMarsh, I think you should file a complaint against Ms. Cook. Mr. DeMarsh independently went to Mr. Harvey with the complaint. And as the city manager, once he was presented with that complaint, he took action. So now Mr. Harvey is left with this package, which is this investigation with interviews that's 2 inches thick and the report from Kimley Horn. And he's forced to make a decision. What should I do? What would my city do in this instance? How would my city look if I did nothing here? If I knew that our planning director, one of our top officials, was changing documents and we did nothing about it. Based on the information from the investigation, Mr. Harvey made the decision to terminate Ms. Cook's employment. And he looked at the personnel rules and looked at the reasons for discipline in the personnel rules. And there are several that he thought were a basis to make the decision to terminate. Incompetency. You're going to hear from Mr. Harvey about why he believed this conduct was incompetent, but surely it's not that difficult to see. A planning director who changes the planning application of an applicant, that's not a competent performance of one's job duties. Neglect of job duties. If Ms. Cook really believed that there was a problem with the application, which she may or may not have, she had a duty to follow up with the museum and get the museum's perspective and get their okay to change the application rather than doing it herself. Dishonesty. When Ms. Cook stood up, well, first of all, when she changed the application and submitted it as if it was the museum's, that's dishonest. When she stood up at the Planning Commission and said, this is what the museum proposes to do, and by the way, here's their revised site plan application with these numbers, they really weren't the museum's numbers, that's dishonest. And when she continued to make that same presentation to the Honorable City Council, once again, dishonest. The final reason that Mr. Harvey made the decision to terminate, though probably not the most important, but we'll see what the museum does, is discourteous treatment of the public. The museum is the public, Mr. DeMarsh, Ms. Thompson. The fact that their numbers were disregarded, that basically they were overlooked and they were never even told what Ms. Cook was doing with their numbers was discourteous at a minimum. Obviously, we consider it was more dishonest. So based on all of those items, Mr. Harvey made the decision to terminate Ms. Cook's employment. He obviously did not take this lightly. He realized that Ms. Cook is a longtime city employee. He realized that she's done a lot for the city. But at this point in time, the C word starts to pop up. Is this corruption? What are other people going to think when they come to this city if they know that the building officials will change their applications and submit them to the planning commissioners and the city council? So he did make the decision to terminate. Now, under the due process rights afforded public employees, Ms. Cook had the opportunity to challenge her termination, first by meeting with Mr. Harvey. And that meeting occurred, and Ms. Cook raised several points. And I'm sure they're going to be raised again here today. One of the points that was raised was the bad motive. There was no evidence, says Ms. Cook, that I had a bad motive in doing this. And even the report that was prepared by Mr. Morris says I didn't have a bad motive. Well, we're not in a criminal court where you have to prove forgery by proving motive, by proving that there's a bad motive. You're running a city where each one of your employees are trusted with some fiduciary duty. And based thereon, Mr. Harvey believed that whatever the motive, and we'll never truly know what the motive was, whatever Ms. Cook's motive, the actions here were what's important. Just as would be the case for any council member or any planning commission member, the public doesn't care what the motive behind the action is, the public cares what the action is. And in this case, the action was deceptive. You're also going to hear, because Ms. Cook brought this up in her appeal hearing, and she'll likely bring it up again today, there's no law that specifically says that a planning department director cannot change an application. Well, there may be no law that says that I, cannot get up right now and assault and, throw a book at somebody. But that's wrong. We know it's wrong. Somebody certified that these numbers were the numbers of the museum, and that was Mr. DeMarsh, certified that these numbers were the numbers of the museum. And Ms. Cook decided to completely disregard that and dishonestly submit her own numbers instead. And finally, you'll probably hear, because this is what Ms. Cook has said before, that it was kind of a victimless crime. The Planning Commission ended up approving the revised site plan application, and the City Council then subsequently ended up approving things. So no harm, no foul. Mr. Harvey thought that is not a way to run a city. Just because we got lucky, and so nothing, the project wasn't denied, and the city may have or may have not been damaged outwardly. That's no way to run a city. And by the way, was there damage to the city? Mr. Harvey would submit there was. Its relationship with the museum, for one. The extensions in time it took to build the museum because we had to go through the appeal process, etc. And you'll hear from the museum today. You'll hear from Mr. DeMarsh. And you'll hear that Mr. DeMarsh by no means thinks this was a victimless crime. Just as you or I would be rightfully terribly upset if somebody erased everything that I wrote, if I had submitted something to the court and somebody changed all of the pages after my signature and wrote something else. Well, I may still win, but is that a victimless crime? Definitely not. And you'll hear from Mr. DeMarsh today on that. So with all of that, the final thing that made Mr. Harvey decide to terminate is one more issue that came up in the report that was done by the independent investigator, Mr. Morris. During that report, he spoke to Ms. Cook about whether things like this happened ever before. And what Ms. Cook told him is that in 1 out of 10 applications, approximately, the planning department changes the application. And when Mr. Morris tried to follow up with Ms. Cook on that, saying, well, do you tell the applicant that you're changing their application? Do you tell the owner? What she said was, no, it's not like an over-the-counter thing. It's not like they're standing at the counter and I say, here's how I'm changing it. We usually have some emails going back and forth about the information, and then when they get the staff report for the Planning Commission, they see it. Well, that is exactly what happened here. Exactly what happened here. It was not until the Planning Commission staff report came out, after the emails going back and forth between the museum and Ms. Cook about the numbers, did the museum ever find out that Ms. Cook had changed their numbers. And so for all of those reasons, public integrity, public trust, being held to a higher duty because you're a public employee and you're the planning director of a city, Mr. Harvey made the decision to terminate. We're here today so Ms. Cook can appeal to you to reverse that decision. We would respectfully submit that based on the facts, that the decision was appropriate and the best outcome for the city, and we would respectfully request that you sustain and approve the decision to terminate. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Germano. Ms. Marsh?
Morning. Thank you for your time. It's nice to meet everybody. I'm a stranger here. Well, I think Ms. Germano did a very good job of outlining exactly where the disputes are. The problem is that this case starts way before the museum issue. Can you hear me okay? Yes.
I can hear you a little clearer. So you need to speak into the mic a little.
Yep, I can do that.
Thank you.
Okay. Is that better? Awesome. The problem here is that the issue starts way back. It starts right after Ben Harvey arrived here in 2013. He arrived here, he was hired in September of 2013. And you'll hear through testimony and evidence that in December of 2013, he starts looking for a replacement for Mrs. Cook. He's wanting to get her out and get somebody else in. And he claims in December of 2013 that he's got long-standing issues with her work performance. He's been here less than 60 days, and he's got long-standing issues with her work performance. And nothing happens until 2015, early 2015. He hires Steve Flint to be a performance coach, to be a planning consultant initially, and then a performance coach. And then in early 2015, Mr. Harvey had passed over 2 opportunities for annual performance reviews for Mrs. Cook. One in May of 2014, which involved a raise, and one in May of 2015. She thought she was going in for her performance review, and what ended up happening was she was handed a performance improvement plan. There had been no prior indications from Mr. Harvey to Mrs. Cook that there were any problems whatsoever with her performance. No verbal warnings, no written warnings, nothing. He hands her a performance improvement plan. The performance improvement plan contained no specific information on what she was alleged to have done wrong in her job performance. And the performance improvement plan will be admitted into evidence. So you'll be able to see what we're talking about. But it did contain 110 action items that he wanted her to do. And the action items were very vaguely worded. 110 action items is overwhelming for any employee. But these are particularly overwhelming because there was nothing specific about them. You'll be courteous to all people of the public at all times. That's actually in there. Similar ones. You'll see what I'm talking about. She goes back to him and says, I can't do this. I'm not clear on what I've done wrong. I'm not clear on what I'm supposed to fix. I'm happy to work with you, but I need to be clear on what it is that you want me to fix. And he said, it's clear enough. You need to submit a report every week on how you're doing on this. So letters go back and forth between Mrs. Cook and Mr. Harvey and HR, Tiffany Bowes, trying to get the city's attention that there's a problem here. And Mr. Campbell being the city attorney for those purposes, Mr. Campbell was continually saying, no, you don't have any rights to appeal here, you don't have any, and the problem is the terminology. In terms of an appeal, this is an appeal. But to refute what's been any kind of performance issues that are being documented, or she has a right to refute those. She has a right to say, there's a misunderstanding here, I haven't done this, or I don't know what I'm supposed to do to clear this up. So this goes on from May through June. There's a timeline in there that's very crunched. The city personnel rules offer an opportunity to be heard. And she didn't have this opportunity to be heard. Your personnel rules say that an employee who has a dispute with anybody, in particular the supervisor, can go to their department head. And if there's still a dispute, then they go to the city manager. And if there's still a dispute, then they go to the city council. She had none of that. There was no recourse for her. For months, she was writing letters. She wrote letters to the city council, to the mayor. Mr. Campbell intervened and said, no, if ultimately this comes to this, which it has, the city council needs to be neutral, and that's fine. But there needed to have been, there was an obligation on the part of the city to afford her the same rights that are afforded to every other employee. And that's a pretty big issue. Her due process rights have been violated since May of this year. She's had no recourse in dealing with these performance issues with Mr. Harvey, the alleged performance issues. Performance improvement plan number 1, she's handed that. Then he writes her up, he gives her a written warning for insubordination, which appears to be one of his favorite words. Insubordination, because she failed to produce a weekly report to him, copied to Mr. Flint, about the performance improvement plan. These 110 action items, she's supposed to report every week on this. She refutes that. And he says, you can't refute this, and Ms. Bowes backs him up. You don't have any right to refute this. There's no appeal here. My decision is final. You have to do this. And she says, I can't do it. It's not that I'm unwilling to. I can't. I don't understand what it is that I'm supposed to have done wrong. Therefore, I don't understand what it is I'm supposed to fix. How am I supposed to report on how I fixed something that you haven't told me what I did? Before he responds to that, he gives her a written reprimand for the same thing, insubordination. And the timeline is very crunched here. From the performance improvement plan to the written reprimand is a remarkably short period of time. And before the timeline, your personnel rules allows 5 days for refutation of these acts. Before that 5 days, for her ability to even respond to one action, the next one gets piled on. So, and every time she's trying to approach anybody, Mr. Campbell's in the way saying, you can't do that because the city council has to be made neutral. She says, okay. Meanwhile, she's observing a bunch of other stuff going on that's happened over time. So she submits a grievance against Mr. Harvey on July 7th of 2015. The grievance that she submitted, against which you've all seen, our purposes here had nothing to do with these performance issues and her contention with him, with one narrow exception that was tacked on. But the majority of the grievance had to do with violations of state law, municipal code, and personnel rules involving other people and not her. This is the grievance she filed. 1 week later, she's put on paid administrative leave. 1 week later. Meanwhile, Mr. Campbell kicks her grievance back to her and says, this doesn't match Chapter 10 of your personnel rules. It has to have the name of the grievance. It has to have your name. It has to have the date. So we go through and we look at this and we submit the exact same document, but now we've attached retaliation to it. And this one he accepts. There was no change to it. That one he accepts. The city does not investigate the retaliation claim. She had an interview with Ms. Kathy Gandara, who was the investigator that the city hired to look into the grievance with Mr. Harvey. She had, Mrs. Cook, had an interview with Ms. Gandara on August 6th. We have a letter from Mr. Campbell saying that the retaliation complaint was given, the letter regarding the retaliation complaint was given to Ms. Gandara on August 10th. There was never a second interview. How do you investigate a retaliation complaint if you never interview the complainant? The city never investigated that. Meanwhile, he's got her on paid administrative leave. When the grievance was filed against him, was he put on paid administrative leave? No. When grievances have been filed against other city employees, has anybody else been put on paid administrative leave? No. And what was the investigation that he hired Mr. Morris to do. There are two questions. It's in your binder. Two questions that Mr. Morris was hired to investigate, according to Mr. Morris's own opening statement. The first question is, who altered this document? And the second question is, if that can be ascertained, why? There was no mystery as to who altered this, and I'm using that word in parentheses, in quotation marks. We're not conceding that she altered anything. She submitted a correct form. There was no mystery about that. Mr. Harvey says in his interview with Mr. Morris that he recognized her handwriting. Everybody knew, Devin Thompson knew, everybody knew that this was her handwriting, that she was the one who submitted this form, and everybody knew why. As he puts her on paid administrative leave, he has the city finance officer walk her out of her office. He takes her keys. He has her marched out of her office out here on this tiny little island. And for 18 weeks, 18 weeks, this woman sat on paid administrative leave, 18 weeks, to investigate who handwrote this document. It's ridiculous. Then another 11 weeks waiting for this hearing. And there won't be a decision today because we have to do written briefs. It's fine. So 29 weeks of this woman's life has been consumed with this. And we'll get to what this is in just a second. In his letter putting her on paid administrative leave, Mr. Harvey also told her that she, during business hours, could not be more than 1 hour away from this building. 18 weeks this woman has sat here on this island and could not be more than 1 hour away from this building during business hours. And on weekends, she had to get his permission if she was going to be gone for more than 1 day. She had to get his permission to attend public meetings here, her women's forum meetings that are here. Was any other employee treated this way? Is this what your personnel rules recommend? No. Your personnel rules in Chapter 10 state that if there's a grievance, again, if there's any kind of dispute about anything, that you go to your supervisor, department head, and there are timelines in there, and if you add up the aggregate of the timelines, it's 30 days, not 7 months. So what's the problem here? What exactly was she put on paid leave for? The underlying issue is whether the document in question, which is in your binder, and you'll see a lot of it, whether the document in question really is an application for the Planning Commission. It is attached to a signed application, that is true. But as you're going to hear in testimony, if you submit that signed application, what Mr. DeMarche signed and has a date, has the file number, if you submit that standalone, that is the application. You don't need the supporting document. The supporting document is a document that Mrs. Cook created. It's just a simple Excel spreadsheet to extract the data off of the blueprints that are wet stamped and certified, to extract the numbers so that it's a summary worksheet so that the Planning Commission is not having to sit there and calculate and look at the plans while they're in their council meeting to save time. So did she alter a document? She did not. And when you look at the form that we're talking about, there's no date, there's no wet stamp, there's no signature, there's no nothing. There's nothing that indicates in any way, shape, or form that this is a certified document, or who completed it even, or what city it's for, or what company it's for. There's nothing on there. This is what she's supposed to have forged. This is what she's supposed to have altered. She didn't alter it. Where did she get the numbers? That's the next issue, because that's a big one. Where did she get the numbers? Did she just pull them out? No. There's an email strain between her and Devin Thompson, because Devin Thompson was the face of the museum that had been interacting with Miss Cook. There's a string of emails. Miss Cook goes to Devin Thompson and says, we got a problem. The problem here is not the gross square footage of the product, and the museum to this day does not grasp this concept. It is not a complicated concept. I'm not trying to be insulting. I'm just saying there's a miscommunication here. They are still not understanding it. The issue was not the gross square footage. The issue was the interior square footage. And Mrs. Cook doesn't make up the rules. She lives by the rules. And her responsibility to the city is to enforce the planning rules and building codes of the city. The building codes say that if the interior square footage is, if there's a variation or a deviation on the interior square footage in excess of 70 feet, then they have to go back to the Planning Commission. And there was a deviation. And she tried to explain this to Ms. Thompson. Ms. Thompson, you'll see in her interviews with Mr. Morris, the investigator, she recalls the conversation. She recalls Ms. Cook saying to her, there's a problem. And when Ms. Thompson, is trying to convey this to Mr. DeMarche, the museum owner, Ms. Thompson tells Mr. Morris, the investigator, I don't know what she's talking about. It could be 70 square feet, 76, it was something, I don't know. And in Devin's mind, Ms. Thompson's mind, it comes up to 76 square feet. I don't understand it. And Mr. DeMarche says, well, in his interview, I don't understand it either. Nobody picked up the phone to call her to say, I don't understand what you're asking for. Clock's ticking. We're moving towards this planning commission meeting, and there's a variation, a deviation. What's the alternative? If somebody doesn't correct these numbers, because the numbers that are supplied in the worksheet, the deviation standard worksheet, development standard worksheet that Ms. Cook supplied, the numbers on there match the museum that's actually built. And they match the plans. So you got the museum, the plans, the worksheet. That's all internally consistent. If it was inconsistent, that's when the stop work order would have been issued by the Planning Commission. That's what she wanted to avoid. That's what Mr. Morris's report shows. That by all accounts, including the museum, she prevented another stop work order. So moving forward, I heard Ms. Gondaris, Mr. Mano talking about this appeal, and she kind of tosses it in there, right? That, yeah, the museum had to go for this appeal. The appeal had absolutely nothing to do with Mrs. Cook, or these numbers, or this worksheet. The appeal was an issue that was filed by a neighbor, Mr. Milan. It had nothing to do with any of this. Mr. Milan filed an appeal, and since we bring it up, though, that appeal should never have been heard because there was no basis for it in the application for the appeal. Mr. Milan didn't supply the appropriate or adequate information for the appeal according to your own city laws. He didn't supply the correct information. Mr. Harvey knew that, and he chose to waive it. Ms. Ratty knew that. She chose to waive it. They chose to let it go forward to the appeal. Mrs. Cook had nothing to do with that. Her job has nothing to do with that. Appeals are handled by Ms. Ratty by your own municipal code. It's not handled by she had no obligation to notify the city of this appeal, or excuse me, the museum of the appeal. It's in the code that Ms. Ratty is supposed to do that. It's in the code that it should never have happened. So when we're talking about corruption and due process rights and forgery and fiduciary duty and bad motive and deception, this is part and parcel of what's been going on for quite a while in Mrs. Cook's life. This is a tempest in a teapot designed to manufacture cause to fire her because she can only be fired for cause. And what that means is that by firing her, the city has taken a constitutionally protected property right, and you have to defend that action now. You either have to ratify Mr. Harvey's decision and then defend it, or you can correct it. And we, of course, are asking you to correct it. She didn't do anything wrong. And even if you were to find that, in retrospect, should these worksheets be changed, if you want to do Monday morning quarterbacking, that's fine. The next threshold, though, is discipline warranted? Because not every infraction warrants discipline. And even if you find that, which we don't agree, but even if you find that discipline is required, you are obligated to do the least harsh discipline necessary. This woman had no related performance issues, no related progressive discipline. Your own city rules require progressive discipline. In this issue, there was nothing. At some point, did Ben ever go to her and say, did you change this worksheet? I see your handwriting. What's up with this? Never. He had opportunities. He met with the museum back in May. That's correction. The museum on May 18th discovered the worksheet. They chose to let it slide. He met with the museum, Mr. Harvey met with the museum on July 8th. And then on July 10th, they submitted this email. Ms. Germano, in her opening statement, says that the email was spontaneous. The email was not spontaneous. Ms. Thompson says in her interview with Mr. Morris that Mr. Harvey asked them to submit this email. So, again, let's just refresh the timeline. Ms. Cook submits a grievance against Mr. Harvey for violations of the law on July 7th. July 8th, he meets with the museum over an issue that happened 2 months prior, almost 2 months prior. And he says, hey, by the way, you need to file a complaint. So the complaint gets filed, and the museum complaint, which you'll see, is covering a wealth of issues, but some involving Ms. Ratty, some involving Mr. Harvey himself. They complain about him. But my client is the only one who's singled out for paid administrative leave and this investigation into nothing, and then the Kimley Horn, and now this. And you have an opportunity here, and I urge you to take it, to correct this, to get this situation fixed. She was wrongfully terminated. She needs to be brought back on duty. She also needs, at the end of the day, we're going to be asking for, in the closing brief, we'll be asking for several things. But primarily, we're going to be asking for, of course, a reinstatement, a full reinstatement. Because really, that's only the only option the city has. There is no defense here. On the city's part, there is no defense of terminating her. You had other choices. If you wanted to discipline her, you have other choices. And certainly, 29 weeks of this nonsense is punishment enough, even if you find that punishment is warranted. You did not have to fire her to resolve this. There was, where did the numbers come from? I forgot to answer that one. They came from Devin Thompson in the email. Mrs. Cook sent her a little Excel clip thing and said, here's what I need. There's an interior square footage deviation. I need these numbers. And Devin Thompson supplied them. And Ms. Cook, in her response, it's in your binder, shows where those numbers are circled in Devin's email, and they're circled on this worksheet. The 412 square foot change came straight from Devin Thompson. So the second issue for which she was fired is she failed to notify the museum that she used these numbers. Well, common sense dictates that if you go to the museum and you say there's a problem here, I need numbers from you, the museum gives you the numbers, are you really obligated to go back to the museum and say, did you want me to use the numbers you just gave me? Are you sure? Because I don't have to use the numbers. She used the numbers that the museum provided. They knew she used the numbers that they provided, and the project moved forward because of it. It would have stalled again if it hadn't. The museum has been a troubled project from the beginning, and Mr. Flynn, Mike Flynn, who's the contractor, points out in his interview with Mr. Morris that much of the problem is in the internal communication in the museum staff. That's his interview with Mr. Morris. That there's been a problem from the get-go. The right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. Those are my words, not his. And that there's been changes all along. He says in his interview, and it's a little comical, I thought it was comical, they want windows here, they want windows there. They want this wall here, and no, they want the wall there. That's all on the museum. You cannot lay all of that at Mrs. Cook's feet. She's one part of this, and her obligation is not to the museum. Her obligation is to the city, and she protected the city's interest, but she, in the way, also helped the museum. She also helped them from another stop work order to keep things moving forward. So at the end of the day, what we need from you is to address three things. Get her back to work. She did nothing wrong. She did nothing that deserves discipline. She's been off work for 29 weeks. And she couldn't find another job because she'd been waiting. Until today, we're still waiting. Even if you fired her, there's no way for her to find another job. So that's point one. Point two is the way all of this transpired. Independent of just the embarrassment of getting fired, anybody would be embarrassed by getting fired, so there's a certain amount of distress there. But the way this was handled from the get-go by Mr. Harvey was intentionally designed to inflict the most embarrassment and humiliation possible. She had to be here She couldn't leave. She couldn't leave without his permission. She couldn't go to her meetings without his permission. On this island, if you're here in this very tiny community during the workday and you're seen outside your home, everybody knows you're off work. Nobody knows why. So she's had to walk around for 29 weeks with this stigma of, oh, she must have done something really wrong to deserve this. That needs to be corrected. Mr. Harvey's overkill on all of this. And then you've got a bigger issue there. So that's the second point. And the third point is you need to compensate her, yes, get her back to work, yes, get her back pay and everything, but you need to compensate her for the huge violations of her rights that are afforded under your own city codes. Your own city personnel rules give her rights that your city attorney and your city manager just completely obliterated. They steamrolled right over it. And every opportunity that she tried to take to be heard has fallen on closed doors. This is the first you are hearing of this. This is the first because you were, and rightfully, kept in order that you can be neutral. But I'm asking you, do not gloss over it. I understand. I get it. Okay? I get it. This is huge. There's an awful lot of material here. There's a lot in dispute. A lot has transpired here. Please do not just gloss over it. Please do not assume that where there's smoke, there's fire, that we must be missing something. There's no fire here. She did what she was hired to do to protect her interests, and if you bring her back to work, she can continue to protect her interests. She knows the museum project better than anybody. She knows the city better than anybody. She's been here 21 years with 0 performance issues with this city. Nothing before now, not even a verbal warning before this, and she gets fired summarily. That needs to be taken into consideration, and the distress that she's been put through needs to be compensated. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Counsel, do you want to take a break now, or would you like the presentation of the evidence? Are you good?
You need a little break? Okay, 10 minutes. 5 minutes?
Let's take a 5-minute break,
Okay.
and then Ms. Germano, you can put on your first witness.
Thank you.
back on.
Okay. Back on the record. As a housekeeping matter, I've spoken to counsel for both parties, and we're going to mark as the next 3 exhibits in order, written documents that the parties prepared and submitted to us. The first will be marked as Joint Exhibit I. It's a joint witness list prepared by both parties. We'll mark as next Joint Exhibit J, which is the joint exhibit list of the parties, and Joint Exhibit K will be the stipulations. I've read these all into the record already, but just as a housekeeping matter, I'd like to attach the actual documents to the administrative record, and I'll provide them to you, Ms. Ratty, at the next opportunity. And with that, I believe we're ready for the first witness. Ms. Germano?
Thank you, Mr. Sheldon. The city would call Devin Thompson.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Ms. Thompson, before you start, make sure you speak clearly into the microphone for the record.
Good morning, Ms. Thompson. Can we hear you? Wait,
Do you
why don't we test your microphone just to make sure it works?
test 1, 2, 3?
Are we all good? Okay, thank you. Good morning again. Thank you for coming today. Just for the record, would you please state your name?
Yes. My name is Devin Thompson.
And ma'am, are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am, at the Catalina Island Museum.
And how long have you been employed at the museum?
About 5 years.
And what is your position at the museum?
My title is Director of Development and Membership.
And can you briefly tell us what duties you perform at the museum?
In terms of my day-to-day, I am in charge of the fundraising at the Catalina Island Museum and manage the membership database. I also run all of our special events. In the context of our building project and capital campaign, I assist the executive director, Dr. Michael DeMarche, in running our fundraising campaign and assist him in the building project as an assistant project manager. I attend almost every meeting that Michael DeMarche has regarding the building project, and I'm there to take notes and maintain our records.
And when you reference the building project, can you explain for us what building project you mean?
Yes, ma'am. Currently, we are conducting in the middle of a $10.2 million campaign, building the Ada Blanche Wrigley Shriner building at 217 Metropole.
And what is that building going to be?
It is the museum's future home. It's going to house our permanent collection, and there will be galleries there, museum store, visitor services center, and our staff offices.
So explain once again, just so we're clear, in terms of the building project, what are your duties, or what have your duties been?
Sorry, I'm nervous.
It's okay.
I am in charge of our fundraising with the executive director, and I assist him in the project management, so the day-to-day goings on and administration and the paperwork that goes on with the building project. And then I also, as I mentioned, attend every meeting that Dr. DeMarche attends and take notes and keep track of all of our files and records.
Now, do you have any background in building huge projects?
This is my first building project.
Okay. I imagine you've learned a lot.
I've learned a tremendous amount.
Okay. And so in terms of describe for me how you help Dr. DeMarche in terms of if there is information needed in square footage, numbers for the building, things like that. Do you create those numbers yourself, or what was your usual procedure?
No, ma'am. None of the information is ever generated solely by me. If Dr. DeMarche needs any information, I usually would coordinate with the professionals in those various fields, be them engineers or architects or contractors.
And was there an architect, or is there an architect for the new museum building?
Yes, ma'am. Claude Anthony Marengo is our architect. He's with Marengo Morton Architects of La Jolla.
And do you, in terms of the museum building project, would you describe your contact with the architects? Is it on a monthly basis, ongoing, or?
It depends on the day. Some weeks we'll be in contact a lot, and then recently I haven't had the need to contact the architect maybe in every week or so. Every week we touch base on Fridays at 8:30 just to kind of go through an administrative checklist to make sure everyone's on the same page to keep the project moving forward.
Okay. In terms of you're building a building, you have to deal with the city, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so from the time that you've been involved in the project, who have you dealt with at the City of Avalon?
Almost everyone. I've talked to the city building inspector, Brian Zuppinger, the Avalon Fire Chief, Mike Krug. At one point we were planning a special event in the museum as it exists right now, so we worked with Jennifer Monroe at the time she was in the recreation department, the former city manager Ben Harvey, the current interim city manager Denise Ratty, interim public works director Dennis Jayich, Amanda Cook as well. The nice thing about it being a small town is you have everyone's extensions in your head, so if there's ever any question, it's really easy to pick up the phone and go 117 and have the planning tech, Christy Allegria, on the phone, lickety split.
Or it's just a short golf cart ride.
Or a short golf cart ride, yeah.
So I know there was a lot of history. At some point, the museum purchased the land from the city to build the building, and then at some point in time, drawings were submitted to the Planning Commission. Do you recollect that?
Yes, ma'am. I wasn't as involved in the preliminary stages of the project, but yes, ma'am.
Do you remember when, approximately when the site plan was initially approved by the Planning Commission?
Yes, on April 3rd, 2012.
And was that unanimous approval, or?
Yes, but before the actual Planning Commission meeting, because it is a community project, Dr. DeMarsh and I had over 70 meetings with community members and really mitigated their concerns and heard what they wanted in the museum building, and there's a lot of community outreach before the actual Planning Commission meeting. Yeah.
Perfect. So the Planning Commission approves it, and construction drawings, what's the next step? Construction drawings?
Yes, ma'am. So the drawings that the Planning Commission saw, I believe there were maybe 10 or 12 sheets. They were very simple drawings. You don't want to go through the expense of having an entire building engineered because the Planning Commission could very well not approve the building, and we'd have to go back to the drawing board. So they saw very preliminary architectural sketches, architectural drawings, and then after they approved what the architect had in place, we went into actually making full construction documents that included structural engineering, MEP engineering, and the like.
And then what's the process? Do you submit those construction drawings to somebody to get a building permit, or can you explain that?
Yes, ma'am. The drawings were then, as they're created, resubmitted to the city. The city doesn't have a plan checker in-house. They're submitted to an agency called ESCIL, and ESCIL reviews the documents to make sure they're in compliance with all with the city's municipal standards, but also state standards that include ADA compliance and the like.
And at some point in time, does this all hopefully culminate in the issuance of a building permit?
Yes, ma'am. It took approximately 6 months. We went through ESCIL 4 times. They kicked the drawings back and said, modify this, change this. You need egress here. This walkway needs to be wider. So over that 6-month time period, the architect and the engineers worked together to modify all those things and produce a final set of construction documents.
Okay. And was a building permit eventually issued?
Yes, ma'am. So the city gets the plans back. The city inspector, or I'm assuming the city inspector, there's a city stamp on each page of the final construction documents permitting the drawings, and then the building inspector, Brian Zuppinger, initials each page as well.
And after that, finally, we get to construction?
Yes, ma'am. Well, we request a permit, the city issues the permit, and then finally we get to construction.
Okay. So it's a long process.
Yes, ma'am.
And what I can't remember if this was one of our stipulated facts or not, but I'll go ahead and ask you since you seem to have a great memory. At what point in time was the building permit issued?
I believe it was picked up by our contractor, Christopher Hill Development, on March 23rd, 2013.
Okay. Could it have been 14 maybe?
It could be 14.
Okay.
All the numbers are jumbled in my head right now.
That's okay, no problem. So at some point in time, we have the permit is pulled, and you're free to start construction?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I know that a lot happens after the building permit is issued, and there's various things as you go along with any building, give and take on the building. And I want to fast forward, though, to April of 2015.
Yes, ma'am.
So was construction ongoing between the time that the permit issued and April of 2015?
Yes,
More or
ma'am.
less construction was ongoing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then in April of 2015, were you told by the city that you needed to submit, it's called a revised site plan application?
We received that notice on April 8th of 2014.
2015.
2015. A request for, thank you, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
The request from Ms. Amanda Cook came in via email to submit a revised site plan application.
And Ms. Cook, you understood, was who?
The planning director.
And was there any explanation given to you as to why a revised site plan application was being requested after construction had been going on for 10 plus months?
Yes, and the building was 70% complete at that time. She said that the construction on site didn't adhere with the planning commission drawings.
And I'm not sure where that's coming from, I apologize. That's probably better. We turned it on and off, hopefully that fixed it. If not, we'll stop so everybody could hear. So, I'm sorry, Ms. Cook told you that you needed a new, or to submit a revised site plan application. Why?
Because the construction on site didn't match the planning commission drawings.
That's what you were told. Is that what the museum believed?
The planning commission drawings did not match what was on the site because what was on the site matched the documents that were permitted for us to build.
Okay. So even if what was being built did not match the initial planning commission drawings, the museum didn't think that was a problem, and it shouldn't have been a problem because you were acting in accord with the permitted.
Yes, each drawing each construction document that matched what was on site was permitted and stamped by the city of Avalon.
Okay. And in the museum's opinion, that is what was being built.
Yes.
So if you did let me ask this first, did the museum submit a revised site plan application?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did the museum submit a revised site plan application if they disagreed with Ms. Cook's basic contention that it was building something other than it was supposed to build?
Because as the planning director, she directs construction, and if that's what she needs, if what she believes is that it's not in accord, if we can demonstrate that what is happening is accurate, we can mitigate any conflicts we have in information and move from that point. So if she would like a revised site plan application, if that's what we need, then we'll do it.
What is that noise, Dudley? Can anybody
Should we take a break?
get to the...
Yeah, let's fix that.
Sorry for the interruption.
That's okay. Am I breathing too hard? Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
No. Sometimes when neither works. She turned that one on and off again.
It almost sounds like it's coming out on those... Oh, that's a camera, though. Where are the speakers?
Can I please have some water?
Yes. Can we take a break and I can just get her some water?
Sure.
We go off the record. Okay, Madam Reporter, we can go back on the record.
Thank you. So I appreciate basically you're living with the city, you have to
Yes.
get along with the city,
Yes.
so you went ahead and prepared a revised site plan application.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In the notebook in front of you, what I'd like you to do is turn to page the Exhibit A tab.
Yes, ma'am.
All of the pages are numbered in the lower right-hand corner.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you could turn to page 66 and 67.
Yes, ma'am.
So we've talked about that the museum submitted a revised site plan application. Is this the document that is the museum's revised site plan application?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell me if the revised site plan application is just the first page, or just the second page, or a combination, or what did the museum believe?
It's the 2 pages, and I believe there was a 3rd page that was like a questionnaire as well.
Okay. And so after Ms. Cook told you that the museum needed to submit a revised site plan application, is this document that we're looking at right now, pages 66 and 67, is this the first thing that was submitted?
No, ma'am. I hand-delivered a site plan application that only included the proposed changes on the table on page 67. And then Amanda Cook replied to me the day I delivered it on April 28th via email and said that she needed the entire table filled out, not just the proposed changes portion of the table.
Okay, so let's break that down a little bit. How did you deliver the site plan application to the city?
After coordinating with our architects and presenting the document to Michael DeMarche for his review and approval and signature, I hand-delivered the document to Amanda Cook on April 28th.
Okay. And the document was the first page that we have as 66, and then if you look at 67, tell us how the document that you delivered on the 28th was different than what we see here on page 67.
With the gross square foot total?
So that's the 4th chart down?
Yes, ma'am. I had only included, or the architect had only included the proposed changed column. So only the column that says negative 1,231.3 square feet and negative 7%.
Okay. And then, and you said the architect, so you had your architect fill in that information?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you said that Ms. Cook asked you to include additional information?
Yes, ma'am. So at the same table, the existing square footage, she asked me to include that, as well as the total square footage. So the information to the left and to the right of the proposed change information on the table.
And where did you get that information?
The architect.
Did you actually fill out this document, or did the architect fill it out?
The architect hand wrote it, and I typed it in.
Looks much nicer.
Thank you.
And after you added the additional information that Ms. Cook had requested, did you inform Mr. DeMarche that you were attaching that to his signature page?
Yeah, in fact, when Ms. Cook sent the email requesting the information, anything and everything I do is run through Dr. DeMarche. So I forwarded the email directly to Dr. DeMarche, asked him if I had permission to coordinate with the architect, and then I forwarded the information to and Dr. DeMarche provided his approval via email, and then I forwarded the information to the architect for his for the information.
So then, in the museum's point of view, that revised site plan application that was submitted was page 66 and 67.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you ever understand that, or did anybody from the city ever tell you that for the revised site plan application, all you needed to submit was that first page?
No, ma'am.
And if you look on the first page, does the first page, well, it says site plan, identifies Catalina Island Museum, Ada Blanche Wrigley Shriner Building. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Identifies the applicant as Catalina Island Museum, the owner, Michael DeMarche, PhD, Executive Director, Catalina Island Museum. Address, telephone. It says notifications will be sent to owner unless requested otherwise. And then it has Mr. DeMarche's signature. Would there be any benefit from your point of view in just submitting this first page?
No, ma'am.
It doesn't transmit any information, does it?
No, ma'am. It's information you could find in the phone book.
Okay. So after you submitted what we have now is 66 and 67 in this book as the revised site plan application, did you have further conversations with Ms. Cook that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is what? Are we at May 1st?
I believe we're still on April 28th.
Okay. And so what conversations did you have with Ms. Cook?
I apologized for the incomplete information and provided all of the information. And I believe she either responded that same day or it might have been May 1st. She responded and said that according to our site plan application, we actually lost 1,200 square feet of interior of building size, and that she needed more information. And she pulled out a table of maybe 8 or 9 areas and asked me to please provide the square footage of those areas.
Okay. And so this was all by email?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's go ahead. It might be easier if we talk about it in terms of the email. Why don't you just go a few pages more?
Okay.
And we get to pages 69 through 74 in the notebook.
Mm-hmm.
Still in Exhibit A.
Yes, ma'am.
And these emails are, as they were presented to us by Mr. Morris, the investigator, so they're a tiny bit out of order, but if we could take a look at the bottom of page 71
Yes, ma'am.
to the top of page 72.
Mm-hmm.
At the bottom of page 71, it indicates there's an email that begins from Devin Thompson, date of April 28, 2015, at 6:15 p.m. to Amanda Cook. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And it goes to the next page. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that email about?
That was in response to Ms. Cook's notification that the form was incomplete and to please provide the existing changes and total changes, or excuse me, the existing use and total use. And so that was in response to that. So I had coordinated with the architect, gathered that information, and then resubmitted it with the apology.
And that's what we looked at is page 66 and 67.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. So then, I think the next email in order is right above what we were looking at. So if we go to page 71,
Yes, ma'am.
and there's an email that it says on April 29, 2015 at 12:43 p.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
And can you tell us what that email is?
This is the information. Amanda said that according to our numbers, that the square footage of the building had reduced by 1,200 square feet. So she requested the space by space description. So she was pulling out specific spaces in the building that she wanted to know how they changed.
Okay. And you noted that the email from Ms. Cook says that on your form, the square footage was reduced by 1,200 plus square feet. And that's your revised site plan application? Is that what you understood?
Yes, ma'am.
That's the only form that you had submitted that indicated that there was a reduction in the square footage by over 1,200 square feet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so what did you do in response to Ms. Cook's email, if anything?
I forwarded it to Dr. DeMarche, received permission from him to coordinate with our architect and provide the requested information. So I coordinated with Claude Anthony Marengo, and he calculated the square footage in the areas that she requested, and then took it a step further and actually created the plans that are included on page 71, 70, and 69. And what he did was he took the Planning Commission plan and he laid it on top of our permitted plan to build and highlighted the areas in red and green where the site, where there were additions and subtractions in square footage.
Okay. So if you go to page 69 and all the way through half of 71, is that the email that you sent in response to Ms. Cook?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you sent this email, after you said you spoke with the architect and you spoke with Dr. DeMarche, after going through and compiling the specific calculations that Ms. Cook had requested, what was the museum's position as to whether there had been an increase or reduction in square feet?
It was In terms of comparing this to the Planning Commission plan, we felt that there was a reduction of 1,200 square feet in the total area of the building. In terms of what we were permitted to build, we felt like the plans were identical. And I kind of laid out that narrative for her in the rest of that email on page 69.
And so as of the time you were sending this information to Ms. Cook, basically the museum had not changed its mind or retracted the number that it had submitted on the revised site plan application.
That's correct.
At any time in the email exchange between yourself and Ms. Cook on end of April to May 1st, did Ms. Cook tell you that she believed that there was an increase of 421 square feet?
No, ma'am.
At any time in that conversation, did Ms. Cook ask you to withdraw your revised site plan application and submit a new one with a changed number?
No, ma'am.
After you sent this email on May 1st, what did you think? Did you think the issue was done, that you guys were on the same page? What were your thoughts?
Well, she sent a response to the email and said that, and I think it's here on 73, that it's possible that there were differences between the first set of construction drawings and the approvals that she didn't catch. But the revised site plan should include all of the changes between the planning approvals and the current set of construction documents. So I felt like that revalidated our position that the museum had shrunk by 1,200 square feet, seeing that it should include, again, as she wrote, all of the changes.
Okay. And then after this email that you just referenced, which is on the top of page 73 and was May 1st, let's say between May 1st and May 16th or 17th, did Ms. Cook call you again and say, let's talk about this revised site plan application?
No, ma'am. The correspondence on May 1st was the last time I spoke to Ms. Cook regarding this issue.
Okay. And so after you received this email from Ms. Cook at 9:27 on May 1st, as far as you were concerned, you were on the same page with Ms. Cook?
Yes, ma'am.
And you being the museum?
Yes, ma'am.
When was the next time that you had a conversation with Ms. Cook about the revised site plan application?
On May 18th.
And who initiated that conversation?
I did. I called her from my office. I had gone online and pulled the agenda for the Planning Commission meeting and saw that we were on it, and that surprised me. So I called her and set up a meeting to come in and discuss us being on the Planning Commission agenda.
Were you ever told by Ms. Cook that there was some policy or procedure or some rule that said if there was a change in square footage up to X amount, the project did not need to go before the Planning Commission again, and if there was a change in excess, that it did?
She informed me of that on May 18th.
Okay. And tell us what she said.
She said that if we had changed, that the museum was in fact had more square footage than we were than in the Planning Commission drawings, and because it exceeded, I believe she said 76 square feet, we couldn't do administrative plan change, which is something that we would do over the counter, that we had to go before Planning Commission.
And in the museum's point of view, did you have to go before Planning Commission?
No, ma'am. In the museum's point of view, we had shrunk the space by 1,200 square feet.
But nonetheless, you found yourself on the agenda,
Yes, ma'am.
and so figured out you were going.
Yes, ma'am.
So you went to have this conversation with Ms. Cook to try to figure out why you were going.
Yes, ma'am.
So tell us, did you have that conversation by phone, in person?
I had it in person, and I called to make sure that she was available, and then I printed out the plans that our architect had provided and that I had submitted via email to her as a little bit of evidence, so that way I could point out where we were losing square footage, and that's when she presented the staff report to me.
So you went over to her office and took these documents. She agreed to meet with you.
Yes, ma'am.
And she gave you a copy of a Planning Commission staff report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, why don't you turn in a few more pages, starting at page 76 in the binder?
And the actual report, I think, is 76, 77, and 78. Take a look at that document.
Yes, ma'am.
And is this a report that Ms. Cook gave you when you went to her office on the 18th?
No, ma'am. This is actually a different report.
Okay. What did she give you on the 18th?
She showed me a document that had us growing by about 527 square feet.
And did Ms. Cook indicate to you whether, so it was a staff report, but it's, let's look at the very first page of the staff report. And it says the project title. Well, first it says submitted by Amanda Cook. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Then it says the project title, project applicant and owner, location, and then it says proposal. A site plan to add 412 square feet to a project approved in April 2012. That was the original planning commission approval, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So in the original staff report that Ms. Cook showed you on May 18th, did it say a site plan to add 500 and something square feet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did Ms. Cook tell you if that report had been distributed to the planning commissioners yet?
Yes, ma'am. She indicated that it had been disseminated to the planning commissioners.
Okay. Turn to the second page of what we have, 77. And there's a chart about halfway down under the heading of site plan. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a similar chart in the staff report that Ms. Cook showed you on May 18th?
Yes, ma'am.
But did this chart have a conclusion that the museum had grown by 500 and something square feet?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you just say, okay, I agree with you?
No, ma'am. I went into her meeting thinking that our building was smaller by 1,200 square feet. She handed me the the staff report and said, no, we're larger by 1,200. And I said, can you explain that to me? Because I don't know where that number came from. So I had the drawings with me, and she said that she only wanted to include certain information. It was kind of like she was cherry picking spaces. They weren't even the spaces that she requested in the email where she highlights those spaces. They were slightly different spaces that she wanted information for. Okay. So she said, the numbers are wrong, and I repeated, the numbers are wrong? And she went through what spaces she was interested in, and like our gallery space is smaller, and conceding the point that we used thicker steel than original than we thought we were going to use. So like our gallery shrank by 1,200 square feet. And she wasn't interested in that information. She was only interested in other information.
Okay. So at some point in time, it looks like Ms. Cook changed her conclusions that it wasn't 500 and something square feet, but it was 412.
Yeah, I started haggling with her because I did have the architect's drawings that I had provided via email, and she had neglected to include when we resized the museum's atrium on the first level. We did it by bringing our offices out, but then also by losing square footage in our museum store. So she had not included that credit that we would get of lost square footage, lost interior square footage. So I pointed that out to her at that time, and she said that she would add that. I also pointed out that we're using a smaller elevator, and she said, oh no, that doesn't count. So that she, in haggling, I didn't get to include that square footage while I was in front
So
of her.
you basically were bargaining with her to try to point out areas where there were, you believed were reduced square
Where this
footage.
information was incorrect.
Okay.
I even asked her if I could call the architect, and called the architect while I was sitting there and put him on speakerphone so he could hear what I was hearing. At the time, Dr. DeMarsh wasn't with me because he was in another meeting.
Okay. And you were at Ms. Cook's office?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when you say you put the architect on the speakerphone, you had your cell phone there?
Yes.
And so the speakerphone was the architect, you, and Ms. Cook?
Yes, ma'am.
And which architect was that?
It was a representative from Claude Anthony Marengo, his assistant, Joshua Kradowski. And I could have
ask you later how to spell it.
I could have gotten, I probably said that all wrong too. But he CC'd on the emails.
Okay. And so what was the conversation between yourself, Joshua, and Ms. Cook?
I said, Josh, she says our numbers are wrong. And he said, our numbers are wrong. And she said, yes, I only want these specific areas to be included. And Josh said, oh, okay. And she asked for him to recreate the plans that I had submitted via email and then brought with me to the meeting to only highlight those areas. And he just said, okay. And hung up the phone with Josh and said, okay, well, I guess we're going before Planning Commission then. Can you please tell me, has anyone come in with any concerns? I know we only have 2 days before our Planning Commission meeting. I'd like to be able to mitigate any community concerns regarding whatever changes are highlighted in this staff report. And she said that she could not give me a list of people concerned.
Okay. Go ahead and take a look at page 79 and 80, which was an attachment to the staff report that was eventually issued. Have you seen these two documents before?
Yes, ma'am.
Or just 2 pages of a document?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the first page appears to be, and you tell me if it's the same as the document that you submitted on April 28th and then resubmitted on the 29th.
No, ma'am, it is not the same document.
Okay, and how is it different?
Almost none of the original information provided by the museum and its architects is included. It's all been whited out and handwritten.
And are you referring to the second page of the document?
Yes, ma'am.
So is the first page of the document the same as what you submitted?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's look, and you're looking at page 80?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And again, the 4th and 5th tables down, is that the information that you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
In the 4th table down, the museum originally had not included any information in that table, correct?
Correct.
So that all information was new.
Yes, ma'am.
And had Ms. Cook at any point in time asked you to supply that information?
No, ma'am.
And then the next box is entitled floor/lot ratio. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the information that where you said it looks like it was whited out to you?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you first see this document?
On May 18th in the meeting with Ms. Cook.
So did she, in the original meeting with Ms. Cook on May 18th, or when you started meeting, she was at saying, her conclusion was that the museum had added over 500 and something square feet.
Yes, ma'am.
And this document says that it's 412. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she present this document to you originally when she was, when Ms. Cook was saying that it was 500? How did this document come about?
She presented a version of this at 5 and then said that she would, she presented a version of this at 500 square feet plus and then said that she would revise it and resend it. So then she emailed me a copy of the staff report containing this document at like 3:30 on the 28th.
Okay.
Or excuse me, 3:30 on the March 18th.
March 18th.
Or
Okay.
excuse, May 18th, sorry. There's
We're
so
all
many
confused.
dates.
May 18th of
Yes.
2015.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, which was 2 days before the Planning Commission meeting.
Yes, ma'am. Right after my meeting with her, I asked her, please send me this report.
So when you left the meeting, and we'll get back to how you left the meeting, but after you left the meeting, strike that. When you left the meeting, the Planning Commission report that you saw that had been prepared by Ms. Cook said that the museum square footage had increased by 500 and something square feet.
Yes, ma'am.
And your site plan application had been whited out and other numbers had been written in, which said that the square footage had increased by 500 something square feet.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you left, you had the commitment from Ms. Cook at least to reduce it a little bit, to reduce that number.
Yes, ma'am.
After you had your conversation with Ms. Cook and the architect, did either you or your architect ever tell Ms. Cook, oh, you're right, apologies, there is an increase?
No, ma'am.
Before you left that meeting, were you convinced that there was an increase?
No, ma'am.
What was the museum's position on the square footage when you left that meeting?
It is my first building project, and respecting Amanda as the planning director, I deferred to her expertise, but held the position that I didn't think that the numbers were correct and that I needed to talk to Michael DeMarche.
You didn't think that the numbers proposed by Ms. Cook were correct?
No, I felt like the way she was cherry picking the numbers seemed arbitrary, and as I said, it didn't even match the initial email where she requested the specific areas to provide square footage for. I felt I didn't know what was going on and why she was arbitrarily selecting information and wanted to defer to Michael DeMarche's expertise.
As you sit here today, do you remember which sections that Ms. Cook was cherry picking from, or can you remember?
Yeah, so she would include, as I mentioned, she wouldn't include like the gallery square footage. She requested in that email that we provide the change in square footage from our usable patio area, but all of a sudden the patio area was no longer applicable and she only wanted interior square footages. So then she wouldn't include the change in size of the elevator. And she initially didn't have the museum store, but then after speaking with her, it said she would include the museum store.
Okay. So despite the email that you had received in May 1st where she said the revised site plan should include all the changes between the planning approvals and the current state of construction drawings. When you get to this meeting on May 18th, you see this staff report, you see that she's revised your site plan application, and from conversation you understand that now Ms. Cook seems to have changed her mind as to what she's taking into consideration.
Yes, ma'am. It's that she no longer is interested in all changes. She's only interested in some of the changes.
So what did you do after you left that meeting on May 18th?
I walked back to my office, and en route I called the architect, Josh, that we were just on the phone with, and asked him if he had ever experienced anything like this and what was going on, and he said no, and that I needed to talk to Michael DeMarche as soon as possible, and that he would speak with Claude Anthony Marengo. So I got into Michael's office. He was still meeting when I arrived back at the research center, but as soon as his meeting was over, I went into his office and recapped everything that happened. I took notes during my meeting with Ms. Cook and immediately typed those up and sent them over for his record and files to Michael. And then Amanda sent over this document with the 412 square feet, this staff report, and I printed it out and brought it right back to Michael for him to see after I forwarded it on to the architects and museum consultant and board president.
And what was the museum's reaction when it saw that not only was Ms. Cook representing to the Planning Commission that you guys had basically built more than you were supposed to have built, but that she had changed, we'll say changed, the revised site plan application that you had submitted?
I brought the document back to Michael's office shortly before 4 p.m. and we called the architect and had the architect and Josh in on a conference call. And the architect said, Claude Anthony Marengo said, I've worked with the Coastal Commission in La Jolla. I've built many, many projects. I've never seen this happen before. Michael reiterated that he had never seen anything like this occur. We kind of started talking about what our next move should be. Should we report this? What should we do?
And what did the museum, should we take a break or are we hearing okay? Okay, the static went away, sorry. Oh, we're hearing a lot of static down here.
Yeah, no, it didn't go over here.
And what did the museum determine to do, if anything?
Ultimately, the decision was left to Michael DeMarche and the architect, and the decision was made to go ahead and move forward. The Planning Commission meeting was in 2 days. We felt like it is a good project, it's a beloved project, even with these proposed changes, valid or not. We felt like we had the support of the community and the support of the commissioners. We weren't changing the scope or use of the project and felt like we should just go ahead and bite the bullet and go to the Planning Commission. Go through it.
And so is that what happened?
Yes, ma'am. Michael called, we had Claude Anthony Marengo on the conference call, and Michael said, you should get out here just in case. Come to the island, and please be available to come to this meeting with us.
And so did you attend the Planning Commission meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was on the 20th?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have a chance to review the packet that had been presented to the Planning Commissioners?
The packet is what Amanda had provided on May 18th, so yes, ma'am.
And so that was the staff report and the revised site plan application?
Yes, ma'am.
With her changes?
Yes, ma'am.
and among other things. So that would be documents number 76 through 80.
Yes, ma'am.
And did Ms. Cook give a presentation during the Planning Commission meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
During that meeting, did Ms. Cook, or what did she say?
She said that it was a bit of administrative housekeeping, that we were before the Planning Commission. And that's all I remember her saying directly. I remember the Planning Commission, the head of the commissioners, Bruce Furtick, said something that he didn't think that anything in our application was outside of what they would have approved anyway. And then the commission voted unanimously to approve the site plan change.
At any point during the Planning Commission meeting, did Ms. Cook explain to the commissioners that what was represented in the site plan and the revised site plan application was not the numbers that had been supplied by the museum?
No, ma'am.
As of the time of the Planning Commission meeting, had the museum changed its position as to whether there had been an increase or decrease in square footage?
No, we did not change our position.
And so the museum's position was still, as of the date of the Planning Commission meeting, that there had been a decrease in square footage?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the museum get up and tell the Planning Commission, your staff member is misrepresenting our numbers?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any understanding as to why that did not happen?
Yes, ma'am. It's a small community. Yeah, people watch these broadcasts.
Even now.
There would never be we want to work within the community. We all live and love the community. We would never want to throw a community member under the bus in a public forum, especially a public professional forum. So we made the decision not to call her out at that time.
And on the evening of the Planning Commission meeting, were you informed, or was the museum informed that there was an appeal?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you get that information?
Amanda read it into the record that she had received an appeal.
And what did that mean for the museum?
It didn't blip on our radar. The appellant wasn't at the meeting. He wasn't there to state what his appeal was. We didn't know what his appeal was. It wasn't included in the staff report or any of the public documents available, so didn't really register it. Heard it, but didn't register it.
And I think you said that you had asked Ms. Cook in your meeting on the 18th if there was anything you should be prepared to discuss from the community, and she said she couldn't tell you.
That's correct.
Okay. At some point in time, were you notified that because an appeal had been filed that there had to be another hearing?
Amanda notified us via email on it was June 26th, maybe?
30?
June 30th, yes, ma'am. On June 30th, Amanda notified us via email that there was a stop work levied against the museum, that we had to stop work on construction because an appeal had been made by Mark Milan.
Okay. Why don't you turn to page 91, still in Exhibit A. Is that the email that you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
And whether or not, do you know if it was Ms. Cook's official job to give you notice of when the Planning Commission meeting would be held?
No, ma'am, I don't know.
But she did give you some information about the Planning Commission meeting in that email, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did she tell you?
That
I'm sorry, the City Council meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
We're talking about the appeal.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
She told us that we had to stop work on construction of the project and that we wouldn't be allowed to resume work until after the appeal had been heard by the City Council. That this July 7th City Council meeting agenda was full, and the next time we could be on the agenda would be July 7th. So our project would be stopped for 21 days.
But she said the 7/7 agenda was full, and the next time you could be on the agenda was probably 7/21.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so whether or not it was her job to give you that information, she volunteered it to you, right?
Correct.
So at some point in time, the City Council appeal was heard. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it ended up going forward on the 7th.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to attend the City Council meeting on the 7th?
Yes, ma'am. Dr. DeMarche made a presentation after the person who filed the appeal made his. Michael DeMarche was reading through, used the appeal letter that we received by from Ms. Cook, and was addressing each issue one at a time. And the person who filed the appeal said that we were putting a radio tower on top of the building, and he was letting the council know that's not true. There's no radio communications tower on top of the building. The height variance is a non-issue. He was just kind of going through the appeal and discounting each of the complaints, and noticed that he didn't feel like the council members had the appeal letter in their packets because they didn't seem like they were aware of or following what he was saying.
Okay. So that was an issue?
That was an issue, yes, ma'am. And then when the person who had filed the appeal was up at the dais or podium making his complaint, he said that the museum went out and just built whatever they wanted to build. And that's almost exactly what he said, is that we just went out willy-nilly like it was the Wild West or something and built whatever we wanted to.
And did you being the museum, make any conclusions as to where he got that information?
No, ma'am. Well, no one refuted that information from the Planning Commission perspective. Amanda never went up and said, no, that's incorrect. The museum was permitted to build exactly what they built, or none of that was stated.
So Ms. Cook never corrected the complainant?
No, ma'am.
And in fact, did you ever get a chance to see the staff report that was submitted to the city council?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did Ms. Cook make a presentation to the city council?
When the item came up in the agenda, Ms. Cook wasn't in the room, so actually, city manager, the former city manager Ben Harvey started the presentation, and then Amanda came up a little bit after and kind of filled in information.
And did Ms. Cook indicate to the city council whether the museum was actually reducing its square footage by 1,200 square feet?
No, ma'am.
Did she continue to assert to the city council that there was a slight increase in square footage of, in her calculations, 412 square feet?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she ever tell the city council that the increase was based on her calculations alone and not the museum's?
No, ma'am.
And again, at this point in time, the museum's calculations still were, and position still was, that it had decreased, the project had decreased by 1,200 square feet?
Yes, ma'am.
And we all know that the city council ruled on the appeal.
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened?
It was a unanimous approval, or unanimous denial of the appeal.
And what happened after that?
It was still a difficult meeting because lots of things were said that were put on record that Michael DeMarche and myself felt were untrue and never corrected. And we also felt like it wasn't our place to correct in the public forum. We didn't want to put Planning Director Amanda Cook on the spot and, again, throw her under the bus in front of everyone.
When you say a lot of things were said that you and Mr. DeMarche felt were untrue, that Ms. Cook, in your opinion, should have but didn't correct, what are you talking about?
That the museum went and built almost exactly what Mr. Milan said, was that the museum built whatever they wanted to build, that we didn't adhere to any kind of construction plan. At one point, our contractor, Mike Flynn, came up and said, I built I was permitted to build, but that was never a sentiment that was echoed by an administrator at the city. So we felt like it was a difficult, contentious meeting, and we're upset by it.
Did the museum take any action in response to this, what it felt was an unnecessary, difficult, contentious meeting?
As we walked out, Dr. DeMarche said to me, get me a meeting with Ben Harvey first thing tomorrow.
And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if Dr. DeMarche met with Mr. Harvey?
Yes, ma'am. I was in the meeting as well.
Okay. And tell me what happened in that meeting.
We brought our large format permitted plan with us. And Michael said, first, Ben, I'd like to tell you, we built exactly what was permitted for us to build by the city of Avalon, and showed him the plan. Michael also complained that the city council didn't have the appeal letter in their packets, and Mr. Harvey got up to go get his packet and said, no, I sure don't have that letter in my packet. And then we complained that we felt like the numbers were misrepresented and that a document with Michael DeMarsh's signature on it was forged by a city official.
And you're referring to the revised site plan application?
Yes, ma'am.
And the second page of the application where Ms. Cook deleted the numbers that had been originally stated by the museum and put her own?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was Mr. Harvey's response to your recollection?
He was shocked, and then he was very nice and very apologetic, and said that he had no idea that had gone on, and said that he would look into it, but he needed us to give him something in writing stating the accusations.
Did Mr. Harvey, in your opinion, ever make any demeaning comments about Ms. Cook?
No, ma'am.
Had you had any conversations with Mr. Harvey prior to the conversation on this date where you discussed the fact that the museum believed that Ms. Cook had changed the museum's numbers without authorization?
No, ma'am.
Did the museum, you mentioned somebody named Mike Flynn. Who's Mike Flynn?
Yeah, he is the general contractor for the Ada Blanche Wrigley Shrine Rebuilding Project.
Did the, do you have any knowledge as to whether Mike Flynn had any involvement with the revised site plan application?
He did not.
That was you and the architect and Mr. DeMarsh?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the museum ever authorize Mr. Flynn to allow changes to the revised site plan application?
No, ma'am.
Based on your position with the museum, who was authorized to change the revised site plan application submitted by the museum at the end of April?
Dr. Michael DeMarsh. He's the owner and identified as the owner on the title page of that plan application.
The numbers that Ms. Cook eventually inserted on the museum's revised site plan application, do you know where they came from?
No, ma'am.
And so we heard in her attorney's opening statement that they came directly from the information you provided in that email. Is that your understanding?
No, ma'am.
Did they come from you or the architect?
No, ma'am.
Were they ever authorized?
No, ma'am.
I have no further questions at this time. Thank you very much.
Cross-exam?
Yes. And direct, since she's also our witness. And direct examination also, since she's our witness.
Okay.
Hi. Stop shaking, this is good. I've stopped shaking,
Was
this
it
is good.
Was it as it was?
We're all in good shape. Okay. In the months since all of this transpired, have you come to see that you all were talking apples and oranges? You and Amanda?
No, ma'am.
She was asking for interior square footage. Was that your understanding at the time?
No, ma'am. In the email, she said that she wanted to document all changes.
Okay. And in the beginning of your testimony here, you said that there were no changes. That the museum's position was that there were no changes between the two sets of plans.
It's a little bit confusing because there's actually a couple sets of plans. There's the Planning Commission plans, and then there's the permitted plans. So comparing the permitted plans to what is currently on site, we hold the position that there's no difference between what was permitted and what's on site. There's very little difference.
No difference or very little difference?
Very little difference.
Okay. So there is a difference?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you familiar with city rules regarding differences between what is on the plans and what's on site?
No, ma'am, I am not.
So that would be Is it your understanding that that's part of what the planning director is supposed to do?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So she was doing her job because she saw differences that you now concede were there, and it was her responsibility as the planning director to account for these changes somehow. Is that your understanding?
No, ma'am, not exactly.
Okay.
Can you break it down?
Yes.
Thank you.
When there are changes between building plans and what's actually on site, is it your understanding who's responsible for that, for accounting for those within the city government?
So, as I understand it, the site's inspected weekly by the building inspector, and he would coordinate with our contractor on site for any changes.
But within the city, who bears responsibility ultimately?
I would believe Amanda.
Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry, could I just, I'm having a really hard time hearing you.
Oh,
Is
yes.
Could you just maybe?
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you could both speak into the microphones
All
very
right.
clearly.
Is that better?
We have a court reporter here too who needs
Awesome.
to get everything down.
All I can hear is my own voice coming out of that speaker. So. Is that? Okay. Let me know if that's not good. All right. So there were some changes, however small or large they may have been, and so Mrs. Cook came to you to discuss them. Were you agreed on that?
No, ma'am.
She didn't approach you to talk about the changes in the plans?
No, ma'am. We were issued a stop work notice.
When was that?
The first stop work notice came on March 27th.
Okay. But in May, did she approach you? Early April, end of April, early May, did she approach you to talk about any of these changes?
Any meeting ever called was called by the museum. So we called a meeting. She sent over the site plan application via email on April 8th and asked us to fill out the site plan application.
Right. Okay. And her purpose in phone calls and emails with you during that time was to clarify these changes, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
I would recommend that you sustain that. She's asking what Ms. Cook thought. So
I'll rephrase. When Ms. Cook called you or emailed you, was she asking about the changes in the site plan versus the building that actually existed? Was she asking you about that?
I just, there's so much going on, so you have to be very specific, because throughout this, I felt like Ms. Cook had a very, had issue with that the permit drawings weren't in line, the permitted drawings weren't in line with the planning documents.
Okay, let's back up. This is your first building project, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, mine too. Okay. It's not Mrs. Cook's first building project. We can both, I don't know that for a
Yes,
fact,
ma'am.
but I'm assuming.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Her responsibility is to enforce building codes and the issues that are consistent with what the city's interests are, correct? That's
Yes,
her
ma'am.
job. All right. Okay. So when she was talking with you, did she stand to gain, to your knowledge, did she stand to gain anything personally?
Oh, gosh, no.
Yeah. So she was.
Objection calls for speculation.
I would recommend you sustain that. And also, if you could make sure to pause before you respond.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
So
Sorry.
we can make rulings. Thank you.
Sustain.
I still have a problem hearing, so,
I know.
don't we have a new system in here? Shouldn't we be hearing everything all right? What's going on?
I think that you could still move it a little closer to yourselves.
I don't think it's them
Miss
speaking.
Marsh.
I think there's a problem with the microphone system, so we gotta fix this.
I'll try to speak louder.
I will too. Can you hear now or no?
Yeah,
No,
if you could
no,
be.
not any better. Can we take a break so
Dudley's
we can come
pining.
back and fix this and then get back to this?
Okay, why don't we adjourn and see if we can fix them with the
It's ridiculous.
microphone equipment.
Thanks.
Thanks.
They may want you to test there.
Okay.
Because when you turn like this is when we lose you too, okay?
Well,
Thank you.
Arrange this. How's that?
Dudley's point right now. Dudley's point.
Okay, and we are back.
Okay, just before you start, Virginia, just an admonition, speak directly into the microphones. I know it's difficult and you're looking one way, but for the record, actually, we don't have a court reporter. We can't start.
She'll be
A
right
minor,
back.
minor detail. We'll be back.
Did we lock her out too?
Oh, she might, right there. There she is.
Yes, you ready to start? Testing? No? Testing?
That just
Okay.
turns it off.
Hello?
Yeah, that top part just turns it off.
Hello?
There you go.
There you go. Okay. American Idol here, right? We'll go back on the record. Just an admonition before we start up again. We are having some difficulties hearing up here. If you could speak directly into the microphones, make a deliberate attempt to do that, it would be very helpful. Proceed, Ms. Marsh.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Let's try this again. I think we need to clarify some terms.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Ms. Marsh, if you could speak a little, you got to get a little closer to the
Okay,
microphone.
how's that?
There we go.
Okay.
Yes.
Yay. I'm heard. All right. So just to clarify terms,
Yes, ma'am.
the first set of drawings are the site plans. Is that correct? Is that your understanding? And the second set are the permitted plans?
If that's how you would like to define them, yes, ma'am. I can.
Well, let's narrow down terms.
Yes, ma'am.
What is there any other term that you want to use?
Well, Ms. Cook in our meetings had always referred to them as the Planning Commission documents. Same? Okay.
Okay, so Mrs. Cook is over here saying Planning Commission site plans.
I'm sorry, I'm going to object to Ms. Cook interjecting here during the testimony.
Okay, yeah,
We're asking for the witnesses'
agreed.
version.
No worries.
Yeah, I would admonish Ms. Cook to, you can't use animation like that.
Okay, so site plans.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the first set that's submitted is site plans. The second set,
Construction documents?
construction documents. Those are the ones with the permits attached, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you being the museum's position is that there was no difference between the site plans and what was built. Is that correct?
No, ma'am. No,
Okay.
ma'am. That's not correct.
What is your position then?
That our position is that the site plan was approved by the Planning Commission, and that going through the approval processes required to make the building ADA compliant and compliant to all municipal codes and state standards, the plan changed, and that eventually we ended up with the final construction plan that was approved and permitted by the City of Avalon, and that's what we began to build.
Okay, so the second set of plans, the ones that included the modifications required by the city or the federal government or whoever,
Yes, ma'am.
those are the ones that you used to build the property.
At 270, yes, ma'am.
That's okay. All right. Referring to page 67, Exhibit A, page 67. The first box there that has the 20,006.3 number,
Yes, ma'am.
does that number include the decks and courtyards and so forth?
Yes, ma'am. We actually got that number from our original site plan application that was submitted for the site plan or the Planning Commission plans.
So the first plans?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so, okay. Did the original application include dimensions?
It included that 20,000 square foot.
This
Yes.
is it?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right. Okay, just 1 second here. Oh. You said that the architect handwrote on one of these forms, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you typed it up for him.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you used the numbers that he provided, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have to sign this or anything?
Did I have to?
Did you have to sign what you typed up on his behalf?
No, ma'am. So the email was CC'd to Michael DeMarche and myself. I printed out I typed in the numbers on the form, and then printed out the form and provided it to Michael DeMarche.
So is it fair to say that you cleaned up what he provided in the sense of just prettying up the document, not changing the substance of it, but just prettying it up a little bit?
Yes, ma'am, I typed in the numbers.
Okay. All right. But you got the numbers from the architect.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you accused of forging the document?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you said that you didn't want to throw my client under the bus. You said that a couple of times. On May 18th, you didn't want to, those were your words. You didn't
Yes,
want to
ma'am.
throw her under the bus
Yes, ma'am.
on May 18th. And then you didn't want to throw her under the bus on July 7th.
Yes, ma'am.
What changed that made you want to throw her under the bus on July 10th?
The context is important. To throw her under the bus in a public forum, so to come up to the podium in front of either City Council or the Planning Commission and say that the numbers were incorrect and that we felt like we were here unjustly, I don't think it served any good. So to deal with the matter in the appropriate way seemed to, the best way to deal with the matter would be to address it with her boss, the city manager, Mr. Harvey.
Uh-huh. And so why didn't the museum address that between May and July?
So we received short notice that the Planning Commission was going to or that we were on the Planning Commission agenda.
I'm sorry, for May or July?
May.
Okay.
So on May 18th, I realized that we were on the agenda. On May 18th is when I discovered that the numbers were not consistent with the museum's. And internally, there was a discussion with Michael DeMarche and the museum's architect. At the time, we were working under like a modified stop, and it's a $10 million project that stopped. And it felt like it would serve the museum better if we just abided by what Ms. Cook was presenting and addressed any issue that we had with how the numbers were attained at a later date, because we simply needed to get the project moving forward.
Yes, but my question is, between May 20th and July 7th, why didn't you complain about it then?
It is a complicated project. In addition to the project, we run day-to-day operations, and we're a small staff. And on occasion, you find yourself running from fire drill to fire drill. So I think it was something that we always were going to address, but it just hadn't been addressed at that time.
Because on May 20th, it cleared the Planning Commission. There was no issue to the museum.
So in our minds, that fire is out. So
Right.
on to the next fire.
And the next fire would be July 7th, where you also prevailed.
The next fire
So
started
you prevailed, then you complained.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So do you recall in your interview with Mr. Morris saying that Mr. Harvey requested that you all send the email?
He requested that Dr. DeMarche put the complaint in writing. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when you, going back to May 18th, I'm sorry, I'm jumping around.
It's okay.
Going back to May 18th
Mhm.
and the events leading up to that, Mrs. Cook had been asking you through emails and I believe phone calls, is that correct?
No, ma'am. Most of our
Okay.
correspondences were through
So
email.
it's in writing, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So she's asking you for information that she wants to extract for whatever purpose that was unclear to you at the time. Is that correct? You said you didn't really understand why she was cherry picking certain pieces of information.
That's correct. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So she's coming to you and she's asking for information in leading up to May 18th. You know what? That thought went completely away.
Oh, no, I hate when that happens.
I do too. That will come back.
Okay.
So we'll come back to that. Yes, I will come back to it. My thought went away. Okay. Did you understand in those emails or in the correspondence with her, did you understand that she was looking for interior square footage? Or did you think she was talking about gross square footage? Or did you even know that that was on the table?
She revealed that that was where she was deriving information when I met with her on May 18th before the Planning Commission meeting.
Okay, so at some point you did know that she was talking about interior square footage and not gross square footage?
Yes, ma'am. On May 18th.
Okay. All right. Okay. So on May 18th, when you discovered this, you said you conveyed the information to Dr. DeMarche. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then, from what I understand, what you just said now, he relayed the information to the architect, who relayed the information to Joshua, who was the person who filled out this form. Is that correct?
No, ma'am. Joshua was party to the conversation on May 18th. I had him on
speakerphone. That's right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you and Joshua conveyed the information to Dr. DeMarche. Is that right?
No, ma'am. I
Only you.
conveyed the information to Dr. DeMarche
Okay.
while Joshua informed Claude Anthony Marengo on his end.
Okay.
And then once the staff report arrived, it was emailed to all parties, and we had a conference call about it.
Okay. Did you involve Mrs. Cook in that conference call? Did anybody go back to her and say, we don't understand what you're asking, or why?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
The numbers and all of the information requested seemed arbitrary, and when requests for clarification and understanding, when that request was made, it seemed like the questions were never really answered. It seemed like we were having a very difficult time working with Ms. Cook, and felt like it might be better just to bite the bullet and go before Planning Commission, where we felt like we would be successful.
So you're saying you thought Mrs. Cook was out to get you for some reason?
No, ma'am, I'm not saying that.
Okay, well then why not go back to her and try to figure out what she's asking you?
Because at that time, we only had a day and a half before we had to be before Planning Commission, and it felt like, because she seemed so immovable, that it would be better just to coordinate our efforts on preparing for the commission meeting rather than continue arguing where we weren't getting anywhere.
The numbers that she provided were the ones provided in the staff report,
Yes, ma'am.
and those numbers are the ones that caused you to prevail at the Planning Commission meeting. Is that correct?
No,
Objection
no, ma'am.
calls for speculation.
Sustained. Sustained.
I forgot to pause. Sorry.
Nothing further.
Short redirect, please? Yes, redirect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just a few more.
Okay.
At the beginning of your testimony, when Ms. Cook's attorney was questioning you, she was asking you about the difference between the permitted plans and what was actually built. And when you refer to the permitted plans, you're meaning the ones where the building permit was issued, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you indicated that there was a very little difference. What did you mean by very little difference?
Between what was permitted to build and what was actually built on site, there were just small modifications. Because of varying field conditions, there's changes made in the field that would make what was on the building permitted plans slightly different.
So if Ms. Cook today says that the policy of the city was that if it was the changes were 70 or over 70 square feet, you'd have to go back to the Planning Commission. If they were under, then you could do an administrative change.
Yes.
Based on what the museum believed to be the changes, did you think it was 70 square feet or over or less?
Less.
So that being said, you still felt, you being the museum, that you did not need to go back before the Planning Commission
Yes, ma'am.
using Ms. Cook's rules?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to make clear what happened, or was there anything extraordinary that happened at the city council meeting in July that caused the museum to take that final step and actually go to Mr. Harvey?
The council meeting was very contentious, and it felt like a community member was making accusations that were not corrected, and he stated that the museum built whatever we wanted to build, and we weren't permitted to do so. We were absolutely permitted to build what was on site. The plan didn't match the planning application, or excuse me, the plan didn't match the permit plan doesn't match the site plan, but the city had 6 months to resolve that. Ms. Cook had 6 months to review the site plan and say it's not in accord, or the site plan, and compare it to our permit plans and say these differences exist, you must go before the Planning Commission now. and she never did. We got to the point where we were 70% complete before she made the effort.
I want to make it very clear. What is your understanding, you're being the museum since you were involved in this project, once you start out with the Planning Commission and you submit these conceptual drawings that turn into or site plan drawings, then you get a set of permitted drawings. What happens to the site plan drawings? Do they go away? They're of no import anymore, is that correct?
It was our understanding that they were probably of no importance anymore, that the permit plans superseded the site plan, and it was Ms. Cook that brought it to our attention that that was not right, that they had to be in concert with each other.
Well, at least that was her contention.
Yes.
And what did your architect say about that, if you ever had a conversation with your architect?
He said that if there were revision, if that is the case, then she should have stopped us 6 months ago at that time 10 months ago, during the 6-month time period that she had to review the plans and didn't. She shouldn't have waited until the building was 70% complete before stopping us.
One of the things that council asked you was, why didn't you just kind of pick up the phone and say, can we try to clarify this? Do you feel that you did try to clarify Ms. Cook's numbers with her in your meeting on May 18th?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long did the meeting last? What did you do to try to clarify where she was coming from?
The meeting was probably no more than 15 minutes, maybe 20 at the most, and brought the architect on the phone, haggled over spaces, but it wasn't really my role or responsibility to confront her in saying that I felt like she was wrong. It was more my position to say, can you please try to provide a better understanding of how you're determining this?
And based on that conversation and the fact that the site plan, with Ms. Cook's revisions, and the Planning Commission report had already gone to the Planning Commissioners, that's why you made the decision to go forward with the Planning Commission?
Yes, ma'am.
One of the things that council said, and maybe you're not the one to answer this, but we'll give it a shot, is that there was no issue to the museum with all of this changes to your document, inaccurate representations in the staff report. There was no issue to the museum because it was okay. Planning Commission approved it, and then the City Council approved it. Is that the museum's position?
Oh, no, ma'am.
Why not?
Through the process, coordinating with the architect doesn't get on the phone for free. So there's much larger, greater architect expenses, much greater engineering expenses, staff time, being stopped, having this play out in a public forum, not only in the context of a city council meeting and then a planning commission meeting, but also in this forum. It takes a tremendous amount of staff time and preparation. Legal counsel, all of those create huge expenses, not to mention that we're delayed on a building that should have been completed at this point, and having to maintain our day-to-day operations in our current facility at the same time is a tremendous burden on the museum.
Well, and one of the other issues, just the last question for you, council brought up, it wasn't Ms. Cook who filed the appeal, it was somebody else. But would that appeal have been able to be filed if Ms. Cook had never required you to go before the Planning Commission?
No, ma'am. If we had not gone before Planning Commission, no appeal could have been filed.
No further questions.
No, thank you.
Thank you. The city calls Dr. Michael DeMarche.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr. DeMarche.
Good morning.
Thank you for your time today. For the record, would you please state your name?
My name is Michael DeMarche.
And are you currently employed?
I am.
And can you tell us who your
Thankfully.
employer is and how long?
Yes, I'm the executive director of the Catalina Island Museum. I arrived here in June of 2010, so I believe that's about 5 years and 6 or 7 months.
And prior to coming to work for the Catalina Island Museum, can you briefly tell us your background? And specifically, if you've been involved in any building projects as well.
Sure. I received my PhD from Stanford University, which at that time was very well known for its museum program. It had a number of professors there who were internationally renowned for their museum work, and I worked with them. And I actually did my research work at the Louvre, at the Musée du Louvre in Paris. Before receiving my PhD, I received an appointment as instructor at a small college, Chatham College, in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. They asked me to establish an art history program there, which I did, established an art history degree. They had a small gallery, and I worked at that gallery and brought in special exhibitions to that gallery. And after 5 years there, I was very successful doing that. The University of Southern Mississippi contacted me and said they wanted to do something similar. We took a small gallery and enlarged it, established a museum studies program at that university, and established the Museum of Art at the University of Southern Mississippi, and received national attention for some of the traveling exhibitions that we brought there. Auburn University in Auburn, Alabama heard about me and contacted me and asked me to build a new museum that they had planned. I built a 40,000 square foot, $14 million facility at Auburn University. That took about 3 years to do, and it's nice. We won a number of design awards for that, at which point Colorado Springs Fine Arts Center contacted me and said that they wanted to renovate an historic building, which I believe was something like 80,000 square feet, and they wanted to build a major expansion onto that building of about 50,000 square feet. We went on a near $30 million capital campaign for that. We renovated that historic Art Deco museum, and we expanded it with a major expansion, at which point a gentleman in Minneapolis, Minnesota called me and asked me to travel to Yerevan, Armenia. He had acquired the rights to a 150,000 to 200,000 square ex-Soviet monument, which he wanted to convert into a contemporary art museum, an American contemporary art museum. So I traveled with my wife to Yerevan, Armenia. It took us about 3 years. We completely renovated that, built an addition onto that. We were very fortunate. The New York Times called it the most spectacular museum opening of the year. So we were very fortunate with what we had done there. And then I contacted the Catalina Island Museum because they were advertising they were looking for a director who could build a new museum. And so I'm sort of a rare breed in that I've been a founding director, I think, of about 3 museums and have been involved, I think, in 4 or 5 major construction projects in the museum world.
It's a lot of experience. So you were hired, obviously, by the Catalina Island Museum, and was one of the purposes for the building of this new museum.
Yes, specifically for that, yes.
So can you describe your duties in the time that you've worked for the Catalina Island Museum as executive director?
Well, it's unusual. I don't only just build buildings, but I also lead the capital campaign to fund those buildings. As Ms. Thompson mentioned, this is about a $10.2 million project, and I think they had expended about $2 million on the property. So we were to raise close to $8 million for the entire project. So I'm the head of the capital campaign. I'm the head of marketing. I'm basically the head of events, the head of the curatorial staff. So anything that has anything to do with the Catalina Island Museum, basically I'm doing it, and I'm in charge of that area. And all staff, of course, report to me. It's a very small staff of only, I think, 8 full-time people. So they all report to me, and basically I am the authority in charge. And it is a 501c3 nonprofit, so I report to a board of trustees, and that's important to note.
And so we heard Ms. Thompson testify basically that she has acted as the assistant project manager in terms of the construction of the new museum. Is that how you would describe her duties?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, one of the things I discovered when I got into the museum building world is that people's memories fade. They have various recollections about certain things, and it's very, very important to keep a record. As you move through a project, all the way through the project, it's important to keep a record of what's going on in various meetings. These meetings go on literally every day, all day, whether they're telephone conference meetings or meetings, one-to-one meetings or conference meetings in person. And so I said to Devin, who's obviously a very intelligent young lady, I said, look, I need somebody to take notes at all meetings so that we have a really accurate record of what's being said and what's being communicated. So that communication, I know in this process communication is key, that you get the facts accurate, we know when things have occurred. And I said, Devin, you're basically going to take over that task if you agree to this, which she has. But she's also been involved in keeping track of some of our finances. She's been in constant contact with me about basically every facet that's happening in the museum, and we work very closely together every day as we construct this museum.
We heard a lot about the plans that were initially presented to the Planning Commission, and then the subsequent plans that were permitted. Briefly tell me what your understanding is of the difference between those two sets of plans.
Sure, it's really, really clear. In 2012, we did what you always do. You put together a set of conceptual plans, and these are plans that you're going to take to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission needs just basic conceptual drawings because they want to review how big is the building. If there's a height variance, then that's when you ask for it. What are the spaces going to be used for? They just want to make sure that what you're doing is in code and in sync with what the city allows. Some communities, for example, want to look at everything that you're doing aesthetically. They want to see what your building looks like. Unusually, I might say, Avalon doesn't ask for that. In fact, the Planning Commission makes a point of saying they're not an architectural commission. But we went in front of the Planning Commission in 2012, had very rudimentary conceptual plans. In fact, there was a floor plan, I think, of 4 drawings, which we showed the Planning Commission. And if that whole package equaled, in terms of architectural drawings, if that whole package equaled 8 to 10 drawings, I'd be surprised. We did have a lot of illustrations because we wanted to show the Planning Commission and the community what we were planning on building, so we showed them illustrations. They're, again, very rudimentary. They're so rudimentary, in fact, that you don't even really hire your architect. You hire an architect to get you through that part of the process. If the Planning Commission accepts them, which the Planning Commission in Avalon did, we then went, and that's when we actually hired our architect, was after that. Because now the hard work begins. And it's often a year of hard work where you start putting together your drawings. And you work with your architect. So again, conceptually we know what we're doing, but now we get down to the specifics. And you put together a permit package. Those are the big drawings that everybody's going to consult now while you build this. You put together a big, big package of probably 200, 250 sheets of drawings. That's your permit set. Once you get that together, you then take it, you hope it's your permit set, and once you get it together, you then take it to your city. Your city then evaluates it and reviews it, and that's exactly what we did. So we went from the conceptual drawings, at which point we just sort of forget them, because now we've got a set that is very detailed, very specific. We then take that set to the city, and this city took 6 months to review that permit set. In fact, we gave it to them, they turned it back to us and said, we want better drawings, we want more clarity, and they did that 4 times with us. So again, 6 months of review took place with that permit set of drawings. At that point, and by the way, you also got your contractor involved because he's telling you, don't build that, you're going to exceed budget, we can do this, we can't do that. But basically you've got all that ironed out, and That's the gospel. That's your Bible, is your permit set of drawings. And it's exceedingly important in this conversation to distinguish between that planning set and that permit set. And once we got permitted by Avalon, and they stamp every page and they sign every page, once you get that set from Avalon, which we did, go build it. That's what we've got. And now we have the Bible, now we're going to go build this thing.
And is that what you did?
That's exactly what we did. We took that permit set, you put it on a big table in the middle of your building site, and you go build it.
And so that was in, what, 2000?
2012 was when we got passed by the Planning Commission. And so we took about, I think it was probably maybe even a year. And then by 2014, we were moving. I know we were moving by 2014. I'm not clear on the dates.
About May of 2014 sound about right for the building
Sounds
permit?
about right. We were moving by that time, yes.
Okay. So then we fast forward from, let's say, May of 2014 to almost a year to April of 2015. How far along are you in construction as of April of 2015?
By April, we're 70% complete, I believe, and which means you're really, you've got a building. You've got steel up, you've got concrete. Your site is moving by that point, and we were moving by that point. We certainly had subcontractors out there, and we were going.
Excellent. And did you hear from anybody at some point in, let's say, April of 2015, that the city was now going to require the museum to submit a revised site plan application?
It might have even, well, let me go back a little bit because I believe, and again, I don't have the dates in front of me, but I believe it was in March of 2015 we received a stop notice, which means stop all construction. And I had never received a stop notice in my career. And I went to City Hall and I said, what's the stop notice? And they wanted all kinds of things to be clarified, structural steel, my mechanical, my electrical, all kinds of things needed to be clarified according to this city.
Did that surprise you?
I was shocked.
Why?
I said, when I'm looking at this, I said, I don't see where what I'm looking at and the things that you want me to review as being very big. Now, certainly, as I've built projects in the past, certainly I've had building inspectors come to me or my project manager and say, we wish greater clarification on some things, but heck, we're not going to stop you, because when you stop, you're sending your subs home. You're stopping the project. It means you're losing thousands of dollars a day. And I can't, and not only that, you're losing momentum. Those subcontractors now have to reschedule what they're doing, especially when you're working on an island. They've got to do some real rescheduling. And you don't know when you're going to get started again. So we were working, and now the city of Avalon says to us, stop. And I can remember talking to some people, not in the city, but saying to my board, for example, I've never confronted this. Most cities, I have a great relationship with cities. They have a great relationship with me because I'm not building an office building. I'm not building the traditional building. I'm building the museum. That is going to be a great addition to any community, and I'm stopped. So I said, well, okay, I'm stopped. So let's go over and talk to City Hall. So I go over, and I believe this date is March 30th or March 31st. I go over, and I meet with Amanda, and I know Brian Zuppiger is there, and I'm all about, in this town especially, jumping in the golf cart and going over and talking to folks one-on-one. And so I said to Amanda, like, you know, I really am looking at these drawings, and I can't see why you're stopping me. And she said, well, not only that, but I think you're going to have to go in front of the Planning Commission. I said, what? She said, well, I think you need to, a new site application for the Planning Commission. And I said, based on what? She said, well, based on the drawings that you're not following. I said, what drawings am I not following? I've got the permit set. I'm following the permit set. She said, well, let me show you. And she walked. My recollection, I could be wrong, but my recollection is she walked out, went to her office, came back, and she sat before me, not the permit set of drawings, the planning drawings. I said, I looked at these and I have to tell you, I was startled. I was speechless. These are drawings from 2012. So I either said it that day or I said it in subsequent meetings. I don't recall exactly the meetings, and I think I even said it in an email. I said, you know, the way most cities operate, I guess Avalon is different, but the way that most cities operate is they look at your permit set of drawings. Now, if they have problems with you and you're moving from the planning set, they bring it up during that 6-month period when they were permitting us, or should have brought it up during that 6-month period. Bring it up then. But you don't stop someone and then say, now we're going to go play the game based on these planning drawings, which again are highly conceptual and highly rudimentary. As far as I was concerned, you know, you've been talking a lot about numbers. As far as I was concerned, my reputation's at stake because, and my contractor's reputation was at stake because we were swearing up and down that we were building this permit set of drawings.
So at some point in time, though, regardless of the fact as to what drawings the city was considering, even though you had this permitted set, were you told, I'm sorry, we need you to supply a revised site plan application?
Yeah, said go back and supply and provide us with this revised application. I said, well, okay. You know, I understand that at this moment there is great urgency because I'm stopped. I got to get this project moving again. So I said to Ms. Thompson, I'm going to give this to you to handle, and you figure it out. You figure out the numbers, and then come back to me.
And when you told her to figure out the numbers, were you expecting that she goes and gets out a ruler and starts measuring plans, or were you expecting her to consult with somebody?
Clearly she was to consult with the architect, and clearly to consult with Ms. Cook, and absolutely work with the city and with the architect.
And so at some point in time, did Ms. Thompson present you with a revised site plan application for your review?
She did.
And did you take a look at it?
I did, absolutely.
And it was your recollection that it was two or more pages?
It was 2 pages.
Okay.
My recollection is 2 pages.
Let's take a look in the notebook that's in front of you under the Exhibit A tab at pages 66 and 67.
Yes.
You're already there, okay. And we heard Ms. Thompson testify that she submitted a revised site plan application by walking it over to Ms. Cook, and that it wasn't this site plan application because Ms. Cook eventually asked for, or that later that day asked for additional information.
Yeah.
Did you see the earlier version of the site plan application?
I might have. I don't recall.
Well, you signed it though, right?
Well, I signed it, yep.
And if you signed something, would you review it before?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. And so then at some point in time, Ms. Cook asked for more information, and the document now that we're looking at, which is page 66 and 67, did Ms. Thompson present this document to you?
Yes.
Ms. Germano, could you guys slow down a little bit so our court reporter can keep up with you?
Oh,
You're
certainly,
going
I
back
apologize.
and forth really quickly.
I know we're on time constraints, and I was trying to get through the witnesses. I apologize. And so at some point in time, Ms. Thompson presented this document to you that we've marked as 66 and 67, correct?
Yeah, it was typed, yes.
Okay.
There were typed numbers in, yes.
And did you have any conversation with her about where she got the typed numbers on page 67?
No, I don't think so. I just simply said these are, I have perfect confidence in Ms. Thompson, and I said, these are the numbers, and she said, yeah, I've been working with the architect on these numbers, great, and you stand by them? She said, yeah. I said, fine.
And in fact, did she show, her testimony was that she showed you the email that the architects had sent that, or you were copied on that email that also cited these same numbers. Do you recall seeing that?
Specifically, I don't recall it. I'm sure I've read it, and again, I delegate to, I was delegating to Devin this responsibility, and she did it, and I'm sure if she said she sent the email, I'm sure I got and read it.
So regardless, you signed the first page of this application.
Yes.
And what did that mean to you when you signed the first page of this application? What did you believe that you were signing and why?
I was verifying these numbers, that these are the numbers I stand by. Absolutely.
We heard a suggestion earlier that the site plan application is only the first page of this document, only page 66. Was that your understanding?
Of course not.
And why not?
Well, if you can tack anything you want to my page, my signed page, why am I signing it? You know, I'm signing this. This is what's in front of me. This is what's typed. In fact, I said to Devin, I want you to hand deliver this to City Hall. I don't want you to email this, scan it and email. It'll be hand delivered. This is what I've signed. This is what I stand by.
So she hand delivered the first version, and then she emailed the revised version. And at any point in time, since you entrusted Ms. Thompson to communicate this document to City Hall, to Ms. Cook, at any point in time, have you authorized any changes to any portion of this document?
No.
At any point in time, since you signed this document and authorized Ms. Thompson to provide it to City Hall, have you been informed that Ms. Cook sought your authorization to change your numbers?
No.
And would you have given her such authorization to change numbers if she just randomly called you?
No.
What would you, well, this is speculation, so we'll talk about this in some other form, but
I can tell you what my experience is.
sure, please.
My experience, if any city official has a question about numbers that I've signed off on, they give me a call, we discuss it, and I either resubmit the form or sometimes I'll change the numbers myself and initial them. But there is something there that demonstrates that I'm signing off on those numbers. But there were no calls made to me that this number was going to be changed.
At some point in time, and I think you may have even been copied on the emails, did you speak with Ms. Thompson about Ms. Cook questioning the square footage changes in specific areas?
I'm sure I did. I'm sure I asked to be updated on how the conversation was going, but I wasn't involved in the negotiating of those numbers. It was not, it's not, I'm not going to dig down that deeply into the details of this thing, and I trusted Ms. Thompson to get it done.
At some point, or at any point, did Ms. Thompson ever come to you and say that she and the architect had met with Ms. Cook and that Ms. Cook had convinced them that our numbers were wrong, or your being the museum, that the numbers were wrong, and instead of decreasing by over 1,200 square foot, you had actually increased the square footage of the project by 421 square feet?
No, well, I was hearing during the process, I was hearing that there was disagreement.
That Ms. Cook was disagreeing with the museum's conclusions?
Adamantly.
And that the museum was doing what in response to try to satisfy Ms. Cook's concerns?
Well, I think Ms. Thompson, who was representing the museum, was just trying to listen to what Ms. Cook wanted and was trying to do the best she could with negotiating it out so that we could get this thing done. Again, I have to tell you, there was a huge sense of urgency because we were stopped.
At some point in time, were you allowed to work, for lack of a better term, work around the stop notices?
Well, it's hard to answer that question, and at times we were, but basically we kept getting stopped.
Okay. So based on the fact that you had submitted a revised site plan application indicating that the museum square footage had decreased by 1,200 square feet, did you anticipate having to go back to the Planning Commission?
I felt that according to what I was hearing, because we were coming in at negative 1,200, I thought there was a possibility we would not have to go before the Planning Commission. But I knew from my experience with the city and with Ms. Cook that there was resistance to that number. And I felt that probably we would end up before the Planning Commission because we would probably have to negotiate and probably figure it out so that we would eventually have to go in front of the Planning Commission.
And you expected at that point in time to have to explain to the Planning Commission your conclusions as to why there was a 1,200 square foot decrease.
Listen, I have to tell you, I'm happy to appear before the City Council, the Planning Commission. I'm happy to appear before them at any time. At their request, sometimes I even request it. I'm happy to do that. My job is to make sure that this community is informed about a museum that's being built in their town. Happy to do it. Happy to do it with my numbers.
So you were scheduled to, or at some point in time you found out that you were scheduled to be on the agenda for the March 20, 2015 Planning Commission meeting. Is that correct?
Yes.
And prior thereto, and I know you were interviewed in this as part of the investigation, and I believe you couldn't recall when exactly you found out that your revised site plan application had been changed or altered, but at least it was prior to the Planning Commission meeting, the actual Planning Commission meeting. You did find that out, correct? That
it was a day. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. It was about a day and a half before the Planning Commission meeting that Ms. Thompson brought in the site application, and I remember that vividly because Ms. Thompson thought that perhaps we wouldn't have to go before the Planning Commission. She brought in this site application at that time, and I remember we had it about a day and a half before that meeting.
Would you please turn to still Exhibit A, but page 79 and 80 in the notebook?
Yes.
First page looks like the same site plan the first page of the site plan application you'd already submitted. Is that correct?
It is the same signature page. Yes.
Take a look at the second page.
Yes.
Is that the site plan application second page that you had submitted?
No, that is not what we had submitted. It's not what I had signed off on.
And to this day, have you ever signed off on the numbers on this second page?
Absolutely not.
So, would it be correct to say that it is an untruth to attach this second page to the first page of your signature since
Yes.
you do not certify these numbers?
I did not certify these numbers, and it was a definite untruth to present these
Objection.
with my
Objection.
title page.
Objection.
Based on,
He's testifying it was an untruth as to Mrs. Cook's submission of these numbers. He can't know whether she intentionally lied on this form.
I would recommend that we sustain the objection and strike the answer. I think you can ask the question as to what his belief was, as opposed to.
And I'm sorry, that's what I meant to ask. I thought that's what I asked. What was your
Sure.
belief when you saw this? Did you believe it was the application you had submitted or something else?
Was it a belief? I knew it was not the application that I had submitted. I was absolutely shocked by it because these numbers are not they are not the numbers that I signed off on. They are not the numbers that we had agreed upon in the museum. And I told Ms. Thompson, call the architect immediately, get this in front of him, because this changes everything.
And you hadn't testified yet. Counsel suggested that you had testified that Ms. Cook had changed these numbers. I don't think you had testified to that. Were you 100% positive at this time as to who had changed your numbers?
No. I had no idea who changed these numbers.
And did it matter to you who changed the numbers?
Didn't matter to me who changed these numbers. They had been changed, and they clearly had been changed in the city. And you know, one can reason these things through, that it had been changed in the Department of Planning of the city, which Ms. Cook was the director of at that time.
And on these change numbers, so if we look on page 80, and we're looking at the floor lot ratio, which is the fourth kind of chart down, and these numbers are handwritten in, and it says gross square foot total. The first number, 11,370, was the existing, and then 412 was the proposed change. Do you see that?
Yeah. Yes.
And so, had you ever authorized someone to represent on the museum's behalf that the museum was changing its project to add 412 square feet?
No.
So to say that you didn't agree with this would be an understatement, I assume.
No, I was upset by it. Not only are there numbers handwritten that I did not sign off on, clearly, but there was a whiteout being used. And this disturbed me greatly. Never seen it before in my life. I called the architect. He had it in front of him. I said, you know what you did, and we now got this. He said, I've never seen this before. And as Ms. Thompson testified earlier, it's exactly what he said. He said, I've been in front of the Coastal Commission. I've been in front of all kinds of various bodies, political bodies. I've never seen this before, a day and a half before the meeting. And I said, I'm stunned. He said, I'm stunned. And he said to me,
Objection. This is beyond the scope.
I would recommend we overrule. He's explaining his answer here.
Okay, overruled.
I said, I said, what do you want to do? And again, I have to stress, we're stopped. This is urgent. I got to get this project moving. And he said, well, you know, we could bring this up with the city. This is just not done. And I think he used the word unethical. This is just unethical. And I said, listen, I got to get this project underway, and I don't really want to get crosswise with the city right now. I suggest that we grin and bear it right now, because we got to get this project moving. We're losing thousands of dollars a day. I don't feel good about it. And he said, yeah, I don't feel good about it either, but I understand what you're doing. This is pragmatically what we've got to do. And I get it. And I said, and I remember saying this explicitly, I said, you know, I want to tell you, Claude Anthony Marengo, the architect, I said, Claude Anthony, I want to tell you something. When all this is said and done and we get through this process, I'm bringing this up to the city because this is just untoward. And I won't put up with this. This is my town too. And I don't like what's happening here, and you don't like what's happening here. And this is just a bitter pill to swallow, but we've got to swallow it because we've got to get this project underway. If I bring this up with the city and we get into a big commotion with the city, this could stop us for a month, 2 months, who knows? I can't tell you what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. But I think we've got to stick by these numbers. We're going to have to go ahead and present them, and we're going to have to go in front of the Planning Commission.
And so did you go in front of the Planning Commission?
Yes, we did.
And the altered numbers were presented, or your numbers were presented?
No, the altered numbers were presented.
And what happened? The Planning Commission ended up approving the revised site plan application?
Absolutely. The Planning Commission said there's nothing here in these plans that we're looking at that we would not have approved originally when they were presented. I have to tell you, I had a day and a half, so I took that opportunity to call the chair of that Planning Commission to come over that day. I had 1 day, so I called him over, and I said, I just want you to see the museum. I want you to see what we're doing. We're not doing anything crazy. I really just want you to see it. And you know we're going to be presenting tomorrow night. He said, great. Bruce Fertig is a very rational, reasonable gentleman, and he said, fine. And we went in front of the commission and got passed.
And you actually attended the planning commission meeting on the 20th?
Absolutely.
And you heard Ms. Cook present at the planning commission?
Yes.
And Ms. Cook presented to the planning commission that the museum was building more than they were authorized to build?
Yes.
And that's the bitter pill you talked about that you had to
That's
swallow?
the bitter pill, and I knew we would have to swallow it.
So after the planning commission meeting, or during the planning commission meeting, apparently there was notice given that an appeal had been filed. And so then you had to have another hearing to discuss the appeal, is that correct?
The appeal, my recollection is that we didn't hear about the appeal until June 30th. It was after that planning commission meeting. And my recollection is that we were trying to get underway again. And we were trying to get our subs moving, try to get everything moving and get in that direction. And I remember at some point Ms. Cook contacting us and saying there's an appeal. You're going to have to appear before the city council. There can be a city council meeting on July 7th, and there's a city council meeting on July 22nd, was my recollection. And the agenda for the July 7th meeting is full, and therefore we were anticipating that we would have to be presenting before the July 22nd. The importance of the appeal was that we were stopped again. We had received a notice from Ms. Cook, you're at full stop until that appeal is heard and you're passed, you're to stop. At which point, and I mean within minutes, I got Ms. Thompson and our contractor, Mr. Flynn, Mike Flynn, and I said, we're going off to City Hall. We're going to go talk because I just can't, this is crazy. And at which point I tried to get a meeting with Ms. Cook, who actually crossed in front of me in the hallway, and I went into her office. I tried to get a meeting with Ms. Cook. They said she was busy. And I said, and I don't even remember who I was speaking with, I said, well, then I would advise you to tell Ms. Cook and Mr. Harvey, I'm suing this city. I'm going to go back right now. I'm calling the president of my board. We're going to get a hold of our attorneys, and we're going to sue this city because this is just unfathomable at this point that I'm on full stop because of this appeal. And at which point they said, look, hold on one second. They came back and said, Ben Harvey will see you at 3:45, I think it was. And I said, good. I'll see him at 3:45.
And then did you have a meeting with him that day?
That day at 3:45, I had a meeting with Mr. Harvey. And I said, I've never seen anything like this in my life. This is absolutely out of the scope of the ordinary. This is now just extraordinary to stop this project again. And he said, well, what if we did something like a modified stop? The question that the appeal is addressing is about your offices. What if you just stop building over at those offices, but you continue construction around the rest of your building? And I said, sounds great to me. I can deal with that, no problem. At which point, I believe somehow he instructed Ms. Cook that day that this is not a full stop order, but that this should be a modified stop order.
And so while you were in front of Mr. Harvey then, this was before the city council meeting, why did you not take that opportunity to complain to him and tell him that your numbers had been changed?
You know, at this point, I'm just trying to get through this process with as few waves as I can get through, because any kind of disturbance at this point is stopping my project. And I just want to deal with it as it's coming at me, and I just want to get through the process and get my project moving again. That was my number one priority, was to get the project going again. And really I felt that at the end of all this, once we're moving again, and once we're through the city council and all of that, then I'm going to go and take it up. But right now, I'm certainly not going to create any waves. I got enough of them, and I'm not going to create any more. I got to get this project underway.
So the city council meeting eventually happens on July 7th, and the same altered site plan application is submitted to the city council in their packets. Is that your recollection?
Yes.
And did you speak at that council meeting?
Briefly, yes.
And that was when the council was determining whether or not to sustain this appeal that had been filed by a member of the community, correct?
That is correct.
And at some point in time, the meeting came out in your favor. The council basically denied the appeal.
Well, let me go back just a little bit because it's important about how Mr. Harvey hears about this. I had to appear in front of city council. A gentleman in the community had written an appeal letter, and in that appeal letter, he had literally made 3 points, and my recollection is he had literally numbered them, 1, 2, and 3. And I read the letter, and I thought, terrific. Point number 1 is something about a communications tower, which we have nothing to do about. Point number 2 had to do with a height variance, which we had already been granted 3 years earlier. Terrific, I can throw that out. And I wanted to say to the city council, and point number 3 has to do with these offices, so let's focus on point number 3. And my experience with city councils is that you always have in your packet the appeal letter. So I got in front of city council, and I said, point number 1 has to do in this letter, in this appeal letter, point number 1 has to do with the communications tower. And I look over and I see sort of blank faces, and I remember one council person, by the time I got to point number 2, one council person's kind of going like, what is he reading? What's he talking about? And I realized at that point, I don't think they've got the letter. This is really strange. I'm really in conflict with this appeal letter. It's a seminal document to what I'm trying to talk about, and they don't have it. So we won, and it was, as Ms. Thompson said, a fairly contentious meeting because I think that we couldn't get focused on point number 3. And I walked out of the council chambers when it was finished, and I at that point said to Devin Thompson, I need a meeting with Mr. Harvey, and I'd like to get it as fast as possible and tell him, if possible, I'd love to get it tomorrow morning.
And so tell me what your relationship was. Describe your relationship with Mr. Harvey up to that point. Are you guys buddies? Did Mr. Harvey cause you to get the job? How often do you see him? How often do you talk to him?
I saw Ben occasionally. We certainly weren't buddies. In fact, I would say we had a contentious relationship, but as all museum directors, when they're building a museum, they have things that they like to talk to the city about and don't necessarily get them as quickly as they'd like them. And so I had a few words with Mr. Harvey that were occasionally not even all that friendly, but were quite direct. And so I wouldn't say that we were buddies, but I always found him to be, a reasonable guy. And he was the city manager. I had to work with him.
So were you in fact able to meet with Mr. Harvey the day after the appeal was heard by the city council? Yes, the next morning. Yes. And what happened in that meeting?
I said, look, I don't know what kind of city you're running here, but I got to tell you, I'll be frank with you, either you're riddled with incompetence or corruption, either one. I said, I've never stood before a city council and I'm reading from an appeal letter about an appeal about my museum, and they don't even have the letter in front of them. I said, I've never seen that before. And secondly, I want to tell you about this document. Part of it's been whited out and numbers have been written into it, but I've signed the title page and none of the numbers on this page are mine. And he looked at me and he said, well, first of all, the meeting was just last night. Let me look in the packet. And he came back with the packet and he said, hey, you're right. That letter, that appeal letter's not in the packet. It probably should have been. And I said, yeah. And he said, but what are you talking about numbers? Go through that with me one more time. And I said, yeah, you see this? And this document, this site application was in his packet. And I said, you see those numbers? And he said, yeah. I said, they're not mine. Somebody has taken the title page with my signature on it, and they have falsified my numbers, and I'm upset about it. That's my name. Nobody gets to use my name on a document, period. And I was mad. And he said, yeah, I got it. And he said, I have to apologize. I can't believe it. I said, I've never seen this in a city, and neither has my architect, and I've been taking this for weeks, but I'm telling you, I don't know what you want to do about it. That's up to you. It's your city to run. But I'm telling you, if it was in my organization, I'd root it out and figure out what the heck's going on here. This is absurd. And he said, yeah. He said, thanks. Will you write something for me? And I said, gladly. I'd be more than happy to do it.
Did you think it was strange or odd that Mr. Harvey asked you to put your complaint in writing?
Not at all. It's the first thing I would have done. Of course you want it in writing. Absolutely.
And so since that time, where we reached today, and we've heard comments today, basically that, well, let me pose the question to you this way. What is your response to the characterization of this document, this altered document, as Ms. Cook basically just correcting your numbers?
Well, there's a way to do things that's correct and formal. And if you want to correct my numbers, and by the way, correct is subjective. I thought I had correct numbers. But even if I don't have correct numbers, if you don't agree with my numbers as a city, you can call me, and we can talk about the numbers, and I can agree with you or I can disagree with you. That's my right. But there's a way of doing this. You can say, Michael, are you going to stick by these numbers? And I can say yes or no. She could say, I'm going to disagree with them. Or can we agree to disagree? Can we put different numbers on here and you re-sign the app? There's a number of ways of doing this. But to not talk to me and to simply go into my document and to white out some of my numbers and put in some of your own and change, by the way, all my numbers is not the way you work professionally.
And so if Ms. Cook was to tell you, well, I was just trying to help you, what would your response be?
Didn't help. That's all I can say. Through the whole process, and we've heard lots of testimony today, we kept getting stopped. And if she really wanted to help, all I can say is she could have worked the way other cities have worked with me, which is to call me in, have a conversation about their problems with the project, and we work them out, and we don't necessarily get stop notices.
As a side question, did you ever authorize your contractor to work with Ms. Cook on this revised site plan application?
No, and as a matter of fact, it's in his contract that he is not to do anything like that, and that if he does do anything like that, he is in direct breach of contract. I, by the way, am the only authority. I am the owner. I represent the owner of the building. I am the only one who can delegate that authority. And it was never delegated to the contractor. Would have been a bad idea.
So I imagine at some point in time you had to explain this whole situation to your board.
I have.
And when the suggestion has occurred today that there was really no issue to the museum here, you passed, Planning Commission approved the revised site plan application, City Council approved it, there's been no issue to you. What is your response to that?
Oh, how I wish that were true. We will probably open this museum well over a year later than we had anticipated. That means that's a tremendous amount of revenue that we're not seeing that we had anticipated to see. We have spent hour after hour after hour dealing with stop notices and complaints from the city just like this one. I have spent the hours, Ms. Thompson has spent the hours, the Board of Trustees have spent the hours. I have had attorneys involved in this. We have spent thousands of dollars in attorney's fees. And that's not even counting what stop notices do to a project, where people just simply walk off the project and you're just trying for weeks, if not months, to get them back on the project and back to work. I have to tell you, if I were to really look at what all of this has cost the museum, I wouldn't question for a second that it wouldn't be $1 million. And it has certainly cost us well over a year in time. But let me reassure you and this city that despite all of that, when we do open, you're going to have a fantastic museum. And I say that as a professional in the field, not as the executive director, somebody who's been at it for 25 years. But was this easy? This was the most difficult project and the smallest project by far that I've ever worked on. And this has been the single most difficult project I've ever worked on.
In terms of other than monetary damages, do you feel that the fact that, do you feel like the fact that your numbers were misrepresented and that you had to go hear the misrepresentation made to the Planning Commission, made to the City Council, had any other effect, negative or positive, I presume, but I would assume negative, on the museum? Or your name or your reputation?
Well, that's where it really hurt, and I had to bite the bullet, is that I have a good reputation in my field, and I plan to keep it. And you don't get a good reputation in this field by going off willy-nilly and building a whole lot of things that you're not supposed to build. Do things happen? Do you decide that you want to build something differently? Absolutely, and you probably could cite instances inside the current museum building where we've done that, undoubtedly. But you work these things out, and I've always been able to work these things out with building inspectors and cities and whatnot. And again, I've never been just put on full stop like 3 times as I have in this city.
I don't have any further questions at this time.
Cross-exam?
Yes, and direct. He's also one of our witnesses.
Okay, the scope is going to be, she's going to ask questions beyond cross, and I would recommend that you allow that.
Okay.
Good morning.
Morning. Afternoon. Earlier today, I referred to you as Mr. DeMarsh, and I apologize for that. You're Dr. DeMarsh. I know that. It was a slip of the tongue. I was not trying
I
to
only
be
insist
disrespectful.
on the title with students. It's
Awesome.
not important.
Yeah,
Is that better?
Speak into the microphone, please.
Do you
hear
want
me?
No,
We
you're
we
good.
can hear
It's
you,
Oh, okay.
Ms. Marsh.
Okay. Is that better? Yeah. Okay. There's a lot going on here. There's a lot of issues here. So I need you to walk me through a little bit, but briefly, please, just a little bit of it. There were 3 stop work notices. Can you tell me what were the reasons behind those?
Objection calls for speculation as to the city's reasons behind the stop
I'm not
notices.
asking the city's reasons. I'm asking what the stop work order was issued about.
I would recommend we overrule. He can testify to his understanding of what the stop orders was.
Overruled.
If you see the stop notices, they were very briefly written, and it's a great question. I wasn't at times clear of why we were stopped. And so I would hustle on over here and have meetings with Ms. Cook and Mr. Zuppinger and say, well, you know, exactly why, what are you seeing where I have to provide you with completely re-engineered drawings? And I can tell you, for example, at one point, and one of the big issues that came up during all this, very briefly, was about our steel. And I said, what's the problem with steel? And he said, Mr. Zuppinger said, there's a joint in somewhere in the building, and it's welded, it's not bolted, as it is in the drawings. And therefore, I want you to get your entire steel reviewed and reevaluated. At which point, I called our structural engineer.
Excuse me, I just need to clarify. When you say it wasn't inconsistent with the drawings, which drawings are you talking about?
Permitted drawings.
Thank you. Go on.
Drawings like that wouldn't even be in the planning
That's
set.
okay. Keep
Never
going.
got into that kind of detail in the planning set.
Keep going.
So I had my structural engineer come out, and he said to me, and I begged him to come out within a couple of days. He did. And he said, "Who's asking you to do this?" And I said, "The city of Avalon." He said, there's little here and there, but this is stuff that you figure out at the end of the process. I've done it. Here it is. I don't know what this is about. I've never seen anything like this, but here it is.
So the second
and we
work order,
resubmitted.
the second was stop work? What
That was,
that?
I believe, the first stop work.
Okay, and what was the second one?
I couldn't tell you. I don't have them in front of me. But it all had to do with mechanical, electrical. I think there was even plumbing. I think there was MEP in there, and structural steel was in there. And at one point, there was a call for something to do with our site in the back, a grading plan having to do with our amphitheater.
And that had to do, all of those had to do with the permitted drawings. Is that correct?
All of those had to do with them coming out in the field and stopping us, saying that we weren't with the permitted set of drawings.
Okay. All right. So your contention is that Mrs. Cook should have caught the discrepancy between the site plans, the first set of drawings, and the permitted drawings sooner than what you say that she did. Is that correct?
During the permit, during the evaluation of the permit set of drawings, all of those things can be caught by any city and commonly are caught, and then they come to me and say, either you're going to be in front of planning for that or you're not.
So on the steel one, for example, it was welded and not bolted. That's not something that would have been caught during a plan check.
No.
Because that was
It
something
would have
on the
been
museum.
caught in the field.
Right.
Exactly.
Because the museum used something different than what they put in their drawings.
Absolutely. And
Okay.
in fact, I asked the contractor, I said, what happened? They said, I don't recall exactly what the circumstance was, but they said, this is commonly done occasionally. You do a weld joint instead of a bolt joint. It's not a big deal. And in fact, our structural engineer came back and said, yeah, they're right. This is commonly occurs, and it's not a big deal. And I even said to the structural engineer, look, if there's something untoward happening out here, like at this steel joint, I want to know about it. I want to make sure this building is fine. And they said, oh, yeah, we checked it out. This happens all the time. This gets passed as an as-built at the end of the process. Don't worry about it.
So if it doesn't go up to code, it just gets passed at the end of the project?
It does go up to code. So in other words, it met code. It's just that was a joint that was welded instead of bolted. One of just a rare instance, and they looked at it, and structurally it passed code. Everything passed code. You don't go forward without passing code.
Okay. All right. The 20,000 square foot number that's on the yes, what you're looking at there. What page number is that, please?
I'm looking at 79 and 80.
Thank you. Okay, so on page 67 of Exhibit A.
67?
Yes. There's a 20,000 square foot number. Does that include outdoor open spaces?
Offhand, I can't answer that. I do
Okay.
not know.
What's the rough square footage of the interior spaces on the entire project?
Are you talking about the first floor?
The entire project,
It was something around 18,000 square foot.
for interior spaces?
If you're counting spaces on the second floor that can be used by the public. So in other words, those are open air spaces, we call them. They're like galleries.
So the plein air
And they're like
gallery, for
structural,
example.
They're like for sculpture. And so those are open air. And if you're talking about all that within the perimeter of the building, first floor and second floor, you get about 18,000 square feet. If you look on just the first floor, I think you're somewhere in the neighborhood of 10. And those are interior spaces. But up on the second floor, you have a plein air gallery, you have bathrooms that are interior spaces, and you have open courtyards. If you count all of that, you're somewhere in over 18,000. Which makes me think that the 20,000 is probably including garden, but I can't testify to that.
Okay. And in your experience, the planning director of any particular city that you've worked with, are they the person that's responsible for making sure that the codes and the laws of the city are followed? Is
Yes.
that correct? Okay. And if the applicant or the owner of has a disagreement with the laws, what happens?
I have no idea. I've never had a disagreement with the law.
Except in this case?
There's not a disagreement with the law.
So you're testifying that Ms. Cook was not applying the law? She was applying her own random standards?
No, I'm testifying that I had no disagreement with law here.
Okay. All right. The site plans you describe as rudimentary plans. Did they have the floor plans? Did they
No.
have dimensions?
You're going to have to watch semantics. Site plan is different from your planning commission plan.
That's interesting because Ms. Thompson testified that they were the same.
Objection misstates the witness's testimony. It is what it is. Argumentative.
I couldn't hear her, so could you repeat the question and answer for me? Can you speak more directly into the mic? Yeah. Can you re-ask the question and
Yes.
start it over so I can hear it?
Okay. All right. The first set of plans that are submitted are the site plans.
The first set of submitted to the planning commission?
Yes.
Are planning plans. They're called the planning commission plans. Plans for the planning commission. So those are the plans, the planning plans. That's what you plan to build.
Okay. Okay. Those planning plans did they have floor plans with dimensions in them?
Yes.
Okay. So your testimony, your direct testimony, was that is that better?
Yes.
Because I'm hearing myself very loudly here. Okay. Your testimony then is that you submit the planning plans, the site plans, the original ones, the very first ones, the rudimentary plans,
Okay.
and then it's approved, you get the permitted plans, and the first ones become irrelevant. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. If the city says you are permitted and these are what you're to build, then these become really become irrelevant.
Is that what was explained to you by Mrs. Cook?
That's what I understand from years of experience.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking, was that what was explained to you by Mrs. Cook is the policy or the procedure or the rules in Avalon?
No.
That's not your understanding, or that's not the rules? I didn't ask
Ms.
that clearly.
Cook said to me, we are stopping you and you're to be in front of the planning commission because you did not follow these plans, the planning plans.
Okay, so
And I said, I'm following the permit set of plans, and any place I've ever been is the permit set is exactly that. We permit you to build these. I'd like to remind you, I'm 70% into my building by this point, and I have been inspected many times in my building. So I said, I don't know why we're looking at planning commission sets when we should be looking at the permit set. She said, we are. I said, you know, Amanda, if you're going to stop me and go back, and I'm going to go in front of the planning commission, I don't really know what to do because I didn't build these. I built these that you permitted.
So your understanding is that it's necessary that the permitted plans and what's on the ground match? Is that correct?
Yes, you want the permits set to match. I mean, in a perfect world, they would match perfectly with what is built. Absolutely.
In a perfect world, you qualified your answer.
In a perfect world, yes.
How about under the laws of Avalon? Do they have to match?
They have to be inspected, and your inspector can tell you whether you can make the change or not make the change. Absolutely.
Okay. Can you please turn to page 86, Exhibit A, page 86. What's the date on that letter, please?
Objection, we have an email and a letter, if council could clarify.
What page are we looking at?
Page 86. Yeah, I'm talking about the date at the top of the page.
I have an email date.
Okay, what's the date,
Tuesday,
please?
May 19th.
Was this letter included in the planning commission on the appeal? Was that included in the packet at the appeal?
No, I don't know.
You don't recall?
I don't think I even saw the planning commission packet. I have no idea.
If you never saw I'm referring to the appeal. The appeal hearing. You never saw
The
a
appeal hearing
packet?
was in front of the city council.
Okay, my mistake. The appeal.
Yes.
Was this in that packet?
My understanding is that it was not. I said to Ben Harvey, I had this and I was discussing this in front of the city council, and I got to number 1, and I think I eventually got to number 2, and I could see that the city council did not have this. And that was my complaint. I said to Ben Harvey, I don't know why this wasn't in front of the city council.
The document that you're holding in your hand is page 86?
Yes.
Okay, and so you are upset that the appeal letter was not in the packet, is that correct?
That is correct.
That letter that you're looking at is not the appeal letter, it's the objection letter. If you can turn 2 pages, the appeal letter, or 3 pages, sorry, the next exhibit. That's the appeal letter. Was that in the packet?
I have no idea.
Okay.
This was a letter that I had received from Mr. Milan. Well, I had received it through Devin Thompson, who obviously had received it from the city. And I felt this was important that the council have this because this outlines in great detail what his objections are to the museum. What you are noting on page number 89 is a very, very brief. It's basically saying that I'm enclosing a check so that I can make the appeal.
Thank you. Okay. So your objections or your consternation is that Avalon is different from other cities in which you've worked in terms of the requirements. Is that correct?
Not according to the requirements, probably how they apply them.
So you're familiar with the Avalon requirements as far as the building codes and all of that. You're taking exception to how they apply those standards to your particular project.
I'd say it's more based on my experience with other municipalities, universities that I've been at. It seemed to be applied with a far greater degree, shall we say, of stridency.
They stick to the rules more than other cities do?
I wouldn't say they stick to the rules. It's just that other cities understand the whole nature of building, and they will come to you and say, look, let's talk about this. Why'd you do it this way? Should we do it that way? And you can usually, I've always been able to work these things out.
By work these things out, you mean?
Mediate with any building authority that I've ever worked with.
So that if there's a violation of any kind of building code, for example, you can mediate your way out of that?
We would never knowingly violate any code, and there are lots of codes.
Yes.
And if somebody comes to us and says, you're violating that code, depending upon how serious the code is, we would rectify that situation immediately. And that's what I mean by working it out. 9 times out of 10, We could do it this way, we could do it that way. It might be that we have it in the permit plan to do it a certain way, but we decided to do it a little bit differently. Doesn't really have a whole lot of consequence, but we are doing it differently. Quite often the building inspector will say, bring it up at the end. We'll do it as an as-built. It has no real consequence in terms of structure or whatever, but bring it up at the end so that we note that that's how you did it and that it veers slightly from the permit plan.
Okay. And in your experience, just across the board, who makes the determination whether it's consequential or not?
The city.
So that would be the city planner who
Absolutely.
makes that decision. Okay. So if she says it's something of consequence, you go with what she says.
We'll have to.
Okay. So you testified that, can you please turn to page 69? Excuse me, 67. Page 67. Exhibit A, page 67. Okay, you testified that you would either resubmit the form, but if there were changes to the numbers that you submitted, with your application and so forth, that if there were any changes to it, you would sign off on it because you certify what you submit in terms of this form that you're looking at. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if I understand the question.
Yeah, it was badly worded. Okay, let's try this again. You submit an application with your signature, and you pointed out that anything could be attached, anything could be stapled to it. So you would sign off on whatever is stapled to it. And you asked Ms. Thompson, right, about these numbers and where she got the numbers and so forth so that you could verify that this is what you are submitting, correct?
I'm not sure if I understand the question, so may I just sort of elaborate what I'm trying to say?
Yes.
If you can tack anything you want to this title page, then why would I sign a title page?
Okay.
I'm signing a title page, and it is attached to this document. It has clearly typed numbers on it, and these are the numbers that I agree with. They go together. And all I'm saying is that it is disingenuous to change these numbers and then put them with my title page and present those changed numbers as my own.
Okay. On page 67, are your initials on that page anywhere?
No.
Is your signature on that page
No.
anywhere? So how do we know that those are the numbers that you, other than your testimony today, how would we know that those are the numbers that you submitted?
Well, I'm telling you that these are the numbers that we submitted. If you want to disagree with that, then you certainly have the right to disagree with that. But I'm testifying, and Ms. Thompson are testifying, that these are the numbers that I signed off on.
I'm sorry, that sounded like I was trying to argue with you. I wasn't. I was trying to get at, other than testimony, how do we know? That's what I was trying to get at.
Well, I don't know of a great document god in the sky who is going to resolve this, but I can tell you that this is the document that I signed off on.
Okay. All right. So, Ms. Thompson testified that she received those numbers from the architect, and then she put them she typed them in.
Mm-hmm.
And then you looked at them and you said, yes, these are my numbers. Is that correct?
What I said is do you agree with these numbers? Are these the numbers that you agree with? And
Right.
She said, these are the numbers that our architect have come up with. And I said, well, if those are the numbers that he's come up with, my architect, and that you agree with, then I'm willing to sign off on this. Yes.
Okay, so basically for your internal practices, that's basically the chain of custody, for lack of a better expression.
In this case,
Okay.
I have no other place to go other than I thought, in fact, that I was going to and in fact I still believe that I was going to the ultimate authority when it came to measuring my building, the architect.
Yes.
And I certainly trust Ms. Thompson to provide me with the accurate numbers that are coming from him. And I'm sure I had emails that would verify all that.
Were you copied on the email between Devin Thompson and Mrs. Cook that Mrs. Cook alleges supplied the numbers that she put in?
Objection calls for speculation as to what document Ms. Cook is relying on.
Yeah, I would recommend we sustain its lacking foundation.
Sustained.
Okay, can you please turn to page 69?
Which page?
69.
69?
Yes. That's an email from Devin Thompson to Mrs. Cook and back and forth, correct? Email strain.
No, it was copied on this email.
Did you read this email before?
I haven't read it recently, and I don't remember reading it from almost a year ago, May 2015.
What's the date
But I'm
on?
sure I did.
Okay, what's the date on the email?
May 2015. May 1, 2015.
And in that email, does Devin supply numbers regarding interior spaces and office spaces and so forth to Mrs. Cook?
Yes.
Okay. And you rely on Devin?
I do.
Okay. Now, you testified that Mike Flynn is your construction... He's your contractor.
He's my contractor,
And
general contractor.
that you did not authorize that he would be the front person or the face of your project to Mrs. Cook?
That's correct.
That would be a violation of his contract?
That is correct.
How would Mrs. Cook know that? Did you ever tell her?
I'm not sure I ever told Mrs. Cook that,
Thank you.
and I doubt that I did.
Excuse me, just a moment, please. So when you say that you trust Ms. Thompson, she was the face of the project with Mrs. Cook, correct? At least partially.
I'm not sure I'd call her the face of the project, but she was given the authority to negotiate about this matter with Ms. Cook, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. Oh, I'm sorry, one other question. Going back to page 67. The form itself, skipping the numbers, skipping the content, the form itself, is that a form that belongs to the museum? Did it originate with the museum or did it originate with the city?
My understanding is this is a city document.
Okay, thank you. Okay. No further questions, but subject to recall.
I have no further questions.
Okay, I would recommend that we excuse this witness.
You are excused.
What? Hold on a second. Council may have some questions for you.
You mentioned at some point in your testimony that this was the most difficult and smallest project that you've worked on. I may
Yes.
have the wording slightly incorrect. Could you please elaborate and explain that?
Well, in terms of square footage and in terms of dollar amount and what's involved in this museum, this is the smallest museum that I've worked on. I have never been stopped in any project that I've ever worked on, and I've never even really been noticed by any project that I've ever worked on. And here I'm dealing with stops, notices, go before the Planning Commission again, and those types of issues. And I've never had that in any project that I've ever worked on.
And I may have just a general question, so I don't want to ask specifically of Mr. DeMarche, but I'm having a hard time understanding the difference in the numbers between the typed numbers on Exhibit 67 and the handwritten numbers on
80.
page 80. At some point, if we can clarify what those numbers actually are, or that may come in further testimony, I'm not sure.
I suspect it will come in further testimony
Okay.
later on to explain how,
Okay.
what the discrepancy is, or how those numbers differ.
Okay, thank you.
And I have a general question. I don't know, is there somewhere a copy of the complaint letter written by the museum?
Yes,
You'd
ma'am,
have to ask
that was
Ms. Germano.
identified earlier,
Okay,
and it is document in your binder.
yes.
It was an email.
Page 42 and 43.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. How far, I don't know if I should direct this at, I'm directing this at you, or, I want to know how far behind schedule this museum project is, in general.
I would have no idea. You would have to ask, perhaps Mr. DeMarsh would be
Okay.
the best person.
Can you answer me that? How far behind schedule is the museum project right now?
Probably 1 year.
Probably a year. Okay, and then that's the same amount of time that you said you were probably projected that all of these stop works had caused you that year, correct? Is that
You know,
what
it's
said?
impossible. I wish I could quantify it like that, but it's really impossible to quantify how a stop hurts you because, again, especially on this island, when you have barges coming and you have personnel coming and you're trying to find hotel rooms, when you get a stop, it just sets all that back by so much. And as you know, building on the island is an activity that must take place outside of summer. So you're hustling during the off season to get things done, and these stop notices put us right into summer. And so it retarded us even more because we couldn't get moving because we had to wait for like July. We couldn't get hotel rooms. And so we had to wait for July and August and sometimes September. But my guess, and these are, I mean, if you really wanted me to quantify in terms of money or in terms of time, I'd have to sit down for an awfully long time and try to figure it out. But I'm guessing probably around about a year, it's probably set us back.
When the job started, was there any projection as to what the finish date would be?
You project internally. You don't state it publicly because lots of different things can happen during construction.
I understand.
Such as water restrictions and things like that. So you do project, of course, internally, and that's done for budgetary reasons, especially with your operations. But again, you keep that pretty close to the vest with respect to the public until you're absolutely sure you're going to be opening on that date, on a certain date.
I appreciate that explanation.
Any other questions
No,
of this
no.
witness? I would recommend that we excuse him.
You are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm wondering, do we talk about a lunch break at some point?
This is your hearing, so if you would like to take lunch break, I would.
I'm wondering, is it possible, or is it unrealistic to ask for a half-hour lunch break since we live in Avalon and things are pretty close? Okay. Is that fine?
Okay, so we'll take a 30-minute recess.
Okay, we'll return at 1:30.
Okay, 1:30.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Off the record.
And we are reconvening after lunch.
Okay,
May we have your attention, please? Thank you.
we're going to go back on the record. During the lunch break, we decided that it's unlikely that the hearing is going to be completed today. We're going to continue with witnesses, but all of them will not probably get a chance to testify. And in light of that, we've tentatively identified Friday, February 12th as the date to reconvene this hearing. We will announce it at the end. We'll see where we go with the witnesses that are planned to testify today. And with that, Ms. Germano, do you have your next witness?
Thank you. The city calls Sherry Vanderdusen.
do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
And if you would be sure to speak into the microphone, thank you.
I do.
It sounds a little obnoxious to your own ears when you're speaking this closely, but. Good afternoon, Ms. Vander Dusen. How are you today?
I'm well, thank you.
Good, thank you. Can you just please state your full name for the record?
My name is Sherry Vander Dusen.
And are you currently employed?
I am
And who are you employed by?
with the consulting firm of Kimley Horn and Associates.
And what generally does Kimley Horn consult about?
Kimley Horn provides a full range of features from civil engineering to aviation engineering to land development services, but we also do planning and environmental work.
So do you have a particular area of expertise that you usually consult in?
Yes, I'm in the planning group.
So to be clear, you are not employed by the City of Avalon.
I am not.
Have you ever been employed by the City of Avalon?
No.
Have you ever been employed by other cities?
Yes, I have.
Can you briefly describe, how long have you been at Kimley Horn?
11 months.
And prior to joining Kimley Horn, can you briefly describe your background for us?
I was the planning director at the City of Anaheim for 11 years. Prior to that, I was the community development director at the City of Irvine for 7 years. I worked as a planner and a manager for the City of Irvine for 10 years prior to that. And I also served as a planner for the cities of Newport Beach and Norwalk.
And since you joined Kimley Horn, have you exclusively done work relating to planning?
I have done planning work for both public and private sector clients.
Okay, thank you. At some point in time, were you contacted by someone on behalf of the City of Avalon?
Yes, I was. Well, excuse me, I was not. One of my colleagues was.
Okay. So Kimley Horn was at least contacted?
Yes.
And do you remember who made the contact on behalf of the city?
It was someone from BBK.
Okay. Someone from Best Best and Krieger?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And at some point in time, were you retained by the city or by Best Best and Krieger?
Yes, we have a contract with Best Best and Krieger.
Okay. And were you given an assignment or a question or an area that you were asked to opine on?
Yes. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say Mr. Mowry from your office asked me to provide a preliminary opinion as to whether or not it was appropriate for a planning director to change an application that had been submitted and signed by an applicant.
Okay. And what was your preliminary answer to that?
My answer was that it is very atypical.
Okay.
And I base that on my experience, the experience of my coworkers at Kimley Horn who have also done public sector work. And I also contacted planning directors in 2 cities without providing any specifics, just asking them what their practice is in terms of modifying applicants' submittals.
Okay. At some point in time, were you given a packet of documents to review so that you had specific facts relating to the question that was being asked of you?
Yes.
Okay. And can you generally describe what documents were given to you?
I received a copy of the investigator's report as well as the transcripts with the different interviews that he performed.
Okay. There's an exhibit notebook in front of you. If you could take a look at under Exhibit A. Beginning with in the lower right-hand corner, page 7. And then going forward. Through page 39, I believe. Is that the report that you were given to review?
Yes.
And then this report on page 40 lists 18 separate exhibits that are attached to it.
Yes.
Were you also given the exhibits to the report to review?
I think I only received transcripts from the interviews.
Okay. So if the exhibit, you don't remember seeing any of the exhibits?
No, I don't.
Okay. And so you received transcripts from interviews
and I'll just list them for you, and you can tell me. Amanda Cook,
Yes.
Ben Harvey,
Yes.
Dr. DeMarsh,
Yes.
Ms. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Flynn,
Yes.
Mr. Marengo.
Yes.
I think that may be it. Okay. And did you review all the documentation?
I did.
Okay. And so getting back to the question that was asked you, can you tell the council again what the question that was asked of you to opine on?
I was asked to give an opinion as to whether it is typical or appropriate for a planning director to modify a submittal made by an applicant.
And did you come to a conclusion?
I did.
Did you prepare a report that documented your conclusion?
Yes, I did.
Would you turn, still in Exhibit 1, to the pages that are marked as 275 through 280?
I'm sorry, Exhibit 1?
I'm sorry, Exhibit A. We're still in Exhibit A, I apologize. Pages 275 to 280. Looking at the pages that are 275 through 280 in the notebook, have you seen this letter before?
Yes, I have.
And is this a letter that you authored?
Yes, it is.
And is this a letter that stated your conclusions on the opinion or on the question about which you were asked to opine?
Yes, it is.
And so the question being, is it appropriate or acceptable for a planning director to change any of the information on a planning?
Objection. That's not what she testified to. Council's rephrasing what she testified to.
Start with your question. What's your objection based on?
She's fundamentally changing what the witness said.
Well, the witness can correct her if she's inaccurately articulating what she said previously, but
and just to alleviate any concerns, I'll re-ask the witness again what her opinion was supposed to be on and then let her answer.
Please do.
So on what were you asked to give an opinion?
I was asked to give an opinion as to whether it's appropriate and typical for a planning director or planning official to modify an application submitted by an applicant.
And what is your opinion?
My conclusion is that it is not acceptable because the application had been signed by the applicant. A city staff member has numerous other ways to correct information that, in fact, it's not unusual for cities to find corrections to information through the review of the plans prior to the public hearing. In my letter, I noted lots of opportunities for people to make a very simple, honest mistake that needs to be corrected by the city. But in no city that I've worked, in no city that my colleague Margaret Allen has worked in, the two cities whose planning directors I contacted, they do not modify the information submitted by the applicant.
Can you please take a look, still in Exhibit A, at page 66 and 67 in your notebook? Now, this is a document that we've been talking about all morning. And have you ever seen this document before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And what was it represented to you that this document was?
That this was the application submitted by the museum for their permit, or excuse me, for their discretionary application.
Okay. And I think we've been calling it the revised site plan application.
We've called it lots of things today.
Yes, we have. And so we see on the first page there's an applicant's signature, and then it attaches, or there's a second page of information. And so seeing that there's no signature from the owner or applicant on the second page, does that change your opinion about whether or not it was appropriate it would be appropriate for a planning director to modify
the second page?
Given that the applicant submitted the information, this is what the applicant submitted, so we don't believe it's appropriate to modify it. Again, the information could have been corrected in the record if the staff felt the need to do that, but modifying the application submitted by the applicant was not the appropriate way to do that.
Have you ever seen the staff report that was submitted along with the application to the Planning Commission?
Yes.
Okay. Would you go to page 76 in the notebook? And I assume that in all of your experiences at cities, you submitted more than a few staff reports.
Thousands, yes.
Thousands, okay. And so when a planning director is submitting a staff report to a planning commission, for example, and it says the proposal is a site plan to add 412 square feet to a project approved in April 2002. I'm interpreting that as the staff member is telling the planning commission, this is what the applicant wants to do. Is that how you, in your expert opinion, would interpret this document?
Generally speaking, there isn't a disagreement between the staff and the applicant as to what they want to do. And in my experience, when there has been a disagreement, we have called that out in the staff report, as well as tried to, if it's a case, usually it's a bigger issue as to whether or not certain impacts need to be mitigated or whatnot. But the differences of opinion have been called out so that the commission was aware of them.
As you read the staff report that I'm referencing right now, did you see any portion where it was identified for the Planning Commission that the museum disagreed with staff's conclusions in the report?
Well, I didn't commit this to memory verbatim, but I don't recall seeing that in any of the records.
And if the site plan or the revised site plan application that we just looked at indicated that there was going to be a decrease of over 1,200 square feet, that is certainly not reflected in this report, is there?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's go back to that site plan again. Yes, site plan application. So that would be page 66 and 67. If we turn to page 67, and we're looking at the fourth box down, which is where the typewritten numbers are, which talks about gross square feet total. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it has a number that we've talked about so far, 20,000 something. And then just explaining the application as you understand it, what does the minus 1231.3 square feet reference?
Well, the header at the top of the column says proposed changes, so I would interpret that to mean that it was a reduction in square footage of 1,231.3 square feet.
Of the project?
Yes.
Okay. And then it has minus 7% below it, so would you interpret that as the square footage is merely being translated into a percentage?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you look at page 80, and have you seen this page before?
Yes, I have.
And this is the site plan application, which the revised site plan application with numbers on it that Mr. DeMarsh says he did not authorize, he did not put on there. So if we go to that same place on this site plan application, it's floor lot ratio. First it has gross square feet total, and then it has 11,370, and then it looks like it says 412. Do you see that?
Yes.
So what would you interpret the 412 on this application to mean?
Well, it appears, it's hard to read, the copy isn't very clear, but it appears that it is saying that 412 square feet was added.
So the difference then between the first application that Mr. DeMarsh says he submitted
is that he was certifying that the project was decreasing by 1,200 square feet, whereas this application, the modified one, tells the Planning Commission and then subsequently the City Council that the project was increasing by 412 square feet, correct?
Yes.
So you talked about that it may be appropriate for a planner to find mistakes, or it is appropriate for a planner to find mistakes. And we've heard about complying with the law. That's what a planner is supposed to do, especially one who works for a city. And tell me the ways that, in your opinion, as a planner could identify mistakes and make sure that the Planning Commission understood the actual numbers that were being put forward.
Generally speaking, there would either be a meeting with the applicant to go over staff's concerns with the plans, or there would be screen check comments generated that would be given in writing to the applicant. And then the applicant would either request a meeting to discuss those, or they would respond in writing. But there would be some process so that the applicant was not surprised when they picked up the staff report and discovered that the staff had reached a different conclusion than they had with their plans.
And if, for example, has it ever been your experience that an applicant might say, oh, thank you for pointing that out, please go ahead and change my site plan application? If an applicant told you that, would you go ahead and do it? Would you somehow document it? What would your response be?
As I said, the cities that I've worked in, we never changed the applicant's application, but there would be documentation. Some of the cities that I worked in did a spreadsheet similar to this that would be an attachment to the staff report, where we would outline all of the information for the Planning Commission with respect to square footage, setbacks, height coverage, all those types of things, and it could be captured in there. As well as the resolution that was adopted would have the square footage that staff and the applicant had ultimately agreed on, or the setback or the height or whatever it was, the figure that had been in dispute. So the correct number gets documented, but it hasn't been documented in my experience by changing the applicant's application. It has occurred through the review process and through internal documentation.
So there has to be, in your opinion, I'm asking you a question, in your opinion, does there have to be some sort of paper trail documenting that this number was eventually agreed to before it is represented to a Planning Commission or a City Council, that this is a number being put forth by staff and the applicant or owner?
Generally speaking, that matter has not been contentious in my career. And so we haven't needed to say that we think the property is 50 square feet and the applicant thinks it's 47. The disagreement has been on much bigger issues. But to the extent that there has been a disagreement between staff and the applicant in my career, we have documented it for the Planning Commission. Staff believes that whatever, the applicant believes whatever, and ultimately then the Planning Commission gets to make a decision.
But then at least the Planning Commission knows that there's a disagreement.
Right, and they're prepared, as opposed to having the staff make a presentation saying it's 50 square feet and then hearing in testimony from the applicant that they disagree with the way staff has interpreted their plans.
One of the issues that you discussed in your report, which the council will have the time to read, is that Ms. Cook's contention when she was interviewed by the outside party investigator that she spoke with a contractor about the fact that she modified the square footage. Did you give an opinion as to whether or not you believe that was appropriate or typical or right?
Generally speaking, an application has to be signed by the property owner. And if the property owner chooses to have someone represent them as their agent, then that is also documented in writing. So then the staff is aware that even though Joe is the property owner, Heidi is the one who's representing him. And I did not observe any documentation that indicated that the museum had designated the contractor to represent them.
And in this case, did you review documentation where it looked like there was contention, or including the interviews that you reviewed, that there was some contentions going back and forth between Ms. Cook and the museum about exactly what the correct number was, whether it was an increase, whether it was a decrease. Did you review information to suggest that was the case to you?
Yes.
And so if there is, in actuality, some contentions flying, basically, where one side is claiming one thing and one side is claiming the other, if the planning director is going to make a ruling or a decision, in this case, who do you believe it would have been appropriate for the planning director to communicate that decision with?
With the museum owner, or if he had designated Ms. Thompson as his designee, then that would have been appropriate as well.
But in the communications that you saw when there was the debate about the square footage, did you see any reference to the contractor weighing in at all?
In terms of what the square footage should be, I don't recall seeing that.
And in your experience, wouldn't that be more an area for the architect to weigh in on as opposed to the contractor?
Well, I've been involved in lots and lots of applications, and there have been contractors that have represented owners, there have been architects, there have been grandmothers and grandfathers that have represented. So it really just depends on the applicant.
On page 2 of your report, the very last sentence.
Could you remind me which page that is?
I'm sorry, page 276
Thank you.
of Exhibit A. The sentence isn't concluded on page 2, but it's the last sentence that starts on page 2. It says, given that Ms. Cook was aware of a potential disagreement about the amount of square footage added or subtracted, she should have ensured Ms. Thompson and Mr. DeMarche were fully aware of her position on this matter. Explain that for me.
Well, as I've indicated, when there is a discrepancy between staff and the applicant, typically you take steps to work that out before you get to the public hearing process. And in the old days, we used to do tissue overlays of plans to identify differences of opinion in square footages. And perhaps there was pressure to get this resolved quickly, but it doesn't appear that there was a good back and forth effort to try to get all the parties in agreement on the numbers before they were presented to the commission.
On page 3 of your report, which is page 277, the second paragraph begins, Mr. Morris's report indicates that Avalon planners modify approximately 10% of the application submitted. When you were referring to Mr. Morris's report, what were you referring to?
I believe it was the testimony from Ms. Cook.
Okay. And what is your recollection of what that sentence meant, that they modify approximately 10% of the application submitted?
It appears that it appears to be their practice that when they encounter what they believe to be inaccurate information, an error or miscalculation, that they correct it on the applicant's application.
And I'm sure that we'll hear testimony about whether Ms. Cook truly said that or didn't say that, but hypothetically, if you had a planning department where the planning director was modifying approximately 10% of the applications submitted by changing the applications, what would your opinion be about that?
Well, my recommendation was that they cease that practice and that they adopt other ways to make note of the fact that the application submitted by the applicant wasn't accurate. And that's nothing bad against the city or against the applicant. Things change throughout the review of a project. You might have to meet some exiting requirements, or you might have, the applicant might have missed the setback requirement, or there's any number of reasons why things could change. So it surprised me that they only modify 10% of the applications if the way they capture those changes is to modify the applications.
So the changes are not the issue because it sounds from, and correct me if I'm wrong, your testimony is that's kind of the process, the back and forth, the changes.
Yes, it is.
The issue that you saw here was the fact that the application was modified Number one, in your practice, you don't modify the application. And number two, it was modified without any approval or authorization or paper trail indicating that the owner applicant agreed with the modification.
Well, the paper trail indicates that the applicant didn't agree with the modification.
Exactly. No further questions at this time.
Cross?
Can you hear me?
No, not very
No.
well.
Okay. How's that?
Great, Virginia.
Hi.
Hello.
Okay. I am confused. You said that you received the transcripts of the interviews, but not the supporting documents. Did I hear that correctly?
I'm positive I received the transcripts. I don't recall receiving the other documents.
Okay. So the transcripts are about that thick, and the supporting documents are about that thick. You don't recall receiving that?
I received all the documents electronically and reviewed them electronically, so I don't know how
Gotcha.
big a pile of paper I got.
Okay. Well, if you did not receive the supporting documents, how did you see the strike that? Did you receive any of the documents in a second email, or was it all in one email?
When Kimberly Horn was first engaged, we did receive some documents. We received the application, we received the staff reports, and I think we might have received the plans as well.
Okay. So did you receive Mr. Morris's conclusions? You received the transcripts themselves, but did you receive his report of the conclusions that he
Yes.
reached? Okay. And do you recall receiving an email between Devin Thompson and Mrs. Cook? Did you see anything like that?
I don't recall. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
No. We'll find it.
Okay.
See if you recognize it. Okay. If an applicant, can you turn to page 73? Thank you. Page 73, Exhibit A.
What was the page, counsel?
73.
Virginia, you're very good. You're very good when you say, "Can you hear me?" and then you back off.
Excuse me, page 69. Do you have an email there?
69, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's on
My
the wrong
mistake.
page.
Okay. Is that the email between Devin Thompson and Mrs. Cook?
I don't know.
Can you look at the header?
Yes, it does appear to be an email from Devin Thompson.
Have you seen that before?
I don't recall seeing this.
I'd like the record to reflect that Kimberly Horn appears to have not received all of the documentation in the Morris report.
Well, it could be that it's there, and I don't recall seeing this particular drawing.
Okay, well, let's look at that. The email between Mrs. Cook and the emails between Mrs. Cook and Ms. Thompson, in those emails is Mrs. Cook requesting information from Ms. Thompson.
Counsel, you asking her to read the emails?
No, I'm just asking if she can tell yes, read it. Read it and then tell me, please, if you can see that Ms. Cook was asking for information from Ms. Thompson.
It appears that Ms. Thompson has provided information regarding the increase or decrease in the size of different areas within the museum building. And it looks like she has also included a permit set of as-built conditions for the amphitheater.
If Ms. Cook used the numbers that were in this email, would that indicate agreement between the applicant and the planner?
Objection vague as to used the numbers.
If she used the numbers in her
Hold on a
staff
sec, we
report.
need to make a ruling on the objection. I would recommend that you sustain the objection, but I think you can clarify with more pointed questions.
Thank you.
Sustained.
If Ms. Cook used these numbers in preparing the staff report, would that indicate to you that there was no contention about the numbers because Devin had supplied them?
It would beg the question as to why the numbers are contentious, yes. I still would not have recommended that the application be
I didn't
modified.
ask that, but we'll get to that. All right. And if the applicant, in this case, the applicant knew about that these numbers were being used, knew about the numbers that were being used and supplied by Ms. Cook. They knew about that on May 18th, and they didn't object to it. And at the public meeting on May 20th, they didn't object to it, and they allowed that to be submitted. Does that indicate to you consent to use those numbers?
Well, I believe testimony earlier today explained why they did that.
That's not what I asked.
Objection beyond the scope of her expert retention and calling for speculation.
It's not speculation.
Hold on, counsel. I recommend you overrule the objection. I think it's within the scope of the expert testimony here.
Overrule.
Certainly, the Planning Commission would have had no reason to think that there was any problem with the numbers if the applicant did not raise the issue.
And would the planning director have any reason to believe there was a problem with the numbers if they didn't raise the issue?
Well, there was already testimony today as to why they took the actions that they did. And it seems to me that the issue should have been resolved before the staff report was
That's not
published.
what I asked. Non-responsive. What I asked
Please
you.
ask again.
Okay. On May 20th, when Mrs. Cook submitted the staff report, and there had been 2 days where the applicant had this information that she was using these numbers and they did not contest it. On May 20th, would that indicate to her that there was no contest, no contention about using those numbers?
Objection, incomplete, hypothetical, and calls for speculation.
I recommend you overrule the objection. To the extent you understand the question, you can answer it.
I could see where the staff would have felt that the applicant did not disagree with the numbers if they had not said or written anything to indicate their disagreement.
So, just to be clear, your testimony before was that if the planner knew that there was a contention about the numbers, that she should have noted that in her staff report. My question to you was, if she used the numbers from the email supplied by the applicant and the applicant did not object to using those numbers, was there contention that she was therefore obligated to report?
If she was not aware of any contention, then she couldn't have acknowledged it.
Correct. Thank you. Okay. Do different cities define floor area differently?
Oh, yes.
So hold that thought, please, and go to page 67 on Exhibit A. You testified that you had seen this worksheet or some variation of it used in other cities. Is that correct?
I employed something similar when I was in Irvine.
Okay. Have you seen this exact one used anywhere else?
No.
Okay. The one that you used in Irvine, where did that come from?
It was generated by the staff throughout the course of the preparation of their staff report.
Okay. And was that considered part of the application?
No. It was generated by the staff. It was
Okay.
part of the staff report.
Okay. But it was used to extract information from the application in order to communicate that information to the staff? I mean, to the Planning Commission?
Yes, it would include setbacks. It was like similar to this. It would say what was the required setback, what's the proposed setback, what's the required number of parking spaces, what's the proposed number of parking spaces, what's the allowable percentage of compact spaces, what's the maximum amount of compact spaces proposed,
And
just so the commission could get all of that information in a tabular format.
right. And you just said that the staff completed that.
Yes.
Okay. So if the staff was to hand this to, say, the applicant and say, go ahead and fill this out, does that automatically make it part of the application or the application itself?
Objection, beyond the scope, and calls for speculation, incomplete, hypothetical.
I recommend you overrule the objection. I think it is relevant to her background at Irvine, which she's brought into issue regarding her credentials here. Regarding her credentials as an expert.
The cities in which I've worked, we haven't asked, anything that we have asked the applicant to submit has been part of the application. So if we had asked them to fill out something with information, that would have been considered part of the application. But we didn't ask them to do that. That was, our sheet was something that the staff compiled through review of the plans.
Right. My question was, would that have automatically made it part of the official building application?
The building application?
Yes.
The building permit application?
Yes. Yes. The planning application, excuse me.
If the applicant had filled it out?
Yes.
If it was part of the application package that the city required for them to submit, yes.
So the issue is whether it's required to be submitted. That's what makes it part of the application?
Any material that the city has asked for has been part of the application.
That the city has asked for or required?
Well, every city that I've worked in has had an application package, and the applicant is required to fill out all the paperwork there. And every part of that is part of the application that they've submitted.
And in every city you've worked in, this has not been part of the required materials?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. On that same document, do you see a signature?
No, it appears to have been signed on the front page.
Appears to have been, but is there, sitting here today, without any other information, is there anything to indicate that this particular, that page 67 belongs to page 66?
No.
So if they were not stapled together, there would be no way to know, no way to authenticate that that was part of page 66?
There is no indication that it's related to the prior page.
Does it have a city on here?
No, it's got a document name, but it doesn't list the city.
Thank you. Okay. Looking at that 20,000 square foot number, the gross square foot total, does that mean gross square foot, total gross square footage, or does that mean gross interior square footage?
Objection beyond the scope and hypothetical, lacks foundation.
I recommend you sustain that objection. I do think it lacks foundation. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
All right. You testified before that cities define floor square footage differently.
Correct.
In this document, is there any way to know, from your experience as an expert, is there any way to know whether that's gross square footage is interior or total?
The term gross square footage generally doesn't apply just to interior square footage, but I have not read your zoning code. I don't know how it's defined here.
Right. And if an applicant had not read the zoning code, they might not know that either, correct?
Even if they read your zoning code, they still may calculate it wrong.
Right. So if, for example, an applicant completed this form incorrectly and supplied a number that was apples, and the planning director wanted oranges, the planning director would be well within her rights to go back to the applicant. Not only well within her rights, she would be obligated to go back to the applicant and say, I wanted oranges, you're giving me apples. Is that correct?
Certainly, if the square footage has not been calculated properly, that would be a routine aspect of the review of the plans that I expect you guys would do.
Okay. So returning to that email, thank you, page 69. No, hold on a second. Excuse me, 69. Page 71. Can you please read that email, just the first sentence of it?
Devin, according to the attached form, the square footage of the building has reduced by 1,200 plus square feet. I think we need a space-by-space description of the changes.
Thank you. So does that qualify as going back to the applicant for clarification?
This would be a very typical way to try to clarify square footage, yes.
So again, if the city planner used the numbers that were provided in this email and the applicant did not contest it, does that satisfy your standard according to your report?
It does appear that there was back and forth with respect to the numbers. And again, if the staff doesn't know that there's a disagreement with the applicant, then they certainly can't point that out.
And is it incumbent on the staff to figure that out, or is that incumbent on the applicant to point out that they disagree?
Ms. Marsh, could you repeat that? I couldn't hear your question.
Is it incumbent on the staff member to find out if they disagree, or is it incumbent on the applicant to state that they disagree?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical. Lacks foundation.
I would overrule the objection. I think there is enough there. If you understand the question, you can answer it.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Probably not. I'll try. Okay. Yes. Could you read back the question, please, so that I know what we're... Read back the question, please.
Would you mind repeating, because I do have a hard time hearing you right into the microphone.
So you didn't hear the question either? Okay, well, we'll okay. All right, well, let's try this again. Let's just back up. City planner receives this email with the numbers, uses these numbers. The applicant doesn't contest it. Does the planner have a further obligation, according to you, to go back to the applicant and double check and make sure that they really, really mean this?
No.
So using the numbers that they provide and them not contesting it is sufficient. The planner does not have to go back and double check.
Well, if the applicant has provided some information, we don't ask our applicants to confirm every single piece of information they provide.
Thank you. Did you ever speak to my client as part of your investigation of this? Did you ever speak to my client?
No.
So you had no opportunity to clarify with her what her take was on all of this?
No.
Okay. The last line of your report.
And can you remind me of the page number, please?
Yeah, page 79, 279, excuse me. Can you read that last line, please? The opening sentence of the last paragraph?
The last paragraph?
Yes.
With Kimley Horn, you should expect more and will experience better.
Thank you. Why is that sentence in there? Were you being considered for this position?
No, this is our standard template for letters to clients.
Okay. You stated that the question that you were given... The question you were given at the beginning was, you testified that it was whether it was typical to change an application that was submitted and signed. And then you said submitted by the applicant. And then you said appropriate or typical to modify an application submitted because the applicant signed it. So the starting question for your report was that an application had been modified. Is that correct?
Yes.
That was your understanding. Is it your testimony that that worksheet is indisputably part of the application, that it is the signed application of the applicant?
In every city that I've worked in, any material that was submitted by the applicant, whether it was signed individually or not, was part of the application package submitted by the applicant.
Yes. But is it the planning application itself?
Yes.
Okay. And when that same worksheet is used as part of a staff report, does it then become part of the staff report?
In Irvine, we used it as an attachment to the staff report.
They do in Avalon as well. Does that become just part of the staff report at that point?
Yes.
So the same worksheet could have two purposes, is that correct?
Well, again, we never asked applicants to provide that information, and we didn't then take what they had submitted and white it out or modify it to use as our attachment. We generated the numbers ourselves.
Yes, but is it possible for this same worksheet to be used for two purposes?
Oh, certainly an applicant could have used it, sure.
And as the project changes, because you pointed out the changes happen frequently, would it be normal for this type of developmental standards worksheet to be updated?
In the case of Irvine, we prepared them when we wrote our staff report, which meant the plans had already been through the review process, so we didn't do this and update it with every screen check version.
Okay. All right. Just one second. So the email that was received from Ms. Thompson, which is the representative of the applicant, does that qualify as a change to the application, a revised application, in your experience?
I would not characterize it as a change to the application. I would characterize it as the evolution of the application going through the review process and arriving at conclusions as to what the plans with all the revisions through the review process now contain.
I have no idea what that says. I'm sorry.
Okay.
What's the difference between evolution and change?
Again, in my 30-plus years of planning, we have never modified the applicant's application. So they could have come in and requested A, B, and C. By the time it goes through the review process and the fire department makes comments and Public Works makes comments and the planner reviews it, the application may be quite different. The number of units may be different. The square footage may be different. The number of parking spaces may be different. But the applicant's initial application has always remained intact. And then the project description in the staff report reflects the changes that have occurred through the review process.
Right, that's not what I asked. The worksheet, the developmental standards worksheet, is it common, or have you experienced where that has changed, the information on it has changed over time as the building plans or project changes?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're asking.
I got to get these page numbers down. Okay, on page 67. You say that in your experience in the cities where you've worked, you've submitted this as part of the staff report, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you only submitted one for the duration of the project, or have there been multiple submissions of this?
No. As I indicated, we did it at the end of the process. Like you prepare one resolution for the Planning Commission to consider. This was one attachment to the staff report. We did not complete this with every iteration of the plans through the review process.
On the form you used?
Correct.
Okay. So looking at this form where it talks about proposed changes, the second column talks about proposed changes.
Mm-hmm.
If there were proposed changes more than once during the duration of a project, would it make sense that this form would also be submitted multiple times throughout the process?
Are you talking a hypothetical where a city asked the applicant to submit this information?
No, I'm talking about the use of this form as an attachment to the staff report.
It wouldn't have been revised unless the Planning Commission continued the hearing so that the applicant could make revisions. The only time this sheet was prepared was as an attachment to a Planning Commission staff report.
You just testified that you never asked an applicant to complete this. So
no, we didn't.
Okay, I'm asking, in those circumstances, would this be submitted more than once? You're saying that you've only submitted this once during the entire duration of a project and you're part of your staff reports. Is that correct?
Yes.
So there were never changes in any other projects that you worked on?
Oh, yes, there were significant changes.
How did you report those in your staff reports?
We didn't necessarily need to report them.
What triggered the need to report them?
Well, what we focused on was the application as it stands when it's ready to go to hearing. So we didn't necessarily tell the commission that they proposed 21 units, but that exceeded the zoning code. So it's only 17 now, which is consistent with zoning. We didn't go into that type of background.
Okay, but that is your policy in your city, is that correct? We're not talking state or federal law?
No, there's no state law that governs that. I'm just talking about the practice in the cities in which I've worked.
Right. And the practice in the cities in which you've worked, are they the generally accepted practices of all cities, or is that just where you've worked? What you just described, submitting this form last and not with any changes?
Well, not every city includes a tabular description of a project.
Okay, so this form is not even part of what's generally accepted standards.
Again, I have seen staff reports where that isn't done. It's all done in narrative format in the staff report.
Okay, so this form is not a required part or component of the generally accepted standards of the profession.
You're correct. It's not required.
Okay. And the fact that it's attached to an application is maybe anomalous of Avalon, so strike that. Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Redirect, please.
Redirect.
If Avalon required an applicant or owner to complete a revised site plan application and required the applicant or owner to complete that second page that we're looking at, the tabular page, would you consider that to be part of the application?
Yes.
Looking at the staff report that was submitted by Amanda Cook, which starts on page 76, and attaches page 79 and 80. The tabulations by themselves are not attached, because that would be just page 80. Page 79 is also attached. So in your opinion, does that suggest that the Planning Commission was being provided with the application prepared by the applicant?
I think that is what a typical reader would assume.
Objection. That's beyond the scope of her expertise, what a general reader would assume.
I disagree. I would overrule that objection.
Overruled.
You were questioned in cross-exam about if an applicant disagreed with the planner about numbers in the staff report and didn't say anything, could the staff member assume that the applicant was okay with the numbers? And you said, I believe, and correct me if you're wrong, well, if the planner didn't know that there were any contentions, then how would they know there were contentions, right?
Correct.
Based on the information that you reviewed here to arrive at your opinion, did you conclude that there were contentions about the numbers?
Based on my review of the testimony, it did appear that the numbers were contentious.
And if the numbers were in fact contentious, let's say the facts here are on May 1st, there were emails going back and forth, and I'm sorry, now you're in the spotlight with the sun, aren't
No,
you?
it's okay.
You're being blinded.
I'm just trying to make sure I can read and talk and still talk in the microphone.
On May 1st, there were emails going back and forth between the museum and Miss Cook about the square footage. And in fact, turn to page 73, please, which is in the section of the emails that are going back and forth. And do you see the email at the top of page 73 from Amanda Cook to Devin Thompson?
Yes.
And you see the last line in that email that says, the revised site plan should include all the changes between the planning approvals and the current set of construction drawings. Do you see that?
Yes.
When it says include all of the changes, there's no descriptive word in there or restrictive word that says only changes to the interior, is there?
No.
So if we're going back and forth in the May 1st emails, when Ms. Cook is asking for more information, and I don't think at any point Ms. Cook actually says, I disagree with your numbers. She's just asking for more information. Does that suggest to you that it would be okay for Ms. Cook then to come up with different numbers and substitute them on the revised site plan application?
Well, I think I've already opined that I don't believe it was appropriate to modify the information submitted by the applicant.
And the testimony here today, just so we're very clear, was that Ms. Cook, as part of the revised site plan application, asked the applicant to fill out that second page that we're talking about that has the numbers on it. So in your mind, would that cement the opinion that that was indeed part of the application?
Yes.
No further questions.
Any recross?
Yes, thank you. I think just one. If this tabular sheet, page 67, if that tabular sheet was elsewhere in the staff report and not directly behind the signed application, would that indicate to you that it was not part of the application?
Well, I still think you're going to have a scenario where the applicant knows they filled in that information.
That's not what I asked.
Well, if it was not following the signed application, I don't think most readers would understand that the applicant had filled out that form.
Also not what I asked. This page 67 is used, you are saying that it's used as part of the building application because it's given to the applicant to complete as part of the building application. It's also part of the staff report. So this document, which is just a worksheet and has no identifying information on it, has multiple purposes. And my question to you is, if in the staff report it wasn't placed in proximity to the building application, would you still believe that this was part of the building application?
Objection. Misstates the witness's testimony as to it being attached to a building application.
Excuse me, planning application.
I recommend you overrule. There's been a clarification.
Overruled.
I think the simplest thing to do is to have the staff prepare their own summary sheet that goes into the staff report, if that's what you wish to do, as opposed to modifying information that's been submitted by the applicant.
Okay, and again, you didn't answer. My question is, standing alone, other than proximity to the signed application, does this, in the staff report, would this be easily identifiable by you as part of the building application?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay.
This witness may be excused.
Okay. We have questions from council.
Don't all staff reports include the applications?
No, sir.
They don't?
No.
Part of the applications?
In the cities in which I've worked and the cities in which my colleague has provided staffing services, the applications themselves are not attached to the staff report. If the applicant has submitted a letter that might outline how they plan to operate their restaurant, for instance, we're going to open, we're going to close, we're going to serve alcohol, we aren't, that might be attached to the staff report, but the applications themselves are generally not attached.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, I would recommend that we excuse the witness.
You are excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Germano, your next witness.
Ms. Marsh and I have discussed taking the witnesses out of order because of timing issues. Mr. Harvey would have been our next witness, but because we wouldn't be able to finish his testimony by today, we discussed that the city's remaining witnesses, Mr. Harvey and Ms. Cook, will be called at the next session of the hearing, and that Ms. Marsh is going to call one of their witnesses to fill the remaining time.
Okay. I recommend we proceed.
Yes.
Okay. Then I call Ms. Tiffany Bowes, please.
Speak louder.
How can we remedy this? Because I still can't hear, and so is it possible to move your microphone so your cord comes from the other side of the table, since you're primarily facing the witness? That might solve it. Yeah, because it's off to the side.
Okay. All right, how's that?
It's fine if you keep your
As long
mouth
as I
right there.
don't sit back. Got it.
Yeah.
All right.
We need to get her a lapel mic or something.
Yeah, directly in the sun.
You swear it?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Hi.
Hi.
Mr. Mana was fighting the sun this morning. Now I get to get paid
It's
to him.
following me today.
I sent it over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Okay. We're shifting gears. We've been talking about the numbers on the museum, and we're going to shift gears a little bit here. You are the Human Resources Department head, is that correct? For the City of Avalon?
I am a consultant, consulting to the City of Avalon for Human Resources Services, correct?
Okay, so as a consultant, do you have directive roles, or you just merely advise?
I do both.
Okay. How long have you worked as a consultant for Avalon?
Since the end of October 2014.
Oh, okay. Do you track whether employees receive performance reviews? Receive performance reviews, annual performance reviews?
I do not.
Okay. Is that just kept in their personnel file, or?
The notices go out through the payroll department.
Okay. And it would be then up to their direct supervisor to either conduct those or not?
Yes,
Is it a requirement of the city that those be conducted annually?
it is.
So if a department head or supervisor did not conduct those, what would happen?
I do not understand the question.
What would happen to the supervisor if those things were not conducted?
I do not know. I don't have knowledge of that.
So it's required, but there's no repercussions for not following the requirement?
I'm not familiar with the policy itself. I have not reviewed that policy in a very long time.
This would be the HR policy of Avalon?
The city's personnel rules and regulations is where the policy is, I believe.
Okay. Were you involved in giving Mrs. Cook a performance improvement plan in May of 2015?
Objection, relevance.
I think I would overrule the objection. I think in the opening statements there was some allusion to improper motives for the disciplinary action. I think it would go to that. So.
Okay. Overruled.
Yes.
What was the basis for that performance improvement plan?
The basis was that the city manager had identified deficiencies in Ms. Cook's performance, and the first step in bringing an employee up to an acceptable level of performance is to notify them of their deficiencies.
The first step is to notify the employee. How is that first step usually conducted?
By giving the employee a performance review, evaluating their performance.
Did that happen in this case?
It did.
When was that?
I do not recall the date, I'm sorry. It was quite a while ago.
So there was some sort of performance review prior to the performance improvement plan?
They were issued at the same time.
So you issued the first notice and then the performance improvement plan simultaneously?
Objection, misstates the witness testimony as to issuing a notice.
I'm asking a clarification. And
I would overrule the objection, but I would ask you to clarify because I think you're using different terminology.
you said that they were issued at the same time. I'm asking if they were issued simultaneously.
The performance review is given first to rate the employee's performance. The city manager, knowing that the performance was deficient, went ahead and gave the employee a plan, a performance improvement plan, to help establish weekly meetings and discussions to improve the employee's performance.
So the performance deficiencies were issued as a separate document, or they were part of the performance improvement plan in the same document?
They were in the performance improvement plan.
At this time, we want to introduce into evidence the performance improvement plan issued by Ben Harvey on May 15th, 2015. I have copies for everybody.
Any objection?
Yes.
I have not seen the document that council proposes to admit. It wasn't submitted as part of our joint exhibits. I was not asked to see it, so I'll need to review it first.
Okay, so could you please provide it to your opposing counsel?
Just give it to her, just her. Not the witness, just.
Thank you.
It's up to you. Would you like to I'll take a break? There's a request for.
Well, I just have a couple questions, but I don't want them on the.
Okay. There's a request of Councilmember Cassidy to take a short recess.
2 minutes, if that, not even really in the room.
Why don't we take a break while you look at the document?
Certainly.
And we can resolve this issue when we get back on the record. So why don't we go off the record at this point?
Thank you.
Can I?
And we are reconvened.
Okay, we're going to go back on the record. It was decided by the council during the break that we need to break for the day at 4 p.m. today, council. So just keep that in mind as we go through your witnesses. I'm not sure if Ms. Bose is going to be our last witness because of that, so plan accordingly, okay? Continue, Ms. Marsh.
I think it was in my court on this document.
Oh, yes.
And we do object to this document in that it's there's handwriting on it, which we don't know what the handwriting is. I was not provided with this document ahead of time. This is not being used for impeachment, so I'm not sure why I wasn't provided with it ahead of time when I could have compared it to what is in the file to see if this is a true and correct copy and how it was delivered and where the handwriting came from.
We have not even seen the document. I don't know what it is. Ms. Marsh, can you please make an offer of proof as to what this document is and why you believe it's relevant to this case?
Yes, this is a performance improvement plan that was handed, not electronically given, to my client on May 15th by Ben Harvey. And she can testify under oath if you want her to do that. The handwriting on it was handwriting that she did during that meeting with Mr. Harvey, and we don't have a clean copy of it. This is the only copy that we had. If you want a clean copy of it, which would be fine with me, they probably have it in their files here because it should be part of our personnel file.
Why is it relevant to the case?
Because our defense is that Mr. Harvey had been trying to manufacture a cause to fire Mrs. Cook from early on, and that this stuff with the museum is merely just one more piece of that puzzle. It doesn't stand alone.
Is there any question as to the authenticity of the underlying docket minus the handwriting?
This is the first time I've actually seen this document, so I cannot say for sure. Looks to me like there's two documents together. It looks similar to a document, but I can't say for sure one way or the other. That's why if we had had it in advance, we could have.
This would be my recommendation, is that we don't accept it into evidence at this point in time. Ms. Marsh, if you want to try to lay a foundation with this witness, this may not be the correct witness to use this document with. It may be, I don't know. So at this point, why don't you lay a foundation? If she's seen this document before, for example, that may be relevant to where you're going with this. So.
Okay. I want it on the record, though, that the city attorney, BB&K, has received this document as part of Mrs. Cook's letters to them over the months.
Well,
so they have received it in the past.
That's your representation. There's no evidence of that at this point, so I think
I will
you
lay
have
a
a particular witness on the stand at this point. She may know something about this document. She may know nothing about this document. You may need a different witness. I understand the defense that you're asserting, though. I do think you're entitled to bring that defense. And with that said, let's see if this is the correct witness.
Okay. Did you help Mr. Harvey to draft a performance improvement plan for Amanda Cook?
I did.
Okay. Would you recognize the document if you saw it?
Yes.
You may approach.
If this is the right document.
Well, have you seen the document?
I have seen several documents and several reiterations of this document.
This particular document that Ms. Marsh is seeking to introduce into evidence, have you seen this document?
I briefly showed it to the witness on the break, but if the witness is going to testify this is the document, I would like to have her have sufficient time to review this. And it looks to me actually like it's two documents put together, but if the witness can be given another copy of the document so that she could review it.
Do you have a copy of the document for the witness?
Yes.
Okay, can you hand it to the witness? Ms. Bose, can you look at that, take a few moments here and look at that document, tell us if you've seen it before. It looks like a version of this document that you've seen before.
I recognize the document. Whether or not it's complete with all of its attachments at the time of issuance, I do not have that knowledge without going back to the personnel file.
Okay. I would recommend that we reserve judgment as far as admitting the actual document, but if you want to ask some questions, perhaps you can establish that this is the performance improvement plan that was actually provided to your client.
Okay. How many performance improvement plans did you issue to Mrs. Cook?
There was a original performance improvement plan issued to Ms. Cook at the time. First, her performance evaluation was issued in a meeting, as I understand it, with Mr. Harvey. And at the same time, he then issued her the performance improvement plan to set a schedule in place to meet with her weekly and have discussions and to review her performance and accomplishments during each week's work. And upon appeal, written appeal by...
I asked you how many performance improvement
I'm trying
plans.
to answer that.
Okay.
Upon written appeal of Ms. Cook, we reissued the document with some corrections that she noted to us that were incorrect. And then, because of her confusion of the process itself that had been explained to her on several occasions, we completely repealed this document and reissued a new plan dismissing everything that had happened up to June 30th to her on June 30th with a new performance improvement plan.
So the answer is 2?
To my knowledge, 2.
Okay. Would you recognize differences between the two documents?
That would be speculation on my part. I'd have to see what you have.
Okay. Let's start with this one.
Okay.
Was the first performance improvement plan issued in May of 2015?
According to this document and her signature, it was.
Okay. Can you turn to the last 2 pages of the, should we?
Yeah, we need to see a copy of what you're proposing. It's not admitted into evidence, but we need to actually have copies of it. So
Okay, can you?
it's provided to the council.
Thank you.
Did you give one to opposing counsel? She gave me, okay, thank you. All right. Yeah, there should be one there for you. Okay, so everybody has the, do you need one? Okay. Okay, so now, can you turn to the last 2 pages? At the bottom, it says page 1 of 2.
Yes.
Okay, so this is the performance evaluation.
Yes.
It says supplemental performance evaluation. Supplemental to what?
I'm sorry, where are you?
The last 2 pages, and at the bottom right corner, it says page 1 of 2.
The second to last page.
And the header says supplemental performance evaluation.
Okay. I do not know. I'd have to go look at the performance evaluation forms that we normally distribute and see if there was something else that this is referencing.
Okay. It says evaluation period 9/13. It says 15. I would imagine that's a typographical error, but to 5/15. So prior to this performance improvement plan, prior to the performance improvement plan in May, and the performance, what did you call it? The performance evaluation?
Correct.
Okay. Prior to that in May, were there any performance verbal warnings or written warnings or anything like that issued? Were there any performance issues in Mrs. Cook's file?
I cannot attest to that because I have no knowledge of it. I did not join the city until the end of October. I had not looked in Ms. Cook's file, and I have not been privileged to any information that Mr. Harvey has shared with me pertaining to that.
So you are the custodian for personnel files, is that correct?
The personnel department is the custodian of files.
So you would not have access to her personnel file to know? Okay.
I would have access to personnel files, but what I'm stating is I did not see her personnel file and previous performance, if anything was in her history.
So when you helped him to issue this performance improvement plan and the performance evaluation, you had no knowledge of whether there was prior difficulty or not?
My understanding was a performance review had not been given timely, and therefore the goal was to give her a review.
What's the purpose of an annual performance review?
To review an employee's performance, to talk about the good and bad performance, to set goals, to have discussions about what good performance looks like, and to get feedback from the employee themselves on how they view their performance.
Is the employee given an opportunity to improve their performance before any sort of correction is issued?
A performance review is not a correction. It's an evaluation on its face of the performance dimensions.
Yes. And when a performance evaluation is given, is the employee given an opportunity to correct or adjust or address whatever is put in that evaluation prior to a correction being issued?
Objection vague as to a correction, if we're talking about a performance improvement plan or something else.
Any correction?
I would recommend that you sustain that objection. I think you need to be a little more precise in what you mean by clarification. That could be physical on the document versus their performance itself.
Okay.
So.
When an employee goes in for an annual performance review, it is not a corrective situation. Is that what you just said? It is not a disciplinary action. An annual performance review is not...
It is not a disciplinary action,
okay.
no.
And if there are issues with their performance that are addressed in that performance evaluation, if there are any issues in the employee's performance, are they given an opportunity to address those issues before any kind of disciplinary action is imposed?
The standard approach in public sector for public sector employees, because of their property rights and rights to due process, is to start at the lowest level in putting the employee on notice of their performance deficiencies, and it is a standard practice in our industry to put the employee on a performance improvement plan for 90 days so that the supervisor is more directly involved with the employee in their performance and ensuring that the employee is getting the guidance and coaching that they need to be successful at the end of the 90 days.
Okay. So now please turn to what's labeled at the bottom right, page 8 of 8.
Which page, council?
Page 8 of 8 is the way it's labeled on the bottom, and it is the 8th page from the front. Okay. Below the strip of X's, about halfway through the page, there's a sentence that starts, "By signing this." Can you please read that sentence?
By signing this, I'm acknowledging that I have read and received a copy of this formal counseling memorandum.
So formal counseling, is that disciplinary?
No, it's a formal counseling.
What's the distinction?
There is pre-discipline and there is formal discipline. Typically, verbal warnings, notification in writing by email, and giving somebody a document, giving somebody a corrective counseling memorandum, reminding them of the rules or procedures to be followed. Those are what we consider in our field pre-disciplinary actions, whereas formal disciplinary actions are those that are grievable and can go to appeal and result in a hearing such as this one. And those are typically your written reprimands, your suspensions, and your terminations.
Okay. Okay. So going back to page 1 of 2, it says performance summary, that box a little bit below the middle way.
I'm sorry, you're on page 1 or 2?
1 of 2.
Okay.
Yeah. On the supplemental performance evaluation. So the performance summary.
I'm still not seeing where you're at. Oh, I see it. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So it's about halfway?
Yes.
Okay. There are 4 boxes in that, right? 4 lines. Can you read the 4th one, please?
Amanda needs to review and address all of the performance improvements listed below in order to effectively serve as the city's planning director. Currently, with the identified issues and concerns, Amanda is unable to effectively supervise the city's daily or long-term planning activities for her department. Immediate effort and attention must be paid to improve performance, and an ambitious education and training schedule must be embarked upon in order to reverse the current course of performance.
Okay. Where in this document does it say what the current course of performance is?
In the separate performance evaluation document
The
that
first
is
8
missing
pages?
from here.
Okay.
No, not the first 8 pages.
Okay.
In the actual evaluation form that is missing, that was also given to her as part of this packet.
There was another
That's
page?
why it's titled supplemental, because there's an actual evaluation form, which is a standard city form that every employee receives, that rated her performance.
So when Mrs. Cook sent a letter to you, and she can testify to this later, she sent a letter to you that she was unclear on what was the problem. Do you recall that?
Ms. Cook sent several letters.
Okay. And do you recall that she requested a rescission of this performance improvement plan?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And what was the basis for that request?
That it was illegal.
And what else?
Objection calls for speculation to the extent counsel is asking the witness to do anything other than recite what was in the document. And I'm not sure that's the case.
I would sustain that objection. I'm not sure foundation's even laid for the testimony either.
Okay.
You have a document to show her? In all fairness, I think you need to show her.
No,
the document.
we'll move on. We'll move on. Actually, yes, I do.
Yeah, before you approach the witness, let's show your opposing counsel and the city council what document you're proposing to show the witness.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes, thank you. And for the record, we'll mark the prior document, we'll mark it as Employees Exhibit 1. It's not been entered into evidence, it's just for marking purposes, so we can keep track of this. And the second document, and for the record, Employees Exhibit 1 is the, looks to be a 10-page document, and the first page is, states City of Avalon, Office of the City Manager, Intra-Department Memorandum, and the date is May 15, 2015. Employees Exhibit 2, which is again marked and not entered, is a May 26, 2015 letter on City of Avalon letterhead to Ben Harvey, and it's apparently from Ms. Cook, but it's not signed, so that's just identification for the record at this point. First of all, Ms. Germano, do you have any objection to the document?
Again, I've not seen this document before. It was not presented ahead of time, and it's unsigned. So,
as I previously recommended with Employees Exhibit 1, I would recommend that we don't admit the document at this point, but let's see if some foundation can be laid and some authentication can be made on the document. So with that, I think you can approach the witness. I would recommend that we allow questions to be asked of the document, at least at this point.
and just for the record, we, being the city, continue to object to the relevance of this testimony. I won't restate it. I understand there's always been a ruling made. If it's just for the record that this is a continuing objection to this area of testimony.
And your objection is noted. I understand that your concerns about the defense itself.
Okay. Do you recall having received this letter?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So in the letter, does Mrs. Cook explain what her concerns are with the performance improvement plan?
Yes, the document stands on its own face.
Okay. And flaw number 1, according to her letter, is that there was no formal review or evaluation. Your testimony is that there was some sort of performance review that was included with this performance improvement plan. Is that correct?
Objection. The council's testimony misstates what the document says as to flaw number 1.
In what manner?
Perhaps if she could just read what flaw number 1 says. Council represented that it says there was no performance improvement plan given. That's not exactly what the document says. The document says there was no formal review or evaluation event in which it was documented that a performance coach was going to be utilized to assist me in improving my performance, which is a different topic.
I would recommend we sustain that objection. It is not what the document says.
Okay. 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 Going back to the performance improvement plan, the first exhibit. In looking at the work objectives on page 3 of 8, are these work objectives measurable, as you understand the term measurable in terms of performance?
Objection lacks foundation, vague.
I would recommend that you overrule the objection to the extent you feel you can answer that question.
I don't know if, actually, I recommend that you sustain the objection. I think you need a little bit more foundation as to whether she's even able to answer that question.
Okay. As part of your training for human resources consultant, did you receive any training about measurable work goals?
I have experience in my career helping supervisors and managers develop measurable goals.
Okay. And in
And
your
yes, I've been to trainings.
Okay, thank you. So in training and experience, what sort of qualifications would make a goal measurable? What are you looking for when you say something is measurable?
Most employers follow the SMART goals, straightforward, measurable, objective, that type of a system where you define what you want the person to do, what the activities or steps look like to achieve that goal. You have a way of measuring whether that did or did not in fact happen, and then the manager evaluates whether it accomplished the intended objective that was set out to achieve.
Okay. So then looking at that box, the work objectives, do those goals that are listed in there, there's work objectives, do they follow the SMART goal model in your experience?
Objection, I'm sorry, council refers to the same category of the document as goals and work objectives. If we could just be clear as to which portion of the document
I
we're
intended
referring
that as
to.
a clarification.
I apologize.
Work objectives.
Can you restate the question and
Yes.
clarify which section of the document
Yes.
you're asking her about?
Okay. On page 3 of 8, in that middle box where it says work objectives, are those SMART goals according to your training?
These are not goals, they are actually definitions of activities that she's to perform as part of her job duties, such as putting out notices in advance in compliance with the Brown Act.
Why was this put into the performance improvement plan?
Because in her, my understanding is that notices were not getting posted timely.
Okay. And it's your testimony that she was put on notice of that in some page that's not included in this exhibit. Is that correct?
I cannot attest to that. I don't know what discussions Ms. Cook had with Mr. Harvey pertaining to prior work performance as they had met on a regular basis over the past year.
Do you know for a fact that they met on a regular basis over the prior year?
I do not know that for a fact. That is what I was told.
If there are verbal warnings or verbal discipline, verbal instructions given to an employee, is that documented in the supervisor's file?
This was not a disciplinary action.
I'm not talking about the
And
PIP.
the prior discussions were not disciplinary actions. They were a supervisor-subordinate relationship where the supervisor was directing the subordinate's work activities, and I do not have any knowledge about those discussions firsthand.
So just to be clear, getting my own head clear, your testimony is that these work objectives were put into the performance improvement plan because there had been some deficiency that Mr. Harvey felt existed and had somehow communicated to Mrs. Cook, is that correct? But not through a formal disciplinary.
There's a lot of suppositions in your statement. All I know is these things were listed because of deficiencies based on the evaluation of Mr. Harvey.
Deficiencies, and those deficiencies were not noted by any verbal warnings?
I do not know that. I do not have knowledge of that.
Are verbal warnings, when they're issued, documented in the supervisor's file?
Objection, lacks foundation, calls for speculation regarding a supervisor's file.
I would sustain the objection. There's, I think it lacks foundation in a number of different ways. In a number of different ways. I think you have to lay context to the particular counseling or meeting that you're talking about.
Okay. Can you turn to Exhibit F, please, for the performance, or city rules?
Exhibit F, personnel rules.
So Chapter 8 of the Personnel Rules deals with disciplinary actions.
What page?
Page 26.
Yes. I apologize, I'm trying to find the section that I'm talking about. There is a section in the personnel rules that says that when a supervisor gives a verbal warning, they have to document it in the supervisor's file. Are you familiar with that? Oh, there it is. Thank you. Page 28, section 3.5.
Yes.
So that would be a verbal warning.
Objection, what, I don't know what the question, the pending question is.
Please restate the question.
Yeah, the question is, when, were there any documents in the supervisor's file, in Mr. Harvey's file, as to the performance deficiencies of Mrs. Cook? Had he made any notes in the file?
There wouldn't have been because this was not a disciplinary action.
All the prior instances of him talking to her were not disciplinary actions.
You're citing this policy as a disciplinary action policy. The action was not a disciplinary action.
Which action are you referring to?
The performance review and the performance improvement plan.
Right, I'm trying to get at the deficiencies that you said led to the performance improvement plan. Were any of those documented anywhere? That's my question.
I do not know that.
Okay. Okay. So, going back to the work objectives on the performance improvement plan, page 3 of 8. What I'm getting at here is those work objectives, in your testimony just a moment ago, you said that they were a response to perceived deficiencies in Mrs. Cook's performance, according to Mr. Harvey. That's what generated this, is that correct? Is that your testimony?
That is my understanding.
Okay. How were those deficiencies communicated to Mrs. Cook? Only verbally by Mr. Harvey? Is that your understanding?
I do not know how it was communicated to Ms. Cook other than this document.
Okay, so...
Based on my involvement.
Right, okay. Okay. So go back a page, please, to page 2 of 8. Performance area 1. Can you please just read the opening paragraph of that?
So it talks about the performance issues, and it lists them as technical job knowledge as a performance issue, communication, and department leadership all as performance issues.
Okay. And the first sentence there, please.
It says, your performance at the current level does not reflect positively on the City of Avalon's planning department. An immediate and sustained improvement is warranted. You will receive assignments from me as your planning coach and take comprehensive notes on your work assignments.
Okay, stop there, please. I want to make a correction because what I've seen here says you will receive assignments from me and your planning coach. Is that what you see there?
Yes,
Okay.
you're correct.
Okay. So your performance at the current level does not reflect positively on the City of Avalon's planning department. Is there anywhere in this document where he spells out or you spell out what you're talking about? What has she done or not done that doesn't reflect?
I believe that's listed under the work objectives and the areas that she's deficient in, such
Okay.
as posting public notices.
Okay, so show me where that is, please.
On page 3, under work objectives.
Okay. Are you, are you referring to the first box?
The work objectives section in the middle of page 3.
You said posting notices?
As an example, yes.
Okay, so in that first, in that first box, your testimony was that these work objectives were in response to deficiencies that had been communicated to my client. When I just asked you how were these deficiencies communicated, you said this box.
You
Go ahead.
asked me about the statement in the first paragraph on page 2.
Yes.
And you asked me how it was being communicated. So as an example, I was referring to the work objectives section on page 3. I was not speculating as to any other conversation that took place between Ms. Cook and Mr. Harvey.
No.
Of which I have no knowledge.
Okay. Other than verbal conversations between Mr. Harvey and Mrs. Cook, does this document give her any specific information about what it is that she had done wrong that doesn't reflect positively on the city of Avalon? When I asked you that question, you pointed to box number 1. So box number 1 says that she will post notices. Are you saying that she had not been posting notices?
Again, it's my understanding she was not posting them timely.
But it doesn't say that in this document.
It's noting an objective that she is to work toward to demonstrate good performance.
Yes, but it implies that she wasn't doing it without stating that she wasn't doing it.
Again, this entire document is missing the actual evaluation page where she was actually rated in each performance area.
Okay. We'll see if we can obtain that. So when she raised her objections that she did not understand what she had done wrong, did you refer her back to the work objectives?
I did not have that conversation with her.
When she wrote a letter to you, did you not respond?
I did not.
You're the HR person. Why would you not respond?
Because she was meeting with Mr. Harvey and he was addressing those issues with her in those meetings. Or maybe not. I do not know.
So you have no way of knowing whether she received actual notice of what specifically she had done wrong?
I'm aware that she received an evaluation and a plan to correct her performance.
This plan? Okay. All right. How many action items does this performance improvement plan contain?
Depends.
Just so I'm clear, just so I'm clear on where this is going, was this performance improvement plan, as I understood the prior testimony, that was supplemented by a final version? So we're spending a lot of time on a draft, in essence, that was later corrected, and I'm not seeing where the relevance is, and the council's time is limited. So.
I understand. It's not a draft. It was issued, and written warnings and written corrective memorandums were generated off of it that were not rescinded. So, and the final document, if you want to see the final document, I can show you that. There's no substantive difference.
But ultimately, is it not true that she was given a performance improvement plan with different objectives and critiques about her performance? I'm just not seeing where the relevance to this is.
The issue is that she was never given notice as to what she had done wrong. Mr. Harvey, in this performance improvement plan, lists areas that imply deficiencies, but he never states what the deficiencies are. And when she asked the question repeatedly, escalating it to HR, to Mr. Campbell as the city attorney, she was not given answers. And so the relevance is that Mr. Harvey spent a great deal of time and energy trying to manufacture cause to fire her. And it was in the middle of this process, she finally filed a grievance with the city saying, excuse me, at least in part, I got a problem here. And it was right after that he put her on paid administrative leave over the whole museum issue. It's highly relevant because it provides the context for why we're here.
I believe this is going beyond an offer of proof, and we're getting into counsel testifying and further argument.
Well, I understand where the defense is going, and you're arguing that the ultimate termination was pretextual in some manner. I'm not seeing how focusing on the initial draft of the performance improvement plan, which was admittedly redrafted and corrected, is evidence of pretext.
Okay, so you would like to see the final draft?
Well, I think you're going to make a stronger case or
I don't know that this is the correct witness. I mean, these are questions that you may need to ask of Mr. Harvey, in my view, not of this witness. You're asking her about, she helped the city manager draft it, but you're asking about his motivations ultimately here.
Okay.
So,
Well, and may I ask something? If there is a final, it wouldn't be a final draft, it would be a final, and if you're talking about some evaluation, I would like to see, I think we should see what that evaluation is as well.
Okay. All right.
And council, of course, would like that.
I missed that last one.
Oh, and for council as well.
Yes. Okay. All right. For the moment, we'll move on to something else. How's that?
I'm just,
Okay.
I think the council's time is limited here,
I
and
hear you.
I think this is
So should we,
not directly relevant at this point.
what happens with these two documents?
They're not, I would recommend we don't admit them into evidence at this point. At the end of all the testimony, we'll go through these documents again, and perhaps by that point, after you've examined Mr. Harvey, they can come in at that point, but I'm not seeing it with this particular witness, so.
Okay. All right.
That would be my recommendation to the council.
Great recommendation.
Okay. Did you advise Mr. Harvey as to how to respond to Mrs. Cook when she was protesting or disputing the various disciplinary actions that were taken against her? Did you advise Mr. Harvey on how to handle that?
Actually, most of those communications occurred under what I believe to be client-attorney privileges in communication with myself, Mr. Harvey, and Cynthia as well.
So basic application of the city rules in terms of discipline falls under attorney-client privilege is what you're saying?
Well, I'm going to object to any questions that attempt to invade the attorney-client privilege, and I would respectfully request an instruction that the witness does not have to answer and divulge privileged communications.
I would certainly recommend that the witness not be required to divulge any attorney-client communications. With that said, I think you need to identify the communications at issue, break these down as to what we're talking about here, and lay some foundation as to particular communication and the involvement of the attorney in that.
Okay. All right. Let's try this again.
Okay. I'm game.
Okay. All right. So the performance improvement plan is issued in May. Okay.
Yes.
Mrs. Cook expresses her concerns about that, and she comes to Mr. Harvey and to you, correct?
She did not come to me. She copied me on every correspondence.
On the letter. Okay, perfect. And you did not respond to that. You left it to Mr. Harvey to respond to in specific, the refutation of the PIP, the Performance Improvement Plan. Okay. At any time, did you tell Mrs. Cook that she had no right to appeal the written warnings and corrective memorandums that were put into her file?
Yes. In fact, at one point, when we had met with her and had the discussion to rescind these documents that you've already presented and reissue the new performance improvement plan, I cited to her, in accordance with our personnel rules and regulations and in accordance with procedural public sector employment, a substandard performance evaluation and performance improvement plan are not grievable, and they're not subject to appeal, and they're not subject to hearing, and that is because it is a basic principle that it is a supervisor's responsibility to, in fact, put their employee on notice when their performance falls below standards. And in fact, she asked me what that was based on, and I had actually emailed her a document on due process rights written by Liebert Cassidy Whitmore, an attorney on their team, a document I had collected in my years of employment that fully explained her rights under due process, and also stated in that document that performance evaluations that are substandard are not grievable.
Okay. Can you turn to chapter 10, please? of the personnel rules. Oh, it's page 31 of the personnel rules. Do you see it there?
I'm like, not page 10.
I know, I'm scrambling too.
It's okay. I know, there's so many documents. Yes.
Okay. So 1.1 says an employee may make an appointment with his or her supervisor, right, to discuss the working conditions and so forth. Stage 2, can you read 1.2, stage 1?
Once again, you're citing a policy that was not enacted as part of this process. This was not a grievable process. You're citing the personnel rules and the grievance process for a procedure, that an action that is not grievable.
Okay, can you read 1.2, please?
I'll be happy to. Stage 1.
Objection relevance.
I would recommend that we sustain the objection. Personnel evaluations are not protected by due process principles entitled to appeal unless the agency's rules allow for it. The witness has already testified that evaluations are not appealable, and I think it's already been asked and answered at this point. And this is getting into legal argument and the interpretation of the city's own personnel rules. The witness has already testified as to her interpretation of the personnel rules, and I don't know that if you want to get another witness in to come in and disagree with it, but that's one thing.
Well, no, Ms. Bose is testifying that there is no appeal to these actions, and that may be true. But Section 10 deals with complaints and has a process whereby an employee can go to their supervisor, their department head, their city manager, if they feel that they're being treated unfairly.
Okay, for a grievance or a complaint, but not for an appeal of a personnel evaluation.
We never said that this was an appeal. I asked Ms. Bose, when Mrs. Cook was requesting clarification and was refuting various things, she wasn't trying to appeal it in terms of the formal process. She was trying to resolve a dispute between herself and her supervisor, which in Chapter 10 she would have had a right to do. But because they called it an appeal, they shut it down.
Well, that's all argument on your part. I understand it. The witness has already, I would recommend we give her a little bit more rope with this, but as I see it, the witness has already answered the question. And I understand it's your argument, but
I'm laying the foundation for the next question.
I would recommend we allow her a few more questions of this, but I believe that the question's been asked and answered, and in consideration of the council's time, I think we shouldn't spend much more time on this. Go ahead.
Proceed? Okay. Can you please read 1.2?
Stage 1, within 10 working days of an event or specific incident giving rise to a grievance, an employee shall seek initial adjustment of the grievance with his or her immediate supervisor.
Thank you. That's sufficient. And this is relative to 1.1, which is talking about making an appointment with her immediate supervisor to discuss her working conditions and to discuss any perceived violation, misinterpretation, or inequitable application of the rules. Is that correct? So to enforce that policy, 1.2 is enacted. Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
The policy is describing steps or stages that are to be followed.
To do what? To resolve a dispute?
It's titled Grievances and Complaints.
Okay. All right. What recourse under the personnel rules does an employee have if they have a dispute with their supervisor?
Objection, vague, lacks foundation.
Very vague.
I would recommend that we sustain the objection. It is vague. You need to lay some context as to what dispute there's various types of disputes between a supervisor and a subordinate. So.
That's true. And we've ruled out grievance and we've ruled out appeal. My question is, if an employee comes to you as the HR consultant and says, I have a dispute, I'm having a misunderstanding with my supervisor, what is the recourse that the employee has?
Same objections.
Counsel, I think I would recommend we sustain the objection. I think you need to lay the foundation as to what specific dispute your client was going to her supervisor on, and whether this particular grievance policy applies to that particular dispute.
Okay. Mrs. Cook came to you and she said that she had been written up for insubordination. What recourse did she have to refute the underlying facts of that written warning or written reprimand?
The recourse was already established in that she was to meet weekly with Mr. Harvey, and to he had given her a period of time, as I understand it, because if you look at the document of the performance improvement plan, it's dated May 15th, but she did not sign it until several days later on May 21st, and it's my understanding he sent her home with the document and allowed her to review it, to let it absorb, and to come back and discuss it in that meeting, and then in subsequent meetings. It would be an ongoing discussion as I understood it.
Okay, but my question was, when he wrote her up for insubordination, and she did not agree with that, she did not agree with the underlying facts, what recourse did she have to dispute it?
She has the right to her opinion. The reason she was written up for insubordination was failing to provide a written report in the weekly status meetings.
My question is, procedurally, where does she turn when she has a dispute about whether she was insubordinate?
She can discuss it with her supervisor in the weekly meeting.
The one who issued her the insubordination memo?
Absolutely.
And just hope she can change his mind?
It is the supervisor's discretion to decide and determine.
Both of you need to slow down for our court reporter.
Sorry.
Can we please
Supervisors, I'm sorry.
Discretion to decide what is within their purview to issue to an employee.
Could we please ask counsel to let the witness finish her answer? I understand counsel might not like it or agree with it, but I think the witness should be allowed to finish her answer.
Yeah, both of you were talking over each other, so
I apologize.
there needs to be a pause in between. We have a court reporter here who's trying to transcribe everything. There's a lot of people in this room. So
my apologies.
Yeah, I apologize as well. All right. So, Mrs. Cook did not agree with the underlying facts that led to her being written up for insubordination. And if I understood your testimony right now, her recourse, her only recourse, was to go to the supervisor who had issued the insubordination corrective memo and ask him to change his mind. Is that correct?
That is correct.
There was no other recourse to her?
She provided it. She provided her view, her opinion, which she's entitled to, in writing to both Mr. Harvey and copied myself. The fact that she disagreed with the charge of insubordination was addressed in those meetings with her.
Yes, by the person who issued the warning. So if somebody was, for example, an employee who had a supervisor, a department head, and the city manager, do they have the option, if they're written up by their supervisor, do they have the option of going to their department head to ask for help resolving this, if there's a dispute?
I apologize. Objection vague.
I would recommend we sustain the objection. When you say written up by the supervisor, that can mean multiple different things, so you need to be more precise. There's distinctions between written counseling, written reprimands, things of that nature. So
okay. Hypothetically, an employee who has a supervisor that's different from their department head is written up by their supervisor in a written warning or a written warning for insubordination. Can they go to their department head and ask for resolution on it?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical, lacks foundation.
I think there's enough there for her to answer if she knows the answer.
I don't understand the question.
Okay. An employee gets written up for insubordination. If by their supervisor, by their immediate supervisor, under your city rules, are they allowed to go to their department head to ask for resolution if they cannot resolve it with their supervisor?
So I can only talk to the specifics in this case. In this case, when she was written up for insubordination, she was provided multiple notices in writing of the expectation to produce reports in weekly meetings. She was written up and told ahead of time that if she continued on that course, she would be written up for insubordination for failure to provide the reports. As such, she was issued a written reprimand after at least 3 or 4 warnings that would result in disciplinary action and a written and formal, that would result in a charge of insubordination and a formal disciplinary action, of which she ignored and continued to repeat the same behavior. Because it was a written reprimand, it was then put into the formal process, and then that goes to the personnel rules, and there is a process there for her to follow.
What is that process?
It is normally to, actually I'd have to go to this, but normally the issue at the written reprimand level is, as a first step, I believe is handled by the supervisor. And in this case, there was confusion on Ms. Cook's part as to whether he was acting as a city manager or as a supervisor in his role.
Okay, and you didn't answer my
supposition
question.
On her part.
You said that you're not able to speak other than to the particular facts of this. Why? You're the HR consultant. It's your job. You're being paid to administer the personnel rules as they apply to persons. And my question is, what is the process for an employee who has received a written reprimand or a written warning for insubordination? What recourse do they have beyond their immediate supervisor? That's my question.
Objection argumentative.
I would sustain the objection more on lacking a foundation, and it's overly vague. There's different types of employees within different structures within the organization, and someone who is a first level person is going to have different rights than a department head. And so if we're going to allow this line of inquiry, it should be limited to a department head like Ms. Cook, whose supervisor is the city manager. And we can get out of whack if we're going to talk about a first level, line level employee.
Okay, that's fair. So, referring to Mrs. Cook, if she disagreed with Mr. Harvey, what recourse did she have?
Objection asked and answered.
I recommend we overrule the objection, and let's just get some clarity on this.
So if you refer to page 27 of the personnel rules and regulations, the procedure is written there, and that is the procedure, to my understanding, that was being followed. And it goes on to page 28. It's the immediate action by the supervisor. Actually, I'm sorry, that's on the probationary. Yeah, that's right. So action 3.1 allows the supervisor to take disciplinary action when justified under this policy. And in this case, as Ms. Cook's direct supervisor dealing with a subordinate direct report, he was acting not as the city manager, but as a supervisor. Because it is the supervisor's job to manage their employees' performance, not the city manager to manage every employee's performance for the city.
In section 3 that you're referencing, doesn't that talk about the supervisor's rights? I'm asking about the employee's rights. Maybe I'm missing something, so show me what I'm missing. It says the supervisor issues a warning, recommends more serious discipline to the city manager, right?
I'm going to object vague. I'm not sure where we're looking now.
Well, I'm not either, and that's my question. I asked, what recourse does an employee have? And Ms. Bose, in her testimony, pointed to section 3, and I'm not clear on how that answers the question.
Because in this procedure, as you go through onto page 28, it talks about the authority to take action, and then in section 4, it then goes on to talk about the appeal process when a formal action is issued.
So if an employee receives discipline, they can appeal to the city manager, is what Section 4 says. Is that correct?
It does, and we addressed that with Ms. Cook.
Because her immediate supervisor and the city manager were the same person, that's a different set of circumstances and a different kind of employee. So does she have fewer rights?
No, we informed Ms. Cook that because they are one, in this case, we're one of the same, but that Mr. Harvey was acting as the supervisor, not as the city manager, that if in fact she pursued an appeal to her written reprimand, which is that she would then be assigned another designee of the city
Awesome.
for her
We've
to have
arrived.
her appeal
We've
to.
arrived. Awesome. Okay. Did that happen?
We never got that far.
Why not?
Because we rescinded the disciplinary action, and on June 30th, that's when we clarified the rules for her, and it was after that that the issue that we're really here for today came about.
You didn't rescind the written warning, though.
No, because and that was made clear to her in a face-to-face meeting in which both I was present and Mr. Harvey, because I wanted to make sure that we were all perfectly clear that she had had several warnings about being insubordinate, and that what the expectation was.
Objection.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Ms. Cook.
Stop.
Ms. Cook, you can't interact. There's a witness on the stand.
Don't speak.
You'll get your chance to testify.
And that she had had several warnings that if she continued to not provide the weekly status report, that she would be issued disciplinary action. And that is why it was issued to her.
So she was given several, according to your testimony, several written warnings for insubordination.
I didn't say written warnings.
Okay.
She was given several warnings.
Warnings, okay. And then at least one written warning for insubordination, a written reprimand for insubordination.
No.
That's what you rescinded.
I said that the only formal document she was given was a written reprimand. But there were several
that's what I just
conversations that took place to put her on notice. And I do not know if there were anything as far as email or in writing that was given to her, but she was...
The written reprimand, yes.
I'm not referring to the written reprimand. I'm saying leading up to the written reprimand.
Okay, so that's what I'm getting at. And we're almost done. That's what I'm getting at. The written warning, there were verbal warnings. I'm summarizing your testimony, and this is a question I'm asking you. There were verbal warnings about insubordination, at least one written warning about insubordination, and a written reprimand about insubordination. And she cried foul and said, I'm not being insubordinate. So you withdrew the written reprimand, which negated her right to seek somebody else looking at this.
We never withdrew the written reprimand. We reissued, we repealed and reissued the performance evaluation and the performance, I'm sorry, not the performance evaluation, but the performance improvement plan over her confusion over the document being too much and overwhelming. We repealed that and reissued that to her. The performance evaluation never changed, and the written reprimand for insubordination never changed and was never repealed.
Okay, so when she contested the written reprimand for insubordination, your testimony a little bit ago was that she would have recourse to the city manager, but because in this case, Mr. Harvey was that another city manager needed to be assigned, did that ever happen?
She never asked for an appeal. And I have in writing where we told her we would designate a different person.
And she never asked for an appeal of the written?
To my knowledge, no.
And so, okay.
Counsel, it's 4 o'clock, so how much more do you have with this witness?
Probably about 20 minutes. You want to continue it to Friday?
It's up to the council how you want to proceed. I know.
That's pushing me pretty hard. And are you going to be redirecting and all that, Tiffany, probably as well?
Well, I think this whole line of questioning is irrelevant, so I'm going to be asking very few questions. but depending on what else council.
I mean, if it looks like as though Tiffany's going to have to come back, not only because of Mrs. Marsh, but because of you, I'd say let's call it a
And
day.
our
Well,
questions.
yeah,
And then
And
our
our
questions as well.
I have an observation here as well. I do think with this particular witness, the line of questioning is somewhat irrelevant. These are more pointed questions for the city manager. You're trying to establish that his decision making was pretextual, and his ultimate decision here was pretextual, and we're treading water here with this witness, and I would encourage you to move along to Mr. Harvey, where I think this line of inquiry, if you're going to pursue it, is going, because so far, in my view, there hasn't been any foundation laid that anything she said is pretextual at this point. So I think you're shooting at the wrong person at this point.
Okay.
So if you're going to pick up with Ms. Bowles when we reconvene on the 12th, just think about that. It would be my recommendation.
Thank you.
I think since we're at 4:02 p.m. And council needs to get places today, as do other folks in the room, that will reconvene for the day. That Ms. Bowles, you're under a directive to be back here on February 12th to finish your testimony, and until then, that we be in recess.
And we go to recess.
Okay.